Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, back to Iesf. We are going to be jumping straight in towards all of the European action. We've got both the West European qualifier and the East European qualifier, as we have plenty of spots available for the World Esports Championships. My name's Neokar. I'm going to join with the wonderful Anders, as per usual, when it comes to the ISF stuff. Brother, I'm looking forward to this. This has been fun. We've been doing Asia. Asia's been good, quite hectic, a lot of kind of quite chaotic Counter-Strike. Now we move over towards Europe, and, I'm expecting exactly the same.
Yeah, we've done like a whole, almost a tour around the world. I guess we're missing like South America and North America at this point. But other than that, like it's been kind of almost a global event for us so far. Yeah, but we're back in Europe, covering that. I'm excited as well. I think it's going to be really fun. Obviously, a lot of more names that we recognize here, just because so many of them play in the tier 2 space. So it should be quite an interesting affair, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, there is 2 different qualifiers kind of happening sort of simultaneously. A lot of games will be happening off stream, so we'll kind of try and keep you up to date with it. But like we said, there's a hell of a lot of teams, but there's also a hell of a lot of spots. Over in the East European qualifier, there's 5 spots available for the World Esports Championships. In the West qualifier, there's 7 spots available. So it's it should be pretty good. The way it will kind of work out, there is a group stage, nice and simply. The top 3 from the 4 groups that come through will move on into basically a nice kind of standard upper and lower bracket all the way through. However, there is, of course, that 7th place decider, which will just be one game on its own. It's best of ones, kind of going all the way through the group stage at the very least, and then we go into a double elim bracket where in the playoffs, it's best of 3. Nice and simple. It's a round-robin format in the groups, kind of similar to what you would see maybe in a football tournament, that kind of vibe, like a Champions League or something of the sorts. So, should be cool. Nice and easy. Top 3 make out of the groups. It is seeded as well, so you get better placing depending on where you finish in those groups, and then you move on to a best 3 playoff bracket.
Beautiful. I look forward to it. Obviously, Sweden are the defending champions of IESF. They won it last time around. So I imagine they're going to get a real run for their money this time. I think it's going to be a lot of good teams, fielded from here. So I think it's going to be real interesting. And it could be even some of the teams that we have in the Asian qualifier, like maybe the Mongolian team is one of those teams that could also be a contender to win the whole thing. But I mean, we're still a fair ways out of it. But I'm excited. Do you have a favorite team for this one? Just looking at the teams that we have here, do you have one that's really standing out to you?
It's tough to call. I think I would probably lean very early doors and say, I'll throw out a couple and I'll kind of justify why. The first one that comes to mind is Denmark. I think that Denmark side look very good. It's basically Gaming Gladiators, who many of you probably know as Ecstatic. Highest placing team from Denmark in their local major, the Copenhagen major. Made it into those playoffs. They're a playoff major team. There's no two ways about it. I think their form since then has been a little rough. I was out in Mongolia not too long ago with those guys where they finished, unfortunately, kind of dead last in that one against, including some local Mongolian teams who, at least going into one of which I'd never even heard of. So, and I was on LAN, in studio, then into an arena LAN. They did not play well. No two ways about it. I think it was just one of those things, end of the season, maybe a little burnt out, a little tired, all the rest, but rough showing from them. So they had a really rough tournament. But their ones, I'm going to keep an eye out coming towards this. They look very good. The other one that I have to mention, Team France, 3D Max, Pro League regulars, IEM regulars. They are, a tier 2 side that probably see the most S-tier events of kind of tier 2 teams. Are very good in qualifiers. So this is their bread and butter. They're really good when it comes towards ESL and Blast quals. I always see them making it through. They always get those opportunities at S-tiers. So yeah, they're a side that I'm definitely going to keep on. And maybe if I'm going to throw out a couple of dark horses there, just for us to kind of keep an eye on. One that I would throw out is Slovakia. They're definitely a side. This is just primarily for the West qualifier to start. Slovakia look pretty good. They have at least a team that should be quite fearful. You got the Sampi core that are tier 2 regulars. You got Stiko. We all know Stiko, of course, from tier 2. Then Matties from Fnatic. That's a pretty cool team. It's a bit of a mix, so I don't know how. It might be a little loose. I think Stiko probably take up the calling roles, if I'm going to assume there. But Matties individually very good, so I think they can kind of just let him loose. And then that Sampi core can do kind of, play as a pack. That's a bit of a dark horse, in my opinion.
Okay, it's good to get a bit of an overview from the start, just in case people are unfamiliar or don't know what's going on. But I don't know. That Denmark team does look interesting, but I didn't know. I actually didn't know about what was happening out in Mongolia. That's really scary. That's kind of interesting. It does happen a lot. Like I guess if you if you play as deep as they did in the major, you're going to feel like, okay, like we have to psych ourselves up for the next tournament. How do we do that? Maybe it's good to be humbled a little bit early on and just remind them, hey, listen, there's still a lot to play for. It's really early in most of the careers, so don't get too comfortable at the moment. Big shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat as well. Seeing a couple of you out there, or if you're watching elsewhere, I think we're on X, I guess it's called now.
I'm still on Twitter. I don't care.
I can't do it like yeah. So yeah, if you're on Twitter as well, just shout out to you guys there.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this. I think it's gonna be a good day.
Yes, absolutely. We can take a look, I think, through the schedule for today and see what games are we getting, all of the rest. We've got plenty of action, is what I'm trying to say. We're going to be kickstarting things with Belgium taking on Norway. We're going to follow things over with Germany taking on Slovenia. Then we head towards Kosovo, Slovakia, and then followed by Germany versus France. That Germany-France game is a really cool one to keep an eye on as well. Germany, it's the alternate attacks roster, which are, very solid within Tier 2. They fluctuate in terms of their performances, but they're generally a side that should be kind of kept an eye on, I think is probably how I'll put it. We have a couple of other games as well to round it out with, if I'm right in saying, it's Ukraine versus Turkey and Poland versus Israel as well. So a lot of action here at ISF, all best of ones as well. So nice and quick, but also because it's this sort of best of one round robin format and the rest, there really is just no room for error. You really can't afford to have a slow start because, later down the line, I mean, we even saw kind of in some of the Asian quals, you lose one best of three and it actually can even jeopardize your tournament. And in this instance, you lose one best of one, and maybe even then, due to round difference, you could actually be in a bit of a tricky spot. So yeah, I look at this and we need to see some quick starts come through. Belgium, Norway, for example, the Belgium side on paper, they've gone through a couple of changes already recently that we were talking about. Originally meant to have Kios, they're don't have Kios. So then, how much time have they had time to kind of put together this sort of newish roster? Same as the others. Latvia's a bit of a mix as well. That we're going to be catching them a little bit later. How good are they going to be? So yeah, I have all these question marks about how much time and prep teams have actually put in towards this, but there really is just no room for error. And they're not going to be on stream, but I'm going to have to back my boys and keep an eye on them. But I've got Wales and Ireland in the qualifier as well. It's really sad we don't have an England team. I don't know. It never seems to happen, even though we have so many players. I'm sure Smooya would make a little pot header out on ISF. But we have a lot of talent here. But I want to be keeping an eye on Ireland and Wales as well. I know basically all of these guys, they're regulars at Epic Land, Insomnias, and all the rest, play all within the UK IC circuit. So it'd be cool to kind of see how they get on. They've both got a really tough group. They're both in the same group as well, which sucks. But it'd be a cool rivalry when they end up playing against each other at some point. Our first game, though, is going to be Belgium versus Norway.
Yes, so an interesting rivalry for sure. I am looking. It is a shame that Kios is going to be missing out. Obviously, that'd be really interesting to have him in the server, but apparently he's elsewhere doing stuff. Norway is strangely a country that's been if you look at the totality of Counter-Strike for the last 8 years or something, it's been carried by just a couple of people who are representing them internationally. Obviously, Rain is way above and beyond, but there were moments in the past when they had a bunch more players that were out there playing. And it's a bit of a shame. I don't really get it. We've got Denmark and Sweden well represented. There's no reason why Norway shouldn't have some more solid lineups out there. Maybe they'll come. Maybe that's a grassroots thing it's building in the past. But there were some really, really sick Norwegian players, and they all kind of just went and did other things. Some of them are still connected with the scene a little bit, doing coaching around the place, but it sucks. I think it would be fun to have a strong Norwegian team because people from Norway love to cheer for their teams. I've noticed there's a very strong feeling of Norway's playing, let's go, we're gonna watch it. So they care about this stuff,
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, over the years, actually, there's been some fairly decent players that have come through. And of course, Horsley's making a bit of a name for himself as well. I mean, even I look at legends from, I say legends in quotation marks, but from a real while ago, Groose is somebody that used to be a bit of a regular within kind of tier 2, for example. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's there's been some decent organizations that have come from the region. I'm right in saying Apex are also Norwegian.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So that they're a decent organization that have been there. 777 Esports as well. I'm pretty sure they're Norwegian and they've been around for quite a while. So it seems like a region that has a good appetite for Counter-Strike, but unfortunately it's not as fully fleshed out as their neighbors, we'll put it. You know, you guys over in Denmark, you got Sweden, you know, I mean, even Finland, I guess, arguably as well, with Ents and their previous lineup too. I mean, they just seem to have a little bit more of a competitive, I guess, higher skill ceiling in that top level. But at least we know that, like you said, they seem very kind of patriotic, and there's a lot of support always for them.
Yeah, I really think so. So hopefully that could be a feature of future Counter-Strike. That'd be really sick if we get to see more Norwegian talent out there. I hope so. I hope that's going to be the case. We do have some lineups ready for you guys, so let's try and check out. I think we've got Belgium coming up first, so we'll see how that plays out. Talk to me about some of the teams here that we might recognize.
Yeah, so I mean, when I look at it, immediately KOSOVO is probably obviously the main name. We're not 100% sure if he's going to be playing. I know. Quite literally this morning on Instagram, he was in Dubai with his girlfriend. So something tells me he may not have made it back in time. We'll see. But of course, if he is playing, that's pretty cool. Just signed of ITB. They actually haven't got a fifth yet. They keep saying they're waiting for the fifth, but not public, so I guess I won't say, but they have been trialing a few people and they haven't been working out. So they're still looking for that fifth player, so they're still waiting to play officials, and in doing so, I guess probably not pracking properly. If you don't have a fifth, what's the point in really pracking? So it would give him an opportunity maybe to play in this qualifier. The other one that I do have to throw out there is Krepau. He's been around for a long time, but somebody from the region, I think, is actually really talented. He's an IGL, he's a rifler, he's very good. He's played on a variety of different teams that probably people who at least follow a little bit more of the niche scene, I guess the more local scene over there in Belgium would know, but he played on teams like Genk, who are basically owned by a football team, also called Genk, and from that region. Project Aversio, EC Club Bruges are the kind of football team based team. So yeah, he kind of was always kind of between for a long time, EC Club Bruges, Project Aversio, and Genk, and so he's always been around. Basically, primarily played with only people from Belgium, but yeah, really talented guy. He seems like he has a really good kind of brain for the game. We'll check out Norway. And now this team is really interesting to me. I think they're quite stacked. You got Gruus, you got Truth. They're both guys who've been playing in the domestic local scene for a long time. But then these other three actually are pretty cool. Sly and Shine both played in UK Counter-Strike for a while under K10. Yeah, both very talented. I got to catch them online a couple of times at Epic Lands. I got to see them in person. Very good minds of the game, very talented, individually quite cracked as well. Sly's now moved on to 777 Esports, which is, I'm pretty sure, a Norwegian org. And Shine, I think, as of just recently, is no longer with that K10 roster. So, yeah. And then Take West playing for Copenhagen Wolves, which is a bit of a throwback of an organization.
It's been a minute, yeah, for sure. But that could be an interesting lineup. Again, best of one format, so you're going to be put to the test right away. We mean, with the pistol round is going to matter. We're going to look at the economy for how they force up. It's just it's all going to come down to every single round here. Not a lot of room for error. Do you have a favorite team for this one? You think it's going to be walking away with it?
Norway is the big one for me. I look at this and say Norway, it's a very solid team. I think they're a little bit more of a mix, and they in their Norwegian qualifier, they were just a mix. There was actually organizations who played in it, and they came in as they're all on different teams basically, but they came in and made it look pretty easy from my understanding as well. So I'm leading favor of Norway. I like the Belgian team. I think they, maybe the likes of KOSOVO have that sort of skill ceiling above them maybe. Individually, he's played at tier 1 for a while. Very decent. He's not a hero rifler though, so I'm not expecting, even if he was in the server and playing, I'm not expecting KOSOVO to carry. He doesn't play carried roles. He's not one of those riflers who you expect to kind of drop 30. He's just a very solid anchor who does his job, really good supporting player. But is he going to carry a team? I don't think so, even maybe at this level. On the other side though, Norway, I think the talent's great. Big one I say you have to keep an eye out for is Shine. Very talented AWPer. When he plays the way he should be playing, can be borderline unstoppable. So that'd be the big one for me. I think we have the veto for you to see where we are going to be heading in this one. Ban's going to come through. Vertigo, of course, are getting banned, Anders. We're going to Ancient.
Never any Vertigo. We just can't do it. It's been weeks. And there's no Vertigo in sight. Nobody likes it. Even in North Africa, even over in Asia, it doesn't even matter. No one's playing the map. It's dreadful. But, I guess also sending a message to Valve, potentially, from what the pro scene likes. We're going to end up with Ancient. I mean, why not? It's a map that everyone kind of likes. I don't mind. I think it's a fun map to mess around with. So we'll see if either one of these teams is going to be standing out on the map. kind of hard to veto for a best of one, I guess. It's like it could go a ton of different ways, so it might be hard to prep for it before you get into it, but hopefully they'll be good on it.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at this as well is Ancient, especially recently now in best of ones, it's getting picked so often. For me, this feels like the new Puggy map. It's a map in which so many players are so comfortable to play, even at kind of Facer and Premier, etc., etc. It's a map that a lot of people lean towards when they're solo queuing, just because you actually can, on that T side, get so active. So, yeah, it's become a bit of that kind of Puggy map. We do have an update as well about the team. I said I wasn't thinking Kios was going to play. You know, he was recently, I think it was in Dubai or something like that. He was away somewhere which looked very sunny, and judging by English weather, it's not very sunny here in Europe. I don't know about Denmark, but it's tipping it down here. So, yeah, it was a little too sunny to be in Europe, wherever he was. Kios and Note are not playing. It looks like Stumble and Scyther are coming in. Now, after all my hands up, I follow the tier 2 and lower scene. I don't know these guys, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, will be a learning experience. Yeah, weather in Denmark changes every 10 minutes, so, you know, we can't do kind of anything. We just ignore the weather forecast. But I'm excited to get into the game. Let's get things underway. It's Norway versus Belgium here for IESF in 2024. And we are going to see it's going to be Belgium starting on the C side with Norway starting on the CT side. So let's see how this one plays out. They are kind of leaning towards the A-bomb side early, but you can tell on the minimap that bomb is over by the B-bomb side, so that should be a little bit of a tell. What a strat to run in the pistol round. Now, they're not getting through. They need kills to sell this idea. He will be able to put the bomb down, but again, it doesn't matter if no one's alive on the bomb side here. The rest of the Norwegians trying to see if they can run their way into the middle here at Shine. He's actually able to catch them, so now they know. They should know everything. The bomb has been planted, and it might be a little bit of a problem here. They're fighting in the middle, but do they have time? What a wild way to get started. I love this from Belgium.
Oh, my. Chucky. Up close. Waiting for a fight to be given, which he gets. Tap on towards the bomb, but he's not going to be baited into it. He jumps back across. Oh my god, it's carnage. Tateway can't hit the shot. He has to pull off a reload, which costs him his life. Belgium steal away that first round in one of the most calamitous fashions, but one that we will take all the same. Not too bad. That's a big first round to be taken as well for Belgium. Arguably coming as the underdogs in towards this matchup. On the T side of Ancient, that's going to give them a lot of confidence to kickstart this one. We're talking about, you know, a nice comfortable buy coming in. For Norway, they aren't really going to opt for much of a force here, just one flash and a little bit of an upgrade, it seems, on towards Gruus, and not even, actually, he goes back for his USPS. So, yeah, it's probably here a bit of a throwaway round.
It should be. Got one flashbang, so they're certainly ready in case anything happens. I think Tateway can throw that from inside of the A-bomb site. So he's going to be able to toss it over the wall and just kind of go for it. Yep, here we go. It's already airborne. Scyther's there in the corner, and he won't get caught, so the USP's doing a little bit of work, but it shouldn't be much more than that. They're trying to sort of run there. If they could pick up the rifle, obviously that would be huge, but that's not going to happen. I think that's an acceptable loss there for Belgium in the second round. Who cares? Just, you know, go for it. But I got to say, that pistol round made me excited. It's such a bold strategy, and to pull it off, you know, in a best of one like this, I think it's pretty sick.
Yeah, exactly that. Right back into the buy, coming through, you know, a couple of constellation kills. It's always nice, but doesn't make kind of a massive difference in that round. They just get the one, a little bit of fighting towards elbow. Nothing comes of it. So, third round on the board, and this is the one that's most important for Norway in the start of this map, in this first half. Let's kickstart that CT side. Let's get the first gun round working well. Smoking a molly in towards elbow. They're going to fight behind. One of the Molotovs over towards Shelf. Slice, spots one in towards doors. A second time as well. They have crossed it, but Krepal can get with a nade.
Oh, he's trying. Oh, he actually will make it work with the MAC-10. That's kind of a sickening kill. Was there no head armor, or did he just dink him multiple times? Seemed like he died way too quick, but now the bomb's going to be planted over on the A side here. Sure, Sly's going to be able to get this kill, but I don't think it'll make a big difference. 4 versus 3. I don't know if it's worth it. You've got 3 M4s. Why would you try and retake this? If you're on the Norwegian side, it's so risky. In terms of the money, I mean, I think they made the call now. They realize it's not going to be worth it. Wow. Belgium are coming up with a really nice set of rounds at the start here.
Yeah, this is pretty good. You know, in all fairness, Belgium are just playing this very puggy. They're not doing anything too audacious. They're just trying to essentially sort of pug their way in to kind of the early part of this round, and then they kind of set themselves up in a strong post plan. But honestly, for the most part, they're not really having to play off each other that much. The individual fights are great. I mean, that swing out from A main on towards backside with the Galil of all guns that deletes the guy backside. I mean, it's such a nice fight. And yeah, I mean, Belgium 3-0, Norway sort of left scratching their heads. The good thing is, though, with 3 guns saved, a little bit of loss bonus, very easy to rebuy back in. So I think it's a heads-up call as well, especially after you use the initial 2 fights. Just sit back, save, know that it's not worth doing anything else at the tail end of this round. But yeah, really, really good work coming through from Belgium. At a 3-0 start too, this is, yeah, massive confidence booster. This T side at times can be really difficult to start on Ancient.
Yeah, you don't want to be a little bit too slow off the gate here, because you're right. If the CT's got enough money, they get all the grenades. There are a lot of strategies that are a lot harder to run. They're going to be taking down Tumble at the start of it. Or is it Tumble or Stumble? Stumble, right?
Stumble, I think,
all
yeah.
Right, fair enough. They're going to be taking him down to start with. Krepau's going to be dead next. So some good kills. Oh, that's a long range with the M4A1, but I guess that is kind of the strength of it. You can almost move and shoot at the same time, and it'll be another kill. So really answering back here on the CT side. And let's see how this plays out. 2 people left. Doing a little bit of damage here would still be quite nice. Even if you're going to probably lose this round, just you can get 2 kills to be good. 3 kills, you're really going to be celebrating, even if you lose it. On this one, Scyther's going to be taking down Tapeware, and now they're running straight onto the bomb site. Bomb is right in behind, so I don't think the bomb plant's the most important thing. I actually think getting the kills is a little bit more critical. Wallbang coming out, and then not go. They will just barely plant the bomb, but again, I would care less about the bomb plant. I'd probably care a little bit more about doing a little bit more damage to the rest. But it's still fine. I mean, I don't think they could have won this round.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. And the big, I guess, worrying thing that we're starting to see now is that there really needs to be a little bit of consistency on the T sides out from Belgium. In that sense, they were so isolated in terms of how they were playing the entire round. You know, from the get-go, they lose the opening fight. Fair enough, you go down a man down. But then after that, every single fight taken is pretty isolated. I think the best way that it is, you see it probably at the top level a little bit when they go back into a default, is actually just to stay in this sort of pack mentality. You don't have the numbers, but you know at least towards a site specifically, you're going to have the numbers. You're going to be able to try and overwhelm at least one certain position. Even if you go trades 1-for-1 on the site itself, you can get a bomb down, you can get a post-bomb set up. In that instance, fights are taken, no ability to trade, and before you know it, it's done. Spam it, yeah, you'll find it, take where it falls.
He started shooting him just in the ankles, but it got progressively worse. So even if they're taking a fair bit of grenade damage on the T side, still, what a way to get started. A nice return. Krepau gonna get a bullet to the face. In truth, trying to see if he can get into the back line. That's so dangerous with the orb waiting back here, but he's going to live. They know that he's there, so he has to go a little bit aggressive. He doesn't want to just wait back there, and it actually works out beautifully. 2 good kills coming through, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb not able to be planted anytime soon, and for Chucky, this is a dangerous game to be playing. He's going to go down. Yeah, I don't know. At the edge of the smoke with the AWP, one mistake and you're going to be dead. And now boxed in, it's AZ on his own. He will get the 1 kill, but immediately traded out. So good job, Norway.
Yes, making this at least now a close game. 3-2, 1 round in it. Especially considering as well that the opening kill goes the way of Belgium. They get a freebie on the spam, but it doesn't fall in their favor. The supporting util is great on this initial swing here. Chucky wielding the orb. I'm going to have to see how he kind of compares to Norway on the side. They have a couple of different individuals who can pick up the big green when they want to. Shine's the one I'm going to really look towards. When he plays, he looks pretty solid. 3-2 though, and unfortunately Belgium, no real buy in this one. Few upgraded pistols, nothing too special. Little bit of grenade damage being dealt. Swinging the corner isn't good for Tapeware as he gets dropped, but thankfully, Goose will trade.
Russ is here. Moving down ever so slowly. It's actually going to be a kill for Chucky with the Tech 9. Got to be careful here, Slive. You also go down. That could be a rifle lost, and he's going to get dinked. Instant spin around, and this actually is working out. The T side coming up with way too much in this round, and that's because of the aggression of the CTs. They were pushing in. They did time the push well enough, but you lose a couple of players, you give her a couple of rifles, and suddenly the round is lost. That's kind of disastrous. Again, this is a best of 1, so the fact that Belgium are already up this much is I'd be pretty worried at this point here.
Yeah, I'd be saying the same thing too. 4-2. It's been so quick, these rounds. There's no two ways about it. And they are getting towards fights so early doors, both of them. And for the most part, we're seeing Belgium look maybe just a little bit above when it comes towards the kind of head-to-head duels. But I think, arguably half of that is the AK itself. Slight towards mid. Trying's got his AWP out. Keep an eye on it. I've highlighted this guy. I don't want to let me down, but he's super solid when he gets going.
Keeping an eye on him for sure. Sly is taking down Stumble as well. So, all right. Well, we're kind of recovering well from that previous round. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. You were in a 5 versus 3 there. I don't think you need to go fight anymore. That you could probably justify saying, all right, let's just play it slow from here on out. But he's feeling good about it. Wall bangs on either side. Nobody really connecting. So not going to have any funky kills happening there. Probably not worth it to go for it. And the real point of weakness right now would be if they wanted to withdraw from this and go back towards the A-bomb site, because there is a pretty good stack on this side of the map for the Norwegian team, but hard to figure that out. Could see AZ's been hanging around towards T-spawn. He's waiting to see if there's anything that's going to tell him if anyone's coming. Hasn't really heard or seen anyone yet, so he's been on standby for the longest time. We're down to about 40 seconds now.
And in that kind of period, not a lot of time for Belgium to really work with. They've got to make a decision where they want to go. I mean, they're kind of split up as well. One guy lurking out mid, and our 2 players about to fight him in just a second. Big fight that needs to be taken, and one that he loses. So that might make his life awkward. Backside, they line up, and they are dropped by Gruus. Norway going to find a third. Really nicely done. Backside hold, nice and simple. Yeah, just like that. A 1-round game. Once again, Belgium's money is a little bit peculiar. We're seeing half the team have a very easy full buy, and the other half left on, borderline eco territory. Looks like they're going to force, but double hero AK is basically all they can really go for.
Yeah, this is worked out pretty well. Now, this is the round where Norway kind of have to win it, right? Have to secure a bit of a lead here, or at least tie up the game, but could well make it into a lead because they don't have any money on the T side. So this is really important. They kind of messed this up last time around because they were very aggressive and they walked into some Tech 9s. Can't afford to have that happen again. Truth on the one side here. The Middle East going to re-smoke that, which give him a lot of time to fight with his teammate as well. Oh, they're fighting on top of each other, and that's not going to work out. Unfortunate with the positioning there. Turns it into a 3 versus 3, and actually Sly will be quick with the kills, so never mind. Norway, even though that was a disastrous fight at the beginning, they're back in the round.
Yeah, that's true. 2 versus 3. Still absolutely doable for Belgium. They've got to get this freebie, and they will. They'll take that every day of the week. Can they make it to the altars? No, that's the bomb as it rolls forward.
Yeah, that is really lost here. You could tell he was uncomfortable in the middle, was going to be found eventually by Shine, but either way, I don't know if there was an easy escape from that position, so we're going to tie up the game. No bomb plant. It's a 4-4 scoreline. All right. We've got a real game on our hands here for the first of the day. I appreciate that. Stumble is on 0 kills for a while here, so he's having a little bit of a tougher time getting into the match. Hopefully, we'll be able to get him online as well, just to get a little bit of help there. It's the worst feeling, isn't it, when you're like the one player who's just having a harder time getting into it.
Yeah, well, sooner rather than later. And I guess the other side as well is, if you're not losing, it's maybe not the most damning thing in the world. We've seen tier 1 on Hooksy for a while, right? If you're winning, though,
yeah, true.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Swing towards the site. Sly and Take, we're combining. It's a low buy. They don't really do all too much. However, Anders, it's a fake. It's a ruse. It's a bomb pile for free.
They've done it again, just like in the pistol. They love this, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do much more than that. It's a fun idea, though. I mean, like, it's really sick. It kind of proves that they have some tricks up their sleeve. Would have been cool if they would have been able to delay the round a little bit more, stay alive a little bit longer. Because if they really don't know, if they go searching all the way on the A-bomb side and they just never find out until it's too late, those are the most interesting rounds. AKs are being picked up across the board here. Norway with a 1-round lead, and that's pretty decent. I mean, I think Either way, both teams have kind of done enough in this first half that it should be interesting in the second half. No one's really running away with it that badly.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is a very competitive game, and sometimes as well, when you come in towards these, maybe you have favorites on paper and expectations of the rest, and it doesn't always pan out the way you'd assume. Swing it towards mid, goes 1 for 1. Oh, he lines up both. Truth gets a double. He might get a third as well. They spotted. I mean, Crepa, why hasn't he been turned around? He's just lost 2 teammates to Shell.
Yeah, I don't know. He was very focused on something else for sure, but doesn't help him out. Stumble going to go straight in there. He's picked up his first kill. Going to go for the bomb plant. I think he might as well try and get a little bit of extra cash on his team's side. They're probably not going to be winning this round as he is completely locked in. I think moving forward in that case is absolutely the right move. I think if you just kind of stay in position by the pillar, that's never going to work out. You're allowing them to coordinate against you. So definitely be proactive. Try and get in there and get a couple of kills, but doesn't work out. Still, good bomb plant.
Yeah. And now, at the very least, for Norway, from what started as maybe a bit of an unstable start, they've got themselves in a position now where it's a 2-round buffer. They've guaranteed at the bare minimum it's going to be at least a tied game for Norway. I don't think they can be too upset with this. With how maybe unstable the start looked, I think that's not actually too bad. And this is a map for me as well, which, you know, it's very team dependent, but really some teams do actually prefer the T side on this map. And it could be the same case for Norway. They're quite puggy in their nature. We've seen them be super aggressive in some of these fights out via elbow, via shelf and the rest. It could actually lean into them a little bit more to be on that T side when they get there. For Belgium, they've been trying to go quick, but not going too well. They've got a little bit of a half by here. They want to pop towards B. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Actually, yeah, you're right. That is a lot of damage. Gonna soften them up, but they're still able to trade their way through. The AWP being put under pressure. There's some backup for it here. I think he's gonna be fine. Yeah, Shine. Nicely done. Gonna keep on trading his way through. Finally, almost run down, I was gonna say, but Shine actually will stand up. That's a really nice triple for him. Looked like he was gonna get beat by at least one of those players at the end, but he stood his ground, and it'll give Norway a 7th round as we move into the last of the half here. Round number 12 is coming up, but this was a nice attempt, I think, from Belgium. But now it's kind of, you're starting to get a little bit of a different sense of it. They're having a harder time putting together some of these rounds, Belgium. They're also running out of money, so that's been part of the problem here. At least they'll have something for the last round.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the small little silver lining. 7-4. It is already a pretty decent half, in my opinion, by Norway. They make it 8. It actually then changes the conversation drastically. 7-5 feels pretty even. 8-4 feels very one-sided. That 1 round difference at the tail end could be the make or break. Smoke back in towards ramp. They're going to just deny any sort of coverage coming through. Stumble will get one spammed. Again, it's Tapeware who falls.
Oh, that's going to be just absolutely infuriating. He wasn't even standing still. He was just walking towards the Jaguar cave there and just got absolutely blown up for no reason. Slice walked straight through the smoke, and that could have worked out in a different world. He does get the 1 kill at least, but what a mental play from him. Truth and Shine are left 2 versus 3. And, well, they're on the right side. I don't really even mind this. I feel like stretching out across the map in this kind of scenario is almost asking for trouble. So yeah, roll the dice, gamble on a bomb site, hope you pick the right one, which it feels like they are. It could be that Scyther is going to be walking kind of straight into the AWP shot. Oh, but they Molotov out Truth first. So yeah, he's going to be put into the fight and will instantly get taken down. And it actually forces the AWP to change his position. So get that one. Oh, and he picks up another one. Unbelievable work from Shine at the end. Will give Norway 8 rounds.
I did say keep an eye on him. When he gets the AWP going, oh my. Pretty damn solid with it, but where we're at the moment, an 8-4, like I said, it's a completely different conversation. 7-5 feels even. It's 1 pistol. 8-4 now requires Belgium to come into the second half, get a pistol, and convert the first gun round as well to even be in with a chance of tying up the game. They've got to find consistency, which is something that has eluded them all the way throughout. It's a good spot that Norway are in right now. They take a pistol here. I can't lie on this. They could already be on the road to seeing off this map.
Yeah, no question. We'll see if they can get creative with it. They are kind of storming their way outside of the B hallways into the middle. I don't think anyone heard them in the B hallways, so they're not faking anyone by making a lot of noise over there. But there's still going to be a powerful hit, potentially. You could see the CTs trying to regroup and relocate so they can actually get away from the Glocks that are just running them down. It's way too much to handle. 3 kills with no reply. The dualies are going to be dead here as well. Just a question of time. Although AC is actually doing great work, but it's up to Krepow alone. He's got the chance for some headshots, but he can't find it at the end. He'll be shying to get the last kill of the round there. And Norway now up to 9. You can kind of tell that the CTs on the A bomb side, when they realize how many people are coming through Donut, they have to try and relocate because the USB just can't stand up to it. But there was no safety there. So, great push from Norway.
Yeah, absolutely. Belgium, they're going to go for the force buy. And you already know how I feel about these CT side force buys.
Was the best one, though, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I guess they're taking a gamble, but this is a big gamble. Lose this, and they could be in search. We're going to talk about Norway getting not only a 10th, but then an 11th to 11-4. That then looks damning.
And it's so disappointing because you're doing this force up, but you have a helmet on one player, right? So even though you're maybe surprising them, they've got 2 MAC-10s, so those players are still going to be very, very lethal, right? If they could buy Kevlar and head armor, I feel like at least you could have the element of surprise of saying, "Oh, you got your MAC-10. Well, we're going to do something else." Oh, this is a nice flank though coming in, but it won't last for long. There's a second one, which you're not going to expect. Shine definitely didn't see it coming. Now the pressure is on. They're trading their way through the middle, but still, this is pretty efficient right now. The double flank coming in, absolutely working out.
Smoke towards CT. Are they going to expect a main player? They're planting 4 main as well, and for Donut where everyone is. This is so risky. In they come. Truth goes for 1, and now it's Tapeware all alone. He knows what both are, though, but he gets flanked. Force buy is actually going to work. I kind of can't believe they got away with that, but I think it's because Norway gives them just a little bit too much respect.
Yeah, and 5 players in middle with nobody, checking any flanks or anything. That's obviously also super dangerous. So, yeah, I expect that's one of those rounds. If you're on the Norwegian side, you're going to be you instantly know what went wrong. It's not a mystery. You're just like, oh yeah, of course. Like we've just needed 1 player to spot the flank, and we'd probably be fine. But yeah, still credit to Belgium for coming up with a good round, which they absolutely needed. They even get to upgrade into, I think, another 2 AKs here. So. That really boosts the economy a lot on that CT side.
Let's see. Force buy back in for Norway, of course, for them, which is expected regardless, but especially considering that they've got a bomb pod to work. They are going quick here, and Scythe are going to get a double, which is actually pretty good. The MP9 needed a kill, though, and didn't.
AC's moving forward straight into the headshot. Didn't have the angle quite down right. It's Krepow to get traded next, and it means Chucky's alone. Bomb planted. I feel like those B rushers are still in modern day Counter-Strike on Ancient. They're so efficient for some reason. Like, I feel like the only job you have when you're anchoring the B bomb site is to make sure, 1, they can't rush it, and to never take your eyes off that B ramp. It's just, I see it happen all the time. Even at the highest levels of Counter-Strike, you have 1 B anchor, and he's kind of moving around, like going behind the pillar, and all it takes is to take your eyes off that B ramp for 1 second, and they're out, and they can go for it. So it's risky. Nice round from Norway, though.
Yeah, absolutely. 10-5 is the scoreline here, and it looks like we're getting potentially even towards the beginning of the end of this game, maybe. Norway locking in double digits there is pretty huge, and those fights towards the tail end made it very, very expensive too. I have a feeling that maybe we haven't seen enough out from Belgium, and they haven't really got a hell of a lot of chances either. They're going to go buy back in towards this one. It's a pretty big call, to buy back in. I think it's the right call in this instance, but lose it. And I think Norway probably just use the economic situation, get all the way up to map and match point, I guess.
And it's going to be hard to pull something like last round in this one, because I think Norway they're going to be calling out at the start of the round saying, got to be careful that there are no flanks coming in. Good trade in the middle, but, to be honest, that push is still coming out. At least they know about it now on the Norwegian side. They definitely know that someone's in T-spawn somewhere. So, yeah, they're going to move forward, but I doubt if anyone's going to get flanked any further, and Stumble's kind of slowed down a little bit, maybe as a result of that, too. Nobody's at the B bomb site, so they're going to be able to put the bomb down with no opposition here. A 3-on-3 that could easily decide the outcome of this game.
Yeah, they're trying to play off each other here as a bit of a pack. The bomb will go down. A tap and not a commit just yet, though. Second time of asking. in under a minute. You know, we've got Norway bomb down, 3v3 post plant. The only issue is not a hell of a lot of util, or any util for Norway to utilize here. This is a pretty janky post plant. The one thing Belgium really have going for them is that util they have in the back pocket. Smoke, nade, molly, flash, all the rest. This could work in their favor. But wait, are they saving? Yeah.
Yeah. They're
calling
already
it.
running away. Well, and that's the worst feeling, isn't it? You call the save and you still lose a player. So you're like, okay, we can make it away with 3 rifles, guys. That's pretty good. And then you can't even do that. And there's a chance even for another kill here. Groot is moving forward slowly but surely. Chucky in the corner here. He's already a little bit tagged up. I mean, this AK could... not quite going to swing for it. I was going to say, it'd be fun if they could get one more kill. Oh, in the last second they try for it. That's exciting. But Norway will still win the round.
Plenty of money for Norway, so not the worst thing in the world to be falling at the end there. But yeah, I think it's a weird one. The one weird thing I look at that is, you know, you've made a decision, okay, we're going to have a little look in for this retake. You get all the way to front cave, so you're basically at site itself at that point, and then you call to fall away, but you've seen nothing.
Yeah.
It felt a little odd in the sense of, at that point, you've already committed. You're so deep in the backlines that if you do try to fall away, you're going to be in a bit of a problematic spot staying alive, and of course, that's what happened. So, Norway found that 11th. They're 2 rounds away now. Another force spike coming through from Belgium. It's not great, and this time they're going to look towards the A site, and nobody's here.
Wild spam on all sides, but you're right. There's nobody at the bomb site. AZ is going to get the first challenge and will not be able to stand up to it, so it's going to be a bomb plant. And the truth kind of is, even though it sucks, you almost should be saving this one. It's bad to give the other team the map point or the match point even, having to save it, but I just don't see them retaking this 4 versus 5, and they're so far away from the site itself. They are giving it a little bit of a try here, but I mean, there's not even any kit picked up at the moment. I mean, how do you even try to get close to this? Now, instead, they're getting hunted down, and they don't have money in the bank, so losing these last rifles is absolutely dreadful. Oh, they're in a worst possible position they could be right now. Good kills, but none of it matters. It's not important right now that Norway are losing players. What's important is that Belgium are able to save a 5-7, basically, at this point.
Yeah, that is tough, and it basically means coming towards this potential and probable final round that there's really just not going to be a hell of a lot to work with. 3k in the back pocket for Scyther makes him the rich one on the team, so it's not exactly speaking of too many positives over towards Belgium. 12-5, and I think we now can probably safely say that this one is on its last legs. The red carpet being rolled out for Norway taking the first win here on the stream. And for Belgium, unfortunately, back to the drawing board, I think will probably have to be the case. The map never really got going, but the second half especially. They've only got 1 round on the CT side. It's not been good. Nade towards elbow, but Groot will swing out. He only goes 1 for 1. And that potentially could mean a gun to be picked up too.
I mean, anything they get their hands on right now. Nice position. Abusing the edge of that smoke was AZ. He's going to be able to take down Tapeware, so 3 versus 4. All right. A little bit of life left in the Belgium squad here. That's good. Truth is waiting around. He really love a peek from somebody here. It's going to be setting up a smoke towards the middle. And a Molotov a little bit closer. Putting some pressure on. They're almost catching him. That probably should have been a kill. Pistol's out, but it's just shying on his own. And he's already fairly tagged up here, so that grenade is really close to getting the kill on him. I don't see him making it out of this round with a W, but still, yeah, Belgium kind of proving that they've got a little bit of strength in them still. That's not necessarily a bad round. They pick up 2 AKs. If they can keep those alive, it's a long road back, but it can be done.
I mean, this is at least the small positive I think we could talk about, but inconsistent. And this is the issue that I've had with Belgium. They've actually had these flash in the pan moments where they look good. They've just not been able to chain them together. Decent, they stayed alive in this one. A little bit of a gimmick, you know, some kind of funky ways in which they found kills, but at the same time, pretty good. Yeah, no bomb plant for you there at the tail end. Actually, could be an AK as well to pick up here for Scyther, and he'll get it. So 3 AKs staying alive, and round 1 is a nice positive for Belgium. But yeah, the big thing for me is how replicable is that sort of round? I don't think so. I feel like for Norway, they just get a little bit too confident in that one, a little bit lackadaisical, not clearing properly, not checking their angles, not really expecting maybe the gimmicks, and they got caught off guard by them. It's not something that you can quite consistently pull off, though. So 12-6, it's good. And it will actually hurt the Econ massively over towards Norway. They can't buy here, so probably should be made 12-7. It's more about can they convert once again back in towards the gun round. This one, though, bit of a throwaway.
Yeah, which, to be fair, also is kind of the first time that Belgium are going to have a chance to kind of breathe on the second half. So that can change a team a little bit. Sometimes you just need something to go your way, and it kind of fires people back up again. AZ's currently at 22 kills, so I mean that's great work. He's probably the reason right now why they're still in this match and haven't already been losing to Norway. So give him a little bit of credit. He's actually outfranking everyone, even on the Norwegian side. Monstrous performance from him.
Absolutely. Not too bad, but on the other side, when you look towards Belgium and kind of trying to make them get back into this game, they can't just rely on one man. We need to see the rest of the team step up a little bit. You know, Krepau, he's probably one of the more common names in the region. Not normally somebody who you expect to put up, you know, massive numbers, as he's more of a kind of IGL role, but with his experience, he's trying to help this side find more gaps in this Norway defense. Wants to get back into the investment shine, back onto his favorite AWP. And they're looking towards A, slowly creeping through main. They'll be met with a smoke.
Oh, get the first kill as well. Taking on Scyther, it's not bad at all. Instant return. The bomb's on the other side, but you could see Belgium feeling real nervous. They're already rotating everyone to the B side, and now Easy's the one to show up and say, you know what, there's something going on here. He's going to get the kill on Sly again. Might have been good that it was Easy of all players who discovered the plan that was being laid here. The bomb's going to get planted. There are a lot of kits in play, and they're going to get a kill before the bomb even really goes down. So Tabor and Gruus, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this all the way until the bomb goes up. Testing the smoke a little bit. He does get the dink at the headshot ultimately. Now Gruus, that's not bad. Tabor on his own, 1 versus 4. He's good for a couple of kills to begin with, but kind of locked in the corner there. So good retake. Good job again from AZ.
Yeah, keeping themselves alive in this one, bit by bit, moment by moment, and all of the rest. But still not, at least for my money just yet, convinced that Belgium have got this in the locker. They've really got to dig deep. They've got to break their economy at least one more time for it to be a chance. That's a good retake. Solid. Numbers kept alive. They played together. The trades are pretty efficient as well, maybe bar this fight there. All in all, you can't really complain with that sort of a round. And there, again, it isn't really a buy to work with here for Norway. So 12-8, probably made 12-9. 3 rounds, not quite doable. Make it 12-10, and then we can have a conversation. And Belgium are getting ever closer to that. A very slow start to this CT side, but now it's come alive.
Yeah, a long road back, but like we said, it could be done, especially with one player that's just fired up at the moment here. Chucky in the back. The first one is practically for free, but all right, they get onto the site as well. Nicely done. Chucky's absolutely lighting them up here. Not even allowing the bomb plant. So they didn't necessarily need it on the Norway side. They can have a little bit of money to work with, but yeah, this is starting to feel a lot more encouraging. I bet the mood has changed slightly for the CTs here. Just more of this. Keep it up, and you're going to be in a good position to do this comeback. We're now down to a 3-round difference to try and get the game into overtime.
Yeah, exactly. 12-9. This is getting ever closer. Win this round here, Belgium, especially if they win it without allowing Norway to get a bomb down. Then we are talking. And that is a big opener and a big nade as well. Chang gets chunked down and he gets dropped by Krepau. Anders, we could be on for a conversation here. Now, if this round gets seen over the line, we could be talking genuinely about overtime.
They are definitely bringing in that direction. What an exciting change of pace. It's looking a little bit too one-sided. We're kind of losing touch with Belgium, but now it's back on again. What a grenade and an absolute destruction in this round. Not a single even point of damage taken from anyone there on the Belgium team. So it's going to be a 10-12 scoreline moving into round number 23. No bomb plant. And this time they did actually need it. A bomb plant would have been nice for them to try and force up into the round. Wonder if they're going to, I mean, they're probably going for some sort of weird half buy here, whatever they can into it. But yeah, this is real interesting. If they don't get the bomb plant in the next round either, some of these purchases could really come back to bite them.
This is kind of wild. Norway, this is such a big call to be making. Especially for like, Tapeware and Sly have gone for quote-unquote hero investments here. But even grew down to 1.4k. Yes, they got loss bonus, but without a bomb plant, especially Sly and Tapeware, they're really going to be in trouble spot. They've got to get at least maybe a kill as well to alleviate some of those pressures. But this is tough. They're looking towards mid. They don't spot or see anything. Norway are being made to work for this much more than I think they thought they were originally. Krepal for a double. That is big.
What is going on here? Norway, all right, managed to sneak one player into the back line there, but the bomb is still quite far away. It's in T-spawn, to be honest, so that's an interesting kill from Tape, where it's a nice position to find yourself in, but might not be quite enough here. Oh, the tech line, he's almost fudged it, but yeah, Chucky's able to say, oh, actually, he's going to call in a teammate. I was going to say he's willing to take the fight with the tech line, but not even necessary. So Tapeware on his own, bomb nowhere to be found, and in a 1 versus 3 here, so Belgium looking to pick up another round. Good spray. Needed that second headshot right away. It's AZ finding his 27th kill. And Belgium suddenly closing, I think it was like a 6 or 7 round gap now into a 1 round gap.
This is an immense recovery coming out from Belgium. And, again, a big call there to go for some sort of an investment, which obviously, in the end, kind of should be okay, at least for Tapeware. I think, his 2 kills, it gives him more than enough money. Sly can buy it, he just can't really pick up the use alongside it. Shine's got his AWP. But this is, playing for survival now. Norway, if they let this slip towards overtime, I really think Belgium, in terms of their momentum, might just run away with it. It's a wild scenario we've put ourselves into. Smoke coming down, Stumble, gonna try and play behind it to get a tag. That's not bad, but he doesn't confirm the kill. Sly's a lucky man to still be alive.
He hits the sound and then he's like, wait a minute. But yeah, he's still gonna have a tough rest of the round here. Eventually gets sprayed down. That was probably gonna happen one way or another. Could have been a grenade instead. So early kill goes to favor of CT's side. So does the second side that gets a kill, and now it's a 5 versus 3, and they can afford to play it a lot more safely here. Krepal in the middle, finally gonna get out dueled. He's been very good there, but this M4 being a real problem for the bomb on the ground. He picks up the USP. He does get this damage on him, but still, it's a 2 versus 3, and Shine's very low on health and very worried that someone's going to be sneaking out through that smoke here. Cypher's on the other side. What a peek coming up from Tapeware. Okay, Norway trying to close this one in regulation. They really do not want to be playing overtime here. AZ's on the other side, just waiting. He's looking at that smoke, but there's nobody there. Shine moving forward. He can't really change the scope now, or he's going to give up the game. So just moving in, scoped up. They don't know there's a player behind this one. It's AC going to be spinning around. He gets that one. And to get it into overtime, he just needed 1 more kill. That would have done it. 20 seconds as the bomb gets picked up. And now 1 versus 1.
Opting for the AWP as well. In this 1v1, that's a big call to make generally. No, not somebody who always picks up the AWP, but it's AWP v AWP in this situation. I mean, Chucky's holding for a peak, not going to be giving it. Opts for the P250 as well. This is big. He's gone for a big flank as well, so it's going to take a fair, decent chunk of time. No smoke, both got double flash. The kit in the pocket of Chucky as well. This is as even as it gets. Tap onto the bomb, no commit. Around the corner, and Chucky's going to win it out. Oh my God, how have Belgium got back into this game? I cannot believe they've taken it towards overtime. Norway, that's an utter collapse. I think I'm right in saying, was it 12-6 or 12-5? I mean, I think it was 12-5.
It might have even been 12-5, but it certainly was 12-6. So yeah, huge comeback. Mounted, a crazy 1 versus 1 at the end. I thought for sure that was going to be going the way of Norway, because that's a hard one. Like retaking with the AWP, that can go wrong 10 different ways. But well played. We're in overtime.
Wow. I did not expect we were going to be getting here a few rounds ago, but credit to Belgium. What a resurgence. And, as well, for a couple of individuals, I mean, Stumble at one point, was he 0-7, 0-8? I mean, he was struggling. And now at least making it a bit competitive individually. Chucky looked good in that clutch, and he'll start off well here. Wants another, which he can't take, though. They barrel in towards the site, and now they should get a plant down. Nothing more classic as well than choking a game, going towards overtime, and then winning the first round in overtime when you were looking for that round all the way throughout regulation.
Yeah, you're right. That is like, there's almost a Counter-Strike curse, isn't it? You're like, why couldn't we just, if we did this in any one of the other 6 or 7 rounds, we would have been absolutely fine, but had to get into overtime before we managed to pull it together. So 3 versus 4, the bomb's planted. It's been ticking away for a couple of seconds already here. They're trying to make their way through, but that's a nice little position to find yourself in. Sly's going to get that 1 kill. Krepow's going down next, and nothing you can do in the 1 versus 3. So yeah, it's a classic. They finally get that round they needed, but you know, a round too late.
Yeah, not bad. We, I guess, get some positive for Norway. It's probably honestly the biggest thing for them is just a sigh of relief. I think they're probably you get to a point where you're thinking, can we actually win a round? Do we actually have it in a lock? I know we've got to 12, but you know, what's happened? How have we fallen apart? So I think for them, they've probably got that little positive about them. But 13-12, it's good that they get the first round in overtime. If it isn't consistent, I don't really care, though. It could really just be Belgium going back to, you know, straight back to winning ways. It could be that one flash in the pan moment. But they're going quick again, and they've caught this perfectly. There's absolutely no one towards the side.
A little bit of maybe of a fight there for truth. I don't know if he had to commit to it. Now they're going to try and get the bomb planted once again. The lineup for the smoke not really working out, but I was going to say just focus on the after plant here. You've got even another Molotov on the T side, so you can actually slow this down so much and play it for the very end of it. The pressure is on Belgium to try and get back into this one. They're going to be setting up with some grenades going over the wall, some actually excendiaries even being exchanged, so trying to put some pressure on here. Shine with 1 kill, and he's got some backup with him. Close range with the AK, so trading back and forth. It's kind of working out. He does miss that shot, but now trapped in the corner. Krepow's going to be able to take him down, and the Molotov not quite stopping the bomb. It's a 10-second defuse. Oh, he walked right into the grenade. I think they wanted to get the kit onto the site, and that's when the grenade caught in. That wild. Norway winning another round. Yeah, really well played there from Gruus as well. That nade is perfect. Straight on towards right on top of the bomb, and yeah, no defuse there coming through. They had the numbers, but they did not have the HP. Simple as that. Man, 14-12. And for Norway, it's good to see them get those rounds that they've been desperately looking for. You know, maybe too late. They should have done it in regulation. Oh, they absolutely should have done it in regulation. But if they win the game, I guess fundamentally it doesn't matter. It's not about how you do it, it's just the fact that you do it. And then once again, looking like they want to go quick A. Oh my god, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Anders. They're going A quick again. Why not? I mean, if it's working, you're right. Just more of the same. Although this time they are running into the MP9, and Krepo is doing so much. Looked like Sly could have had an interesting spray down, but this time Belgium was prepared. So at least it's going to be 1 round out of the 3 in the first half of overtime here. Still, this is a pretty good position for Norway to be in. I think winning 2 out of 3 rounds like that definitely sets them up nicely. Yeah. You know, I'm looking at this as well with some of the individuals towards Belgium. AZ just shy of that 30 bomb as well. Really, really good performance out from him. 28 kills. But yeah, Krepo individually. Not somebody who always is kind of the main guy you look towards, I guess, in terms of the fragging department, but he's been really solid individually these last few rounds. He's calling well, he's playing well, and now needs to try and drag them back in towards this game from a round down in OT. Shine! He got caught on a corner or something, and Chucky's got 2. That is a massive double, and they couldn't even get a third here for free as well. They do. Stumble gets it gifted. Yeah, Truth to try and hold on to the round as best as he can, but yeah, that was a monstrous start from Chucky. Tapeware wants to go through the smoke. He's strongly considering it. I was going to see if they wanted to flash their way through, but no, they're just both there on the other side. This could still be around for Norway. This double setup might be super unexpected, and especially if they're moving forward like this, but they can't quite win the fight. And yeah, that's going to work out. Krepo with the last kill, and that'll tie up the game again. Yeah, so 14 all. Good call. Good individual fight as well. Chucky and that Ops looked very, very solid. This is very, very good to see. I have no complaints at all about how competitive this game is. Sometimes, you know, we can come in towards these sort of matchups and we basically just get
these kind of slaughters, these stomps, especially in the early stage, basically until we get in towards playoffs. Thankfully, it's not the case. If we're getting competitive best of ones, off the rip, it's pretty cool to see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want the level to be high. It definitely has been here. AZ obviously leading the charge, but the cool thing is he's got teammates now. Chucky and Crepper are up there with him, so he's not carrying the load on his own any longer. Truth and Tapeware have been playing very well on the other side. Slice also, but it's kind of a whole team effort going on, let's say, on the Norwegian side. Oh, if that was an HE instead of a smoke, that might be really exciting. But the fact that it's a smoke means it's going to give him a little bit of time to boost up. He still does win that fight, even if he's burning alive at the back, and will ultimately get taken down by the AK. 3 versus 4 now, as the bomb should be planted here. Smoke, but yeah, no AWP shot coming through. All right, nice fight in the middle. He's going to get Crepo. That's super important for Norway.
Chucky, as he catches Shine, gives the numbers once again. Could get another up close. That time missed, though. Tapeware will deliver. 2 versus 2, the trades. But this is such a strong pro spawn. Should be able to get one. Try the jump up. Try to line them up as well. Tap on towards the bomb. Dancing around the side itself. Pistol pulled out. They run out of ammo. No, surely not. He's 316. And AZ has won the round. Belgium map and quote a series point. How? What a recovery. I'm pretty sure it was like 12-5. They already won 1 round on their CT side, and now look where they are. If they are able to steal this away, one of the biggest collapses I've seen in a long time, in all fairness, but also one of the best recoveries I've seen in a long time as well.
Yeah, this is obviously super, super devastating. Like, imagine how this plays out if they end up losing in overtime. That's a lot to deal with. You had such a lead, but it's the nature of Counter-Strike anyway. And to try and defend this with and get it into double overtime, they've got almost nothing to work with. Even in overtime here, the money's kind of betrayed them a little bit. Not the best grenade we've ever seen in the middle, but we'll see if they can do better with the rifles here. Some damage already on the Tapeware and Groose, and they're going to try and see if they can make their way to the B bomb side. Already deep onto the ramp. This is a really big problem here. Crepout, oh, he's going to get the flick as well. I can't believe it. How does he win that fight? He should have been dead. Now it's just on 1 player, and Crepout will land another headshot. He's so crisp right now. That's sick. 29 kills, 30 on AC, and Scyther looking to end this game and win it for Belgium in overtime against Norway. He probably should have had that kill, to be honest, but I don't think it makes a difference. There's nothing Sly can do about this.
Nade. We'll do it. Yeah, just touchdown nade coming through. That is a beaut. Anders, what a recovery.
Come on, man.
That is one of the best recoveries I've seen in a long, long time. Belgium looked out of it. 8-4 down at the half, 12-4 down, 12-5 down, and they somehow, some way pulled it back in towards overtime, which in itself was impressive. And then they're able to take it as well. That is ridiculous. I mean, for Norway, there's no two ways about it. That's a collapse of a calamitous regard. But for Belgium, so much respect. Not for a second did they give up. And that's the kind of Counter-Strike I can get behind.
That was just amazingly well played. Yeah, and obviously credit to AZ for, even if he got help at the end, but being like the front figure who can carry the team through, super, super important stuff. So super well played, and what a match to begin the day with. That's going to get everyone fired up. That looked like almost like a surefire thing. There was no way they were going to lose that one, but they did somehow anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. We have had a couple of the results as well, so I can run you through some of these while we've been, I guess, on screen on our game. So a little bit earlier, just before we came live, Denmark beat Kosovo. I think it was a little bit of a one-sided game. Slovakia beat Ireland. It's a pretty tough matchup for Ireland there. Slovakia looked like a pretty good side. Hungary then beat Wales. Denmark then lost to Ireland, which is a wild upset. So I actually spoke to the IGL, I guess the captain over towards Ireland just before the game, and he was like, damn, like, dude, our group is so hard. How are we going from, playing Slovakia, which is the Sampi core, then into playing Gaming Gladiators? Are we going to get a win? Yes, is the answer. They've actually beaten Denmark, which is crazy. And then Kosovo have beaten Wales as well. But yeah, that's going to change things up.
I've got like a little bit of love for both the Welsh and the Irish team. I kind of want to see them make it through. That'd be really fun.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to be at LAN with them as well, because they're the boys, they're the fellas. But I think we're going to first one to a break. When we're back, we're coming straight back for another best of one in just a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with another game. We are here at the ISF, and it's the European part now. So we've been covering a bunch of different regions, and we've got another game coming up, Neil. How are you feeling about that first one? You recovered yet from the overtime?
Ridiculous game. 12-5 down. And Belgium have pulled off one of the most ridiculous recoveries I've seen in a long, long time. You know, an utter collapse from Norway, no two ways about it. But winning it out in overtime, Belgium, that is crazy. I mean, that is kind of the proof in the pudding why you actually never give up in games. Yes, you might have been, you know, not into it yet, but all you have to do, and this is exactly the way Belgium did it, just one round at a time. Don't think long term. Think in the small term, get the small victories, get your opening kill, get the man advantage, get the post plant, this, that, and the other, and it can all start to chain together. It's kind of, you know, the beautiful thing we get with like puzzle games, for example. You've got to solve one thing at a time, and that's how you'll kind of fix the problem. So, really well done. We've got another real banger of a game to come up next. It's Team Germany taking on Team Slovakia. These, this is two stacked teams. You've got Team Germany, who are the entirety of the alternate attacks lineup. Which are a very solid team, and the Team Slovakia, which is 3 guys from Sampi, 1 from Monty, 1 from Fnatic. So sick. I'm looking forward to this. This should be very good.
I don't know why. It always makes me smile whenever I hear the name alternate mentioned, just because they've been around forever.
Yes.
I guess like a childhood thing for me. I think it's like I remember growing up, like, you know, they were fielding teams way back when. So it's kind of cool to see that the organization is still around. But obviously now they're representing Germany, and I'm interested how this will play out. I think this is going to be you know, potentially another fun game. You know, starting with overtime, I guess it's hard to match that one unless you get it into double overtime. But still, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and see how this one plays out. But yeah, I mean, Germany's a country again that has a really long history with Counter-Strike. They should be able to field a pretty strong team here.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It's Team Slovenia, not Team Slovakia. Team Slovakia are playing, I think, a little bit later on. But Team Slovenia, they're also a team as well. At least 4 to 5 of them are a team. They play under Diamond or Diamond. I'm not exactly sure how I meant to pronounce it, but Diamond Esports. So that's a good sign. I think the big thing that I think Germany has as a massive advantage in their core is the fact that they have you know, all 5 played together. They have the teamwork, the sets, the strategy, and all the rest. Let's take a look at these lineups though. This is Team Germany, nice and simple. Orzek, Freeze, Perks, Arrow, and Height. Very solid team. And a couple of these guys were actually there last year when we were out in Yash, because they were playing on a big academy. Height in particular is probably one of the best prospects that has come through that big academy.
I think so. Yeah, he looks really interesting. It's kind of a little bit of a mystery to me why he wasn't picked up more. It seemed like he certainly got like the speed behind him. Maybe it's like you know, just a thing that he has to mature a little bit. It can happen. Arrow as well, I think was really good last time around. I remember him. Yeah, these guys definitely all familiar to me. So I'm curious. I have big expectations from this team right off the gate.
Yeah, exactly. I would be very surprised if we don't see Germany make it towards the World Esports Championship. This is a team that I really rate. I've caught them. I've cost them. God, I can't even count how many times within kind of tier 2. So big fan of them. Let's take a look at their opponents, Team Slovenia, though. And, you know, a couple more unknown names in towards this roster, but at the same time, I still think can bring a decent amount of talent to the table. One in particular that I at least caught in the past, I don't even know really how to pronounce the name, but I always kind of went with Juxi or JKXY. He's been around for a little bit. Yeah, do you reckon that works? Juxi? Yeah.
I'll go for that one.
Yes, it seems like unless I get, you know, corrected, that's gonna he's someone that I've cast in the past. And then you got Juni, Destro, Libra, and Elus, I think is maybe hard to say. I'm not 100% sure on that one, so happy to be corrected.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go along. Can somebody from the local scene help us out if we mispronounce anything? We'll obviously try and change it as best as we can, but yeah, more of an unknown quantity, but you know, as always, we'll take that as an opportunity to learn and to figure out, you know, what's going on with these teams. That I think is always a fun part of this, to be exposed to some of the regional talent that's out there that we don't maybe normally get to see at some of the events that are, you know, river surf for sort of the high tier teams. So I'm excited for it. I want to get into it. We obviously got the videos. So it's another best of one. So let's see how this one plays out. Let's see what map we're going to end up in. See how early Vertigo gets banned out. Okay, it made it away a little bit in there, but it did get banned.
Yeah, I mean, later than I think maybe we traditionally expect, but it's one of those where it's floated, I think, in the other way. It's kind of floated because nobody wants it. Like nobody wants to be the one to ban it. They want to ban out the maps that they actually like really don't like. You know, if you're Germany, getting rid of that Mirage, getting rid of the Nuke, or you know, on the other side for Slovenia, getting rid of Inferno, getting rid of Ancient, and it's like, oh god, I really don't want to play Vertigo. We have to use it for our last ban here. So Anubis is where we go. Very good best of one map. Seems to be, yeah, you know, one of those where at the very least is so puggy in its nature that teams are happy to kind of go there. This is a scene that I have to say, for Slovenia, I don't know a hell of a lot about. They don't really have that many kind of legends of the scene. They don't really have that many players that I kind of played for all. The only one that I can really throw out there that I remember from a while ago is a guy called Matafe. I'm not sure if that even rings a bell for you all too much, but he played for a little bit of time on the Fnatic Academy. He was kind of in and around the scene. This is like before I was even really getting into commentating, around kind of 2018, 2019 time. So yeah, you know, it's a scene that doesn't really have a lot of players, doesn't seem to have that big of an international scene, but from my understanding, it has a fairly decent domestic scene. So let's see. Maybe there's some new names that we can learn here, Anders.
Yeah, I bet it's going to mean a lot to them as well if they can actually pick it up and qualify it. That would, you know, you're putting their country on the map. This is going to be a rush straight from the German side in toward the A bomb side. There's nobody there. There's a quick flank, but that's been discovered. They know what's happening. Yeah, and I think Germany, it's better to not fight that one. Just be happy with the bomb plant. You know it's going to be a very difficult retake that's coming in here for the CTs. They do have a kit as well, but still, they have to find everyone on the bomb side there, and a grenade that lands right on top. It's a lot of damage. The retake kind of slowed down behind it, and it's Perks to get every single kill at the end. A 4 kill for him to start the round with.
Wow, what a start for Perks individually. Coming in towards that one, and talk about laying down the gauntlet and all the rest. That is really, really nicely done. This ultimate attack side, like I said, you know, I've caught them a lot within online Counter-Strike. They're very, very solid. I think they can bring a lot to the table. They're a side for me as well who have actually had pretty high peaks. At one point, they were kind of bar big, was seen as the, kind of the best team within kind of the German region. They were really kind of making names for themselves, making runs, even right and saying going towards the likes of kind of Pro League and the rest. So a team that were pretty scary for a while. Unfortunately, it has sort of tapered off this year. It hasn't been the greatest for them. They've, I think, downward trended a little bit, but I'm hoping that we can get them to get, you know, back up to where they once were, which was just outside of that top 30.
Yeah, I mean, you will have our ups and downs. Hopefully, they can make it a little bit of a bounce back. Zeus being picked up in this round, rarely get to see those have any effect anymore, but, you know, I respect the effort anyway. A push coming out of the B bomb side, they're not going to be able to catch anyone there, but again, with a little bit of timing going their way, actually the bomb is in the middle here, Arrow is going to be moving forward, unfortunately. If he'd stuck around with the bomb and they get the kill on him and get the Galil, I think there's a way that could be an interesting round, but now, obviously, as you can tell, it's another empty A bomb site, so they're going to get the bomb plant, and they're definitely going to win in this round. The question is just if there's anything to be done here on the Slovenian side in terms of picking up some rifles, doing a little bit of damage. It looks like they might be able to. Some players low on health. I can't believe they're actually living through this. They should have at least had 1 kill there, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly. There's also going to be so much money in the pockets as well. They're Mac 10s, kill bonus. They're loving life. No doubt about it. I think there was actually an attempt at a Zeus in towards double for that 4th kill, but it didn't happen in the end. So, a second put up, and so far no casualties either, and it will be the case. So a flawless second at that as well is pretty damn sick. But that wasn't a buy coming through from Slovenia, so I think it's nothing really to worry about all too much. Unfortunately, though, it is a tech pause, so hopefully nothing too drastic. Hopefully only a little bit of a brief one, but take a look back at that round that never really got going. I think it was that a Zeus? Oh no, I think he was pulling a util or a knife or something of the sort. Either way, a throwaway. They got so much money in the back pocket, and they're playing a bonus round here, Germany, especially if they win the bonus. That puts them in a super strong position.
And with the Mac 10s and even the Galils, there's so much space in a round like this if you're a creative in-game leader to just try and make that even a weapon, right? You can be a little bit faster, do some really crazy stuff, you know, jump around the Mac 10s. I feel like especially the B-bomb site, that main entrance, if you can jump one player through the smoke and it's going to be having really tricky time holding it on the CT side. So yeah, apparently just one player, you could see disconnecting there on the Slovenian side. Hopefully we can get it back on the server right away. But yeah, I feel like those Mac 10s can still be pretty lethal trying to open up a bomb site.
Yes, absolutely. So we have been kind of told that it's a tech issue over towards Slovenia. You can kind of see we have lost one. So hopefully we can get him back in the server as soon as. But yeah, you know, for now, at the very least, with 2-0 start, nothing really to worry about too much. Germany looking good in these opening couple of rounds. Not too much of a question mark, in all fairness. Pretty simple stuff. I think the real kind of discussion point comes in towards this next round. It should be a full buy coming through out from Slovenia. It should be a chance for them to really showcase just how good they are. And yeah, I think probably what they can bring to the table. So yeah, we'll see.
They're on a little bit of the back foot, but it's early on. We don't want to judge them too harshly. In terms of kills, I mean, obviously it's a little bit early on to talk too much, but someone that we're looking forward to is obviously Hyped, who'll be picking up that AWP a little bit later on. I don't know how much he's going to be using it on the T side. I guess you can do it on a map like Anubis, but you don't really have to. And I feel like one thing that I've seen more and more, unless you are like a Monacy or something like that caliber of AWPer, sometimes, yeah, like sometimes it's better to just be able to use a rifle instead. Like if it's not your day, if you're not feeling super good with it, just use the AK instead and try and get that working. Even someone like Saiwu, who is obviously world famous for the AWPing stuff, right? But I mean, so many of his kills are with the AK. So, you know, like I think being able to be hybrid in that role, I think is super important.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We are still stuck here waiting. We'll have to wait and see. I think AWPing is definitely a little bit more preferential over to that CT side. That's where you can get proactive. That's where you can really kind of hold those lands of angles. And there is some decent angles on Anubis. T-side AWPing, you do have to be, you know, special, right? You have to be one of those players who can just make AWPing look so fluid and so easy to make it work. And it's not something that is kind of consistent across, I guess, especially when we dip in towards a little bit more kind of the tier 2, tier 3 side of things. So in this instance, that T-side AWPing can be difficult. You do get a couple of opportunities where, especially based on spawns, you can do well. If you have that far right side spawn on T-side, you can actually get the better peek in towards water. So if anyone tries to peek from dark on the B side of things, that you catch them off guard. It's also something you can consistently do if you don't have the right spawn as well, especially if, you know, for example, Perks is spawn, you're definitely not going for that peek. You're definitely going to be kind of lost to that sort of fight. This round, no investment needed for Germany. Nobody died. So they're just keeping hold of what they've got. He's back in the server. That's the positive note.
Yes,
and
we do like that.
They are buying. So yeah, I think we're about ready to go.
You know what? Fair play. Good job. Sometimes the tech issues could be out of your control. So, you know, get the router rebooted or the PC or whatever is going on and get everything back online. You know, it could take a couple of minutes. We'll afford him that. And we'll see how this one plays out. Round number 3 is what we're waiting for to go live here. And I'm guessing they're just conferring with the admin, make sure that everyone's satisfied with the situation before they type live to go. Just the one AK as well on the C side here. So yeah, they are lacking in firepower a little bit, but wouldn't be surprised. They've been fairly consistent in just trying to hit that A bomb side early on. So maybe they just do it again. Like even that is a tactic on its own to just really put some fear into Slovenia and say, we're going to be real aggressive on that side.
Yes, exactly. Keep playing quick. Get up in their face. Get aggro and showcase what you've got to work with. And I wouldn't mind, you know, in terms of both sides here as well. Slovenia, don't allow Germany to kind of control that tempo of the game. Don't allow them to get too much map control early, which actually, you know, has been the case in these first couple of rounds. Get up in towards their face. Fight them. Give them a chance on the challenge. I guess on the other side too, for Germany, you've got a bit of a bonus buy anyway. You've got nothing to lose here. Why not get up in their face? Nade on the corner. Good chunk of damage. Swinging the Mac-10. Breeze now trying to stay alive. Molotov, or at least give them the chance to isolate a fight here.
Yeah, the Mac-10 trying to use the speed behind it. I appreciate that, but it doesn't really work out for him. So Freeze going to be going down early on. And now they're moving back. Kind of reconsidering a little bit behind that one. They're going to be setting up a Molotov to put some pressure on Destroyed, but can they find anything more? They do have more grenades. They could try and burn out that corner where I think One of the players is holding. Going to be a counter smoke coming out, but that's just when they decide to go. Good timing here on the German team. I think that Molotov failed a little bit. It's meant to bounce a little bit further in there, but still, they're getting the kills that you would expect here and running out of bullets in the M4A1, so they will get a bomb plant here.
As we pump the brakes for a second, Libra got to try. He spotted the bomb there. That's the big thing. But then Perks will fall further back and get a plant out. Deep lurk smoke. Going to try and play behind this. There's a huge gap for Orze to work with. And he does get caught. Thankfully, it's not the end of the world. Perks and Arrow going to be caught. And just like that, 3-0 is where things start off. For Germany, this is pretty good. This is exactly kind of what we want to see out from them. And the fact that's a bonus round converted as well is actually even more of a kind of a better showing in their favor.
Yeah, no question about it. This is a nice start, and especially living through that round. We just had the Mac 10s and everything else. It's going to be down to some Deagles and a little bit of armor to follow it up with here, but Slovenia, a much slower start for them. And which we discussed already, and probably will keep bringing up for the rest of the day. When you are playing the best of one games, slow starts are just so hard to recover from. Obviously, in the last game, we did see a recovery, but that is definitely not the norm. Typically, when you start to fall behind, you just don't have the time. And playing a best of 3, you can always tell yourself the story that, oh, it's going to be fine, that we'll make it back in the second map. But not going to be the case here. We've got hyped on the AWP now as well. So something to be looking forward to. They're making their way through the middle. Again, using the Mac 10 exactly how you'd want. Create some space, get some intel. You're not risking that much. Oh, no, that's a cheap kill. How did that happen? I have no idea. I guess they were shooting towards the player on the plateau in the back, but my God, what a way to get started.
Yeah, it's a bad way to lose that one. That is not about response, though. It's just a small little mistake, thankfully. Response in kind. I mean, Libra here with the Deagle. Anything would be good. Oh, the body shot. All they get. Arrow will find the kill. And Germany are going to find the round. This is, yeah, pretty simple stuff. I mean, honestly, no real complaints I can be had about this one at all. If you get in the way of the kill, you're going to fall. It's as simple as that. We spoke about this before. Nothing's going to stop some of these players from getting the kill, even if it means going for a teammate.
Yeah, get the job done no matter what here. And so far, so good. It's a little bit of a funny moment, but you look at the money on the German side. They've got quite a bit of cash in the bank. They got the lead already. We do have the CT side up, and I like this little aggressive push coming out from Slovenia, trying to see if they can put some pressure on. It is dangerous, but they will make it work. Been in the kill on Arrow and Perks both, so a nice start here. Oh, and he does spot it out. Can't quite take down all stack, but still. Oh, they line up for the return. He's just going to be able to flank the whole bomb site, and even pushing forward. This is a sick play. I don't think any CTs rotating in are going to expect him to be that deep in towards the CT spawn position.
Bomb gonna go down. It's open plant though, so spouting that smoke actually potentially could have found something. Now it's all down to Libra. It's an isolated fight, which is the big one on towards the site. He's holding for the flank, which he should get this kill, and he will for free. But of course, that now gives away his position. Back plat, he's going to get both. Hang on a moment. Hyped. Basically has to opt for the Tech 9 in this fight as well, unless he wants to go for a long shot with the AWP. If he's swung now, he gets the fight. He hears all his information. Tap on towards the bomb. Back spotted, and Hyped will get the kill. So the open plant, while it was risky initially, in the end, is actually a big positive, and that'll be a 5-0 start. My, oh my. Continuously back and forth, back and forth. But in the rounds themselves and the macro sense of things, as Germany were taking it, flawless start continues.
Yeah, that is really sick. So the Orsak, I mean, just opening up everything. Like, without him in the round, they've lost that round already. So that's pretty disgusting for Slovenia. They're not going to be happy because that's the kind of thing where you think, all right, we did what we needed to. The aggressive push coming out of the B bomb site is absolutely fine, and then it still doesn't really work out for them. Hype going to get the kill onto Libra, and wow, Slovenia really having a hard time at the beginning of this game.
It's not easy. It's not being easy at all for them. Really struggling. Going to deliver in the server for the moment. And Hype going to get one again. So with the MP9, try to do something. Same there as Arrow gets gifted a freebie. And it looks like that sixth is just around the corner. We had a very, pretty long map number, or I guess game number 1 in a sense, and game number 2 could flip completely the other way.
It's trending in that direction, yeah. I don't know if they can do much to slow this one down at the moment. They don't have the funds for it. Germany are playing like a good mix of strong individual plays, but also some tactical elements here. And just even in a round like this one, they are not really overly aggressive. They're not trying to throw a lot away. They don't want to give him an AK on that, at the end. Obviously, the round's already won, but just a very respectable counter-strike coming out here from the German side. Which I guess is not too surprising. I mean, again, we are talking about a set of individuals here with some experience on them. So it's good to see anyway.
Holding for the last, it's just an MP9. Not the worst thing in the world to allow to stay alive. You kind of can sort of sleep easy knowing if that's the only thing on the cards. But 6-0, a super simple round once again. I mean, it's a little bit of a lesser buy, so I'm not going to read too highly into it, but I'm still looking at this overall and, first of all, thoroughly impressed with what I've seen now from Germany, and maybe potentially kind of concerned as well from Slovenia, who cannot seem to do anything for the moment. They really can't seem to find a way into this. So it's a tough spot. They've got to change it up. I think they're continuously trying to default, and things aren't working too well for them. We've got to try and change up the vibe a little bit. Easier said than done, though, in all fairness.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nothing just given for free here. They will get the kill on the freeze once again. It's the orb through the smoke. So, good start. We've seen the good starts from Slovenia before, and it's not always enough. Sometimes you need to go a little bit beyond that. 4 versus 5 will give them a little bit of room to play with. They've got a pretty traditional setup. A 2B, 2A, 1 in the middle. We'll see if Germany can find a way to get enough information or maybe move the defense around a little bit here. It's going to be another casualty on the German side. My God, they're just getting blown up in the middle. It's wild. 3 kills.
All right. I think, first time we've actually seen now this kind of German side kind of have to pump the brakes. They don't really know where to go from here. And they got 45 seconds to kind of decide. The big sort of positive that I would say in this round, even though it's most likely going to be a loss for Germany, is that any kills they find, any concentration kills are going to have actually a bit of a knock-on effect towards the econ of Slovenia, which is still so unstable. So that kill, for example, the one Orzek should get in a second. He actually doesn't check right-hand side. Oh my God. This could cost Perks his life here, especially if he rotates out. He might be caught in mid. The misses the window as well. That scope probably was heard. The jump definitely was as well. Germany have found a gap here, and they might actually get a plant, potentially even a round away from this. If they convert a 2v5, Anders, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very, very hard to recover from. So they shouldn't be allowed to. Only real health there is on Orsak, so we'll see. All right, through the smoke, they're going to find him. So it's all on Perks. 1 versus 4. I don't think there's no real formula for winning a 1 versus 4 like that. You just have to hope that you get a series of really, really sick shots. Not going to be working out, so there will be a defuse coming in with the kit and everything else, and they're going to be able to win the round. So Slovenia finally on the board after some great AWP shots are coming out here.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. At least a couple of individuals step up, showcase their level. Maybe if this map and, this match in its sense is not going to go the way that they would hope, at the very least, if we see a couple of individuals just showcase what they've got, showcase that they have a little bit of a level in this qualifier, it could be a way in which they can potentially, maybe kickstart a bit of a career, right? Some of these guys we don't see play a lot, at least kind of the tier 2, tier 3 level all too much, not in these kind of international tournaments. This sort of experience, it can be invaluable. A team like Ultimate Attacks, they're very well drilled, a lot of experience, a lot of reps under their belt. They're a good team to play against, to learn from.
It's looking very respectable for them at the moment. But we're into round number 8. I think for Slovakia, Slovenia, even if they are on the CT side here, I think now is a good time to really start to pick it up. Looks like, again, they want to go aggressive outside of the B-bomb site, so they're going to get some information. All they're going to find out is that nobody's there. I wonder if the flashes there were being heard, though, by Freeze. He's in the middle. Now he definitely must hear the Molotov behind him. So, all right, so they should know that there's some aggression outside of B. We'll see if the German squad can use that for anything. They're really slowed down. I don't know tactically if I like this. I feel like they're leaving a lot to chance here, but they're going to try and push their way through the smoke up onto the plateau in the back, and behind the cake, a couple of players are waiting around. Grenades are going to start to fall down, but you know what? They're doing a great job defending this one. Borsuk on his own, and he will get out-dueled at the end by Libra, so Slovenia will pick up a second round.
Yeah, okay. All right. This is now where they can build upon this. I mean, it's still a possible of an even game at the halfway point. Granted, still feels at least slightly unlikely until they break that German economy. But for now, I mean, it's not off the table. A bit of consecutive rounds on the board in the guns here. If they can get maybe 2 more in a row, we're having a real conversation about actually a solid half and a solid recovery. Maybe even another solid recovery off the back of the way in which we saw in our previous game for Belgium. They were 8-4 down at the half and made that one work. So Slovenia shouldn't count themselves out just yet. While it's not been the greatest of starts, they've still got a chance. That's an audacious peak. The second gets away with it, though, for the trade, but the numbers are still good here for Germany.
They'll take it. Nicely done by Hyped. Kind of baited him with the smoke on the other side, and there was going to be a peek coming in, so 2 versus 4. And what do you do here? I mean, the bomb is going to be planted. You don't have enough money to really go for it, so probably any chance for any heroics are kind of ruled out from the outset here. Wow, this is Germany really schooling them at the moment. Couple of good rounds from Slovenia, but apart from that, we haven't really seen too much out of them.
No, we haven't. So 6-2, and yeah, that sadly is that's it. I mean, this one goes back to Germany. They take a lead now, and I think for Slovenia, it is back to kind of questioning, right, how do we find actually consistent gaps coming through? The good thing is the bomb and the AWP still alive. Not the bomb, sorry, the economy and the AWP staying alive, so they're not in a worrisome spot right now. But yeah, for Germany, right back into another good round. Good fighting via mid. Hyped as well with the AWP, and just like that, they're given the gaps to work with. Bit of a fight at the end, which we need to take a silver lining, but it's not going to make too big a difference. I wouldn't mind a pause. We don't see as many tag pauses, in all fairness, in these qualifiers. I know it's best of ones. I know teams just like to play the map out, but I would actually like there to be a conversation. But when I said fellas, when I said pause, I didn't mean tech. You know what I mean? Come on now.
You should have specified. You should have said that. Yeah, it's true though. I mean, the tactical timeouts can really be helpful. You know, even just to slow down the winning team, right? If you're Germany, you're probably happy to just roll on. Like, you know, this is spinning out of control for Slovenia. So you know, getting a chance to break up that momentum could be kind of nice. But yeah, I've got to say, this is a really good performance right now. Osek, obviously, leading the charge. He had that sick round over at the B-bomb side too. But Hyped is starting to get there. So kind of all the pieces are falling into place right now for the German squad. And we'll find out if they can keep this up. Again, I think the silver lining again is the fact that Slovenia are on that CT side. I would say if they could get another 2 rounds here. I mean, obviously, if they get 3 and make it a 7-5 half, that's great. But let's just say they get up to at least 4. There's still something to fight for, being a more T-sided map. So it's not completely devastating yet, but it's quickly heading in that direction. I've got to be honest.
No, I agree. So far, so good. This pause, not too sure who it is. Everyone's on the server. Last time it was this man on your screen, in all fairness, who did drop out, and he's here, he's crouching, so he's okay. So I wonder, A, what the issue is, and B, how long it will take. But looks like it won't. Tech ball's done. Back on the way. 5 rounds is the buffer. Germany have gifted themselves. It's a pretty decent, at least, lead that they've got. If they can get 8, more than happy. Solid T side. I think anything less is actually a little bit worrying. This is probably the only map in the pool that we can sit here and say is fundamentally or inherently, statistically, however you want to put it, T-sided.
Yeah, so it does feel that way. Like, enough that it makes a difference, right? There are other maps where you can do well on the T side, but this one, you do feel like if you know what you're doing, you should be able to put together a bunch of rounds here. 7-2 as we resume the game. Nice headshot right as Freeze is trying to make his way through. Hype going to be turning the corner and he'll win the fight. A bit unexpected there. He was close to hitting that shot. He's so aggressive. This is the kind of confidence that made Hype such an interesting player to begin with. It's also the kind of confidence that at a tier 1 level can definitely backfire if you don't know how to rein it in. But at this level, it's possible that you can really dominate a couple of opponents who are just... They're not expecting you to double or triple down on the aggression when you're AWP versus rifle, right? You expect the AWP to miss a shot and say, all right, I'm falling back. I'm not going to keep pushing. But yeah, Hype is the kind of player that has the strength and the skill to try and do that. And he did miss the second couple of shots, but still, the first one you could tell how much it catches a player off guard. 4 versus 4 as the bomb is being planted here, and a very tough retake once again. Grenades being pushed in from Destroyed. He's had a very tough game. He's 0-7 at the moment. Make it 0-8 because the headshot will find him in the corner there. So I don't think you can do anything. This is not going to be recoverable once again.
Nah, I think you are right. And I think with that AWP as well, Fujixi just going to get out of there. Doesn't want to even give this one a look in, but unfortunately, he tries to fall away. He has an idea about saving. Who meets him? The other AWP. Posted, waiting for the rotate. That's a tough way to fall down. And that will be another round on the board for Germany. Now at 8. For my money, this is more than fine on the T side. Anything more would be great, or a cherry on top. Even if you only get 8, though, I think you have done more than enough. This is a map in which does lean over towards our T side ever so slightly, but
yeah,
for Germany, I think that's already really good foundations they've built up in kind of a strong first half there. So yeah, solid stuff.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think we're in that territory where they're going to be feeling quite comfortable. And I don't know, at least there's a little bit of cash on the Slovenian side, so they were able to do something. Hyped, moving forward, just with confidence, clearing all these corners. You could say he's got just absolutely no fear. And that's so critical when you're the AWP player, especially when you're using it to entry into the bomb site like that. Just never in doubt that he's going to win the fight if anything one's on the other side. Again, it's another completely wide open B bomb site here. This round is already done.
So, let's see. Libra take a bit of a tag. AWP goes for a swing off the back of it. It's not going to be the case, though. And this is another call to save, and one in which they might not get a bit of a luxury around here. Perks, he would have heard a step there at the very least. I don't know if he'll expect 2. This is a tough old spot that they put themselves in. They're trying to stay alive. That would be a luxury. The pop flash is a beaut. I can't believe Uni gets away with a kill there, in all fairness. Perks, he will fall. Quick trade comes through, and there's no staying alive in this one as Libra is also going to fall. 9-2 now, and this is very solid. Very, very good. And in this sort of position, I think for Slovenia, they've put themselves into, a real tough spot. It's not unrecoverable, but it's definitely getting there. I mean, if Germany are going to lock themselves into double digits in this first half, it's pretty safe to even make assumptions about saying this might be already done.
Yeah, but I mean, you did kind of mention at the beginning, like our intel on the Slovenian team was a little bit less, so we knew that Germany were going to be strong. So I guess it's not too surprising what we're seeing here, but still, it would have been fun to see Slovenia with a little bit more success at the start, maybe get some things rolling. Hasn't really been the case. They're going to get a kill here, and actually picking up the AK, wanted to hunt his way through, but you could see he was kind of baited out by Arrow just getting a couple of shots through. So it will be another attack towards the A-bomb site, and they get the kill they needed to entry with. Smokes are up on the high ground, and they should be able to get the bomb planted. Once it gets there, it's a little bit further away, but I don't think they're any rush here, Germany. They got 1 minute and 15 seconds, so just keep it cool and try and sneak players close to the bomb here. It should be a 10th round. You could see it's just so hard to get back onto the site here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, what do? I don't think there's really all too much to work with. Yuri trying to come through, kind of slightly isolated. There's Destro and Uni alongside him. Pop flash, oh, they line up. Oh no, Hype's going to get both. And he might actually get one more off the back of it. Arrow sees it off, but Hype lines them up, and the collat sees the round into the ground, and maybe even the half, maybe even the game. 2 in all fairness, because 10-2 is a tough one to recover from. Ult attacks are arguably one of, maybe even arguably the strongest team in this qualifier as, you know, a very solid team themselves. But
yes,
at a 10-2 scoreline, that they are really showcasing just how good they are.
Yeah, I think we're getting a sense of that right now. This is pretty impressive work. A little bit of fortune at the end there for hype, but, you know, even without it, they probably were going to be fine. So 10-2. We said it's a T-sided map, but still, that's a lot to recover from. Slovenia now going to be on the T side to try and see if they can do even just a little bit, right? Get the bomb planted, if nothing else. Try and see if we can run around here and maybe run it a little bit further up. But he took his sweet time with that. He found a victim, and Libra just never knew what hit him. So not the best start here. Dualies towards Dark. And a long-range fight. Got to be careful here. The dualies coming in to help out. And that's an entire arm of that attack. It's supposed to be to the B-bomb side, but it's already gone. So now just pushing in through main, right into the dualies here. Should be a good position to be. You can see the damage being done. Arrow and Orsak just absolutely making quick work of it here. It's Germany will win the pistol on the second half.
And this might be potentially spelling the beginning of the end. Where we are now as well for this side, it's been such a good showing, but the other side as well, which is, you know, as you look at some stats, for example, on Anubis, Germany, or, you know, alternate attacks, they have a 47% pistol win rate, but they've won both pistols here. So already showcasing, you know, they're playing well above what the average is for them on this map, and they're playing so well. 11-2. We have lost one, though, in all fairness. So I'm assuming we're going to see a tech in just a second. We're missing one. Jixie has dropped out.
Okay. We'll try and get them back online.
Time is ticking, though. Ah, yeah, okay. It is a tech pause. They just the time is there, but it doesn't count.
It's there, but it's not there. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing much to criticize at the moment. Like, it's been a little bit too one-sided, and that'll happen sometimes, right? It's something that we noticed last season as well. Not all countries necessarily are going to be super evenly matched, but I do agree. I'd be surprised if we don't see Germany make their way to the final stage of the tournament. Like, they look really strong at the moment. They do. Really, really effective. The way they've been playing, you know, there is no weaknesses, I think, at the moment. So yeah, this is a pretty simple run of things. There's no real complaints from us. We already know that. This has been a side who are not offering really any weaknesses up to get punished by, and that's exactly what you'd hope. These qualifiers can be brutal. They can be damning. There's very small room for error is probably the way we'll put it, and it's kind of how things feel at the moment. There is, I think, another game being currently played. I actually will try and find that one for you. Spain are currently playing, and they look like an interesting team. They're currently playing against Czech Republic. It's in progress, but I'm not too sure of the score itself. I can maybe have a little dig around for the bracket and all the rest. But either way, this has been a very solid showing. I think it's going to be a very quick map, and, you know, may even put us a little bit back on schedule to a degree. Yeah, we appreciate that. You know, sometimes it's nice to catch up. Obviously, ended in overtime if you missed that on the first outing, which was quite exciting, really. Between Belgium and Norway, that was quite something. But yeah, quick shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat as well. Got a couple of people saying they want the Spain game to start, so we're gonna try and get that get at least the results for you guys. But yeah, this is very, very one-sided at the moment. We'll see if things will improve for Slovenia. They've got very few chances to try and get back into it, but they're going to give it a shot anyway. 11-2 the scoreline as we resume the game. Got Tech9 and one Deagle coming out here for the T side. So yeah, put some speed behind it. Sometimes with Tech9s, you can really overwhelm the defense.
Absolutely. Going to try and go quick here. Lining up, and the M4s at close range. Actually only get one apiece. Julie's opted for the close range battle, and it doesn't work out. Tech9s on the swing are just so lethal.
Nice little grenade there. Hopefully do a little bit of damage. Not as much as I thought. Oh, just get the MP9 out at the last possible second. Trying to retake it, but the Tech9s are too good. 1 versus 1. Deagle in the back here. Oh, and he's doing some damage again. Perks low on health, but he has the time for it here. Gonna tap the bomb, put a little bit of pressure on. Oh, he tempted to peek it, and he gets hunted down as well. That's such a close round. I feel like they deserve that on the Slovenian side, but it's not going to make a difference. It'll be Germany up to 12.
Yes, and I think, again, bit by bit, we're seeing this just be really showcasing how good this German side are in the sense of, for them, that's a round that looked like potentially would have been lost or should have been lost as well. Quick play coming on towards the side, they're flying in towards the fights and all the rest, and still they cannot see it over the line. It's just these small things which show this German side are just a level ahead right now of Slovenia. Unfortunately, it's not being, I guess, the showing that they would hope for. 12-2, 10 round the deficit. If you get a buy, the bomb plant will at least suffice for that to get the AKs, a couple of glils and bits of util. Not the best, but it's workable. But such a big recovery needed. We saw a 12-5 recover, and that is the biggest one I've seen in a long time. 12-2, surely not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's a tough ask at the moment. Destroyed. Actually, will pick up a kill. I think that's the first kill of the game for him. So right at the end here, but he's also alone and he gets hunted down, hyped, able to clean up the rest of it. And Germany off to a flying start here. They really faced almost no opposition. Slovenia, they're going to need to do a lot better in their future games.
Yeah, with the UMP of all guns as well. Still in big 2024. This gun's still getting some time out here. But yeah, nice work. All in all, pretty simple stuff. Cannot complain. So yeah, Germany, lot to like, right? A really solid team. They played very, very effectively. There was no weaknesses. I think it's probably the main thing to look at here. And I think, like you said, for Slovenia, if they want any sort of chance of making it out of the groups and making it towards the playoffs, they're going to have to play considerably better heading in towards the rest of their games. I'm not too sure how much of a possibility that's going to be. Germany are a very tough side, though. That's, arguably, that's probably their hardest game out of the way, which is a small saving grace. We look at their group as well. There's some decent teams. I think it's probably the one worrying thing, because not only just Germany, there's also France as well. I mean, they're a scary team, that 3D Max roster. Portugal had an incredibly close game with France. They lost 13-11. So, 3D Max getting pushed the full distance, full 24 rounds is pretty impressive in itself.
Yeah, so potentially there could be more pain coming the way of Slovenia, but we'll see. Maybe the map, maybe a different map, and they feel more at home. It's hard to tell. Either way, Germany definitely going to be a tough contender. We are ready for a break before we get into the next game, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We're about underway in towards our third best of one, our third match of the day here at Iesf. We're still in the West Europe side of things, and we got another absolute banger on your screens. And that's how we're feeling. We've had two kind of very different games. One very long, big comeback, all the rest. Another very quick.
Yeah, so it kind of brought us back on schedule. I think that makes me feel good, you know, try and keep the schedule as much as we can. There could be some other really banging games coming up, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have some more even-sided games throughout the rest of the day. I hope so. But I feel pretty good. We've seen some fun Counter-Strike. Germany kind of living up to the hype, so that's good news.
It's a good little pun there. I don't know that intended.
Yeah.
Living up to the hype with hyped, maybe. But he was very good individually as well, the author, over towards that German side. We have got our next game coming up. You just saw it in the bottom right if you were following along, waiting. It's Slovakia taking on Kosovo in just a second. This one should be pretty sick. You know, for me, the Slovakian side, I think, are a real dark horse in this tournament. I'd be very surprised if they, A, don't qualify, but B, actually don't do it with actually, you know, potentially getting more towards that kind of top 4-ish region. They are very, very good on paper. There's the Sampi core plus Stico plus Matties. I mean, kind of ridiculous. Let's take a look at the schedule, see where we are so far in today and what we've got coming up as well for the rest. We've got, of course, 6 games. We're 2 down. We now head into towards number 3 as it's Kosovo taking on Slovakia. Then we have Germany taking on France. That one is an absolute heater, especially considering that they obviously played against each other yesterday in the Euros as well, as they're two of the best teams here in this competition. France won that one. Oh no, sorry, Portugal. That was yesterday. And then we got Ukraine, Turkey, and then finishing off with Poland, Israel. And that actually dips on over in towards the East Europe side of things, which is pretty cool because we haven't touched as much on them, and I think we'll do it probably when we get there, but there's a hell of a lot of talent over in the East side of things as well.
That's quite interesting. I'm kind of curious about what kind of squad the Turkish side is going to be fielding there. You know, obviously could be I think a fun situation. We've had a lot of really great Turkish players over the years. So it'd be fun to see some new faces perhaps. But yeah, we've got a full day coming up of Counter-Strike for you guys. So yeah, we enjoy it. Any particular team that you're looking forward to in that mix there?
Oh, I mean, I really think that Germany-France matchup is pretty sick. I think they're two of the scariest teams, but it's mainly because they are teams as well. They're all 5 who play together on a regular basis. So it's not, we sometimes see kind of in some of these qualifiers where it's quite puggy or mixy. They are full-fledged lineups. And of course, I guess, you know, like I briefly mentioned, Germany, with, you know, how the Euros went, they played against each other. I kind of want to see what the rematch is like in the Counter-Strike side of things. Let's take a look at the rosters, and we're going to start things off with Kosovo. Now, I've had a bit of time to look in towards this team and see what these guys are all about. Shout out for the one-time Riga. She's helped me out quite a lot with what's going on within Kosovo. She's a big part of the scene over there. So I know these guys pretty well. 4 out of 5 of them play on a team called The Suspect. They're actually very, very talented. And it's one of those things where now, I guess post B&E era, we actually are starting to see more players come through. The one I do want to highlight for me there's the 2 in particular. Dementa is somebody who has been around for a while, played an OG Academy when the We Play Academy League was there, and he was actually a real shining light in that OG Academy side. And the other one is Debo. Debo, I've casted a couple of times in the past. He's someone who I think is very, very talented. He, for a little bit, played on a team called Illyrians, who was good. Played on a team called Blink, which, you know, the X iteration of Blink then became B&E for a while, way back when. He wasn't on that one, but he kind of filled the shoes after the B&E guys moved on. It's a very decent region. There's a lot of appetite for Counter-Strike. And, you know, while Slovakia, this team's absolutely stacked, I think they can maybe make a competition about it.
Okay. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Obviously, on the Slovakia side here, Mats is definitely a name that I recognize. And Stico, the other one. So we've got a couple of players that we know. Stico probably being the more famous one and beloved as well for a lot of good reasons, I think. So yeah, this lineup could be real interesting.
Yes, exactly. This is for me, I would probably say in terms of maybe not because they don't play as a team for the all 5 of them, but in terms of the individuals, probably one of the scariest side in this entire competition. You know, you also got Stico, who potentially might even be calling. I know he's called in the past as well, so he might actually be able. Actually, hang on, we've just had an update. As I was talking about my point, that actually Stico won't be playing. He's gonna be replaced by Mikey coming through. So that is a little bit of a hit, but even still, Matties I think is very, very talented. I think arguably, I would say, in terms of just raw mechanics, he might actually be the best player in this entire tournament. That's how good he actually is. Mechanically, I think he probably is at least top 3, and I don't think he'd be 3 or 2, is probably how I put it. That's how good he is. Maybe alongside the likes of, I throw a Maka in the looks here. I think he's also, obviously, somebody who's very decent, but I would probably say, in terms of just raw mechanics, Matty's might actually be the best player in this entire qualifier. So yeah, he's mechanically very, very good, and individually can put this team on his back, in all fairness, if he wants to. Let's take a look at the veto and see where we're going to be heading in this one. 3 out of 5 of Sampi, of course, play together. 3 out of 5 of Slovakia, let's say, play under Sampi. That is the Eli, Fino, and Savannah. They play together on a regular basis. The other 2 in that team is Zedko and Mangus, but they're from the Czech Republic, so they won't be playing obviously alongside these boys. But having Matty's in alongside that core, that's pretty overpowered, I can't lie.
We're going to end up on Ancient. Slovakia not messing around. They banned Vertigo right away. So, like, not even getting a chance for it here. Yeah, but Ancient, again, another good battleground for the best of ones. We do enjoy it. So, I'm not necessarily opposed. Yeah, I don't have any real complaints. I'm not even sure that I want Vertigo to... I just want to see what happens. I'm just so curious what's going down there. But it's been denied for weeks. Weeks and weeks.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it should be interesting. And just for a heads up as well, for those of you who maybe don't know, so obviously because Stika's not playing, Mikey's coming in. Mikey might be a name for those who maybe follow the scene a little bit, kind of in the kind of lower echelons that they may have heard of. He's played under some pretty decent tier 2 organizations, Enterprise, Isuba, who, for a long time actually did decent work within tier 2. He's another name who actually is very talented. I've casted him a bunch of times in the past. He's a bit more of that kind of lurking rifler, kind of plays like Nertsish roles in a way. Very, very talented guy. So this is a cool team. Slovakia, I've got high hopes for them in this entire qualifier. In this game, I would, even though I love Kosovo and I have a lot of friends over there as well with my contacts and the rest, I have to say the Slovakian side look incredible. So let's see. Okay. Let's see what Kosovo got for us.
Well, they're going for a pretty normal setup. I know it looks weird because there's nobody defending the A bomb site, but on this map, it's actually not that uncommon. They're pushing outside of B. They're going to realize now, okay, there's nobody there, and they're going to know definitely when the smokes are going down towards CT spawn. So I don't think this is a misplay at all by Kosovo. It's just a kind of a normal way to play this on the CT side. The risk is now you have to go for a retake, and you won't have any kit, no smokes, no nothing. It's going to come down to the early kills, and at least the first one goes their way, and so will the second. That's really well done. Fino and Mikey both getting dropped, and look at the retake here. Dabo coming in and just absolutely wrecking them, jumping around the corner. Will be a little bit of a CT player, and it's just down to 1 left alive. Wow. They're already on the defuse. That is a sickening retake for Kosovo that had no business making it that easy.
I shout out Debo coming in towards this game, and that's why if this guy plays well and plays the way he's meant to, he can be unstoppable, and that is a monstrous pistol individual for him. 4 kills to his name, but as a team for Kosovo, that is a big pistol round to be taken. That's going to kickstart the confidence really, really well. That's going to give you so much to work with. I don't think this is going to be the worst situation in the world, though, for Slovakia. A bomb plant for them will going to suffice in terms of a buy. And I think they've got decent ideas on the Slovakian side. I cast quite a decent amount of Sampi. The Alive is the IGL over towards that side. And I think he actually got a really good brain for the game. A lot of kind of new plays you see come through from a player like him. So keep an eye on maybe some of these rounds where he's going to be able to call them out of some dark situations. And considering the buys a little bit, quote-unquote, lackluster, I think we can put it probably towards Slovakia, he might be able to make something work with this. Double Galil, double Mac 10 and a Deagle, but it's considerably better firepower towards Kosovo. They've got the rifles. They got even a FAMAS, which some people I know aren't fans of, and an MP9 to round it all out.
We'll see if it's going to be playing through the way that they expect it. The Alive going down and sneaking back. They're kind of curious about that flank coming in. They want to go and investigate. Not working out the way that they would have won it. Going to get chewed up a bit here from the M4s. It's just 1 player left now. It's at least a double kill, but at the end of the day, I don't know how you make your back into this one. So 1 versus 3, and he's going to get overwhelmed towards the end. So kind of a good job upgrading some of these MP9s into the M4s. Actually, they can get all the M4s back. So that's a nice little bonus, I think.
Yes, honestly, this isn't too shabby at all. For Kosovo, this is a really nice start. They're looking confident. Their individuals are stepping up. They're getting these opportunities to close out these rounds. And even seeing as well, in that round, they understand that Slovakia are going to have a bye. They know they have a good bye as well. So it's kind of a known quantity across both sides. But, Kosovo don't sit tight on the sides and just wait for the fights to come to them. They get proactive, pushing through main, wrapping behind towards elbow, getting a free kill there via mid. I mean, this is really what we want to see. You can't allow a team of kind of Slovakia's, potential, I think is probably the best way to put them, get too active. You can't allow them to dictate the tempo of a game. So Kosovo, this is the perfect way to be playing it. Eagle shot misses. Mikey backside. Oh, he gets caught a long time. Matty's to get mowed down by Hypery.
Yeah, you're right though. If you're the underdog team here, you've got to get off to a good start here. Stamenta getting a kill and no chance even for a bomb plant in this round. So it's pretty smooth work at the beginning here. Kosovo making it happen. 3 rounds to their name, and it's up to Slovakia to impress us now. They're going to be picking up a little bit here. We got Fino with the AWP and AKs for the rest. Yeah, they hardly have any kills on that side, so it's kind of hard to judge where they're going with it.
Yeah, it's true. It is very, very true. We have a little bit of tech ball, so hopefully not too long of one, but I guess it's more time to kind of discuss, both of these 2 rosters in a little way and kind of the potential of them. And also, I guess, where they are currently sitting in terms of the standings. There's loads of games happening simultaneously. Slovakia kind of find themselves 1-1 currently. So they picked up their first win. I'm trying to find it now. Where are they? There you go. First win they picked up against Ireland. That was a 13-5. It was, what seemed like a relatively comfortable one, but then they got massacred by Hungary. Hungary's another side. We did briefly touch on them, but maybe not in as much detail. But that's a really cool team. It's the core of Pera, who obviously were at Pro League not too long ago, led by Aaron. He's actually one of my favorite IGLs in the game right now. I think he's criminally underrated, Aaron. Very, very solid. But then around him, some cool players as well. I got Coolio as well, who was playing for a while. He's actually now the coach of Navi Junior, but, picking up the mouse once again for the qualifier and all the rest. So they, that's a big win to take over Slovakia in all fairness. They found themselves 1-1, and Kosovo currently same thing for them. They lost to Denmark start of the day, 13-5. That was also on Ancient in all fairness, but then they responded very well with a nice little 13-5 over Wales. Win this one, and yeah, I mean, go 2-1 here. That's a pretty decent position to put yourself in. You're into that top 3, which is qualification technically.
Yeah, so get it done now before things start to get real complicated. Might keep going down at the start. Kaylee able to pick up that kill towards the middle of the map. They are pushing deep onto the B-bomb side. If they could find the kill on Debo, who's in the corner, and they will, no, not quite be able to. I thought they had the kill on him there, and the flank is in. Matsis, he's got the right idea. He's going to spin around for 1 kill. Ready for more. Can he do the 180? He almost does. That would have been a sick triple for Mattis if he could have completed that. When he had the right idea, he definitely knew what was coming, but it's down to the AWP, and it's too much to handle. It will be the final kill going the way of Kosovo as they get 4 rounds in a row. What a start.
Yeah, not bad at all. I want to see Kosovo do well. It's a region that I follow quite a lot. I've been kind of in and around it, even in kind of the deeper scene a little bit, and the people are lovely. Everyone's pretty nice, and yeah, it's a cool scene. There's a lot of talent there. I think slowly now starting to make kind of headway within sort of the tier 3, tier 4, and the rest. So it's cool to see them doing well. It'd be cool to see them as well make the World Esports Championships in Riyadh. Just to remind those of the stakes, in this qualifier, there's 7 spots up for grabs for the World Esports Championships in Riyadh in November. A lot of the line, a couple of days of action, and you could be finding yourself getting ever closer to those spots. And over in the East qualifier, there's 5 spots there. So 12 in total from Europe is pretty sick. Dementa for the first. Matty's trying to creep through that smoke. It's risky, and the risk does not pay off.
Yeah, not this time. Savannah will get 1, but Hypery, pretty long range here. Good little burst fire coming out. Couple of taps there with the AK-47 that he's stolen. And that should be able to pretty much clean up the round here. So, yeah, what a beautiful start it is right now. Kosovo kind of surprising us a bit. Gotta wonder if that last-minute exchange where Stiko can't make the game is going to suddenly backfire a bit on them. Again, he's got a wealth of experience. So, maybe that's kind of part of what's tripping them up a little bit here. But regardless, it's a bit of a slow start. And as we've discussed many times already, slow starts in best of one, not really the way you want to go here.
Yeah, I think that is Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. I mean, it can be crippling, right? It really can just stop you, even if you are to pick up and find some form a little later down the line. It can quite literally be the definition of too little, too late. Falling immediately. Fino, 6 feet under. Debo is being so aggro, and I love this sort of a tempo. Matty trying to get in behind, he gets held. Maybe another coming through, and Savannah looks to trade, and Savannah will actually get a double out of it, but Debo is still firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's really nice, the pace that they're setting early on here. Building confidence, Hyper getting a kill, and just then the smoke went up, so if the Alive wanted to try and swing that, if he wanted to revenge the kill, he actually couldn't, because there was a smoke on top of his face, so wow, this is so dominant. I'm really surprised. Hyper with 7 kills, Debo with 7 kills, Kaylee with 8. I mean, generally speaking, they are doing remarkable work. And not much to be seen out of Slovakia yet. There's still time to recover it, but I feel like the next round, they don't have that much money either. I think a bomb plant right now would make a world of difference. That's probably what he's got to be thinking here, just trying to find some space. Oh, they smoke him up again, so that's another 20 seconds off the clock. Just at this stage, what do? You've got to find a way to get a bomb plant. I think that's key here. Otherwise, I guess you could save the AK and just say, all right, we're at least going to have that one AK in the next round, but they will be short on cash. Savannah could also buy, but apart from the round loss bonus, they don't have a lot to work with here. 20 seconds. It's going to say, surely at this point he's decided to save, but he hasn't. He goes for it, and it'll cost him everything.
Got to give so much credit to what we're seeing right now. Definitely on paper, I thought coming towards this qualifier, Slovakia felt like one of the strongest sides. I think you are right that not having Stiko probably does hurt a lot. So much experience. He's somebody who can also help with the calling situation. The Alive is primarily the IGL, I think, would be in this team as well. Since it's the Stampy core, it's his core. He's the captain and all the rest. But Stiko is somebody who has called in the past. He's played for a long time at that tier 1 level, and he's done so much, top 8 at the majors and all the rest. So having a player like him is just absolutely so valuable to a team. But yeah, not having him can also hurt as well. Trying to go quicker. The Alive leading the charge. Might actually get one with the tech. No, he can't. And they actually just get mowed down. Debo for a double. Dementor adding to the tally as well. And that is already looking like it could be Kosovo 7-0. And Debo, this is so audacious. He's going to push through the smoke, and he's going to find even more. He can't be stopped. Another 4K for Debo.
Wow, this is really ridiculous. I had completely different expectations, but you come in here, you're really right hot off the bat. There was no... I mean, remember that retake and pistol round, that the strategy for Slovakia looked fine, but it was just such a fantastic retake. That was kind of a vector for what was to come. They've looked just the same ever since. No fear at all in their play. 7-0 in their favor, and we're moving into round number 8 rather quickly. Got a Mac 10 on Savannah here, but otherwise, they're pretty well equipped on the Slovakian side. Looking to see if they can put some pressure outside of the B-bomb type. Some grenades are raining down on them, but it'll be the M4 to do the real damage. Jumping up on... That's a wild play coming out. All right. Kaylee maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself. Oh, look at this play. Debo, he's walked in on their side. Oh, this is so sickening. They're looking at the smoke. They're wondering about it, but you probably will not be expecting this.
The goal to even go for a play like this, Anders, is crazy. He's surely going to catch Mikey for free. I mean, even holding this angle is so strong. Doesn't need to shoot just yet. He knows that information's confirmed. This is good trigger discipline. Wait to see what else you can gain as well. There will only be 1 kill up for grabs here, but he can follow them to see where they want to end. And I think now we'll probably figure out that this is looking like a finish towards B. He should know by the way they are posturing.
Wow. Taking a time, not finding it easy. Oh no, it backfires on them. They get pulled forward to try and find that one player right into the AWP. And that's pretty rough. Fino, 1 versus 3. Yeah, that extra second to try and get the kill on the player in the middle, and you're like, all right, well, let's hunt him down. He's in a tough position, which he was. But he said, we could take a step closer, and you're dead instead. 1 versus 3 here, and with 20 seconds, saving the AWP's probably the better choice. And honestly, it sucks to do that because you kind of want to get your team back into this one. 10 seconds now, we're down to Trying to see if he can get a little bit closer, maybe for a bomb plant, but it backfires, and it's another round. Kosovo is running out this game. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, this is so far so good. 8-0. My oh my. I wanted Kosovo to be competitive, and I expected actually them to have a good qualifier here. I think they're a side who definitely can make it towards Riyadh, and especially before coming in towards the tournament, they all kind of, at least 4 out of 5 of them been playing together regularly recently. I thought there was a decent chance, but it wasn't, in my eyes, what felt like a shoe-in for the Slovakian side, who looked so good in terms of name value. But right now, Kosovo, this is a crazy showing from them. A beautiful CT side. There is no weaknesses in this defense at all. And Slovakia, again, this is something that we spoke about a little bit in our previous best of one, but Anders, I'd love a pause, just a little tack pause, have a little conversation, just say, right, we have to win at least a few rounds at the tail end here.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's kind of spiraling a little bit too much. Take a moment. Don't let Kosovo just ride the wave of momentum here and just win round after round. They are strong in the middle. 1 kill here against Kaylee, and I think they could wrap that B bomb side and kind of go for it. So he's fallen back already. So that fight's been delayed, if nothing else. There definitely was a window of opportunity. They're going to try to move forward. Kaylee's well aware. You can see he's backtracking the whole way, just looking for it. But might be that the fight breaks out here instead. It's Hyperi snuck up behind. That's a surprise that they were not ready for on the Slovakian side. And to try to bait them in, he's emptying the entire magazine into the wall like that, hoping that any T's on the other side will rush forward into his teammate. All right, they've made their way through the back line, so a little bit of a surprise, but the bomb is still out here, and now it's on the ground with 30 seconds, and that's if he saw that bomb dropping, then this is a bit of a problem.
3 versus 3. But the damage dealt towards Fino is going to make his life difficult, and especially the Alive, who is now very much not alive as he gets caught in rotation, 6 feet under, and this could be the round. Look at the time. We're just getting to the 10-second mark. They've got to get towards the site. The bomb's going to fall. That's the round done. They're looking for fights. The Zeus pulled out just for insult to injury. Surely not. Debo, I've got to respect the confidence, and why not? He is 15-2. Oh my, and it's 9-0 for Kosovo. Beautiful stuff. The last kill found as Fino dies after time. Just to really rub salt in the wound as well to what has been a miserable start to the Counter-Strike action here. And another fantastic round, which at one point didn't look like it was going to happen. It looked like that round might have had a potential to fall apart. And still, somehow, someway, Kosovo cannot lose right now. This is an incredible showing.
Yeah, they're doing remarkable work. This is, I mean, even just if you think about like future potential round difference making or whatever, like they're putting in so much work here. It's 9-0. The money's still in trouble on the Slovakian side, but they got some AKs out, if nothing else. So we'll see if they can make this an interesting round for themselves. Dementa throwing out a little bit of damage. Gonna catch the Alive on the one side. The Mats is going down, but he will get the refrag here, Savannah. So there is a way. The Molotov, oh, it actually bounces and lands on the ramp. That might slow them down. This is not perfect at all. And the flashbang in their eyes as well. Dementa going to be able to spray 2 of them down. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 here. The bomb trying to get to the site. Good flashbang into the corner. Dementa, he's finally going to be going down, but it's cost them a lot of health here, and they're not through yet. Fino, he gets blown up. Grenade, Mikey. He will try and fall back. He actually can't plant the bomb because of the Molotov, and it's another round for Kosovo.
10-0 for Kosovo. You gotta love life in the server if you're from there in Slovakia. Anything but. This is, I mean, there's just nothing you can say really on a negative though. The only thing you can maybe even touch on is the potential of overfighting a little bit. When you're 10-0 up, who gives a damn? You may as well overfight. The confidence is absolutely flourishing in a side that simply just cannot lose right now. And Slovakia, I mean, really, from having such a strong start today as well, 13-5 to kickstart the day, it looked like they were going to be the side doing this on a regular occasion to teams. And right now, they're getting scalped easily. Kosovo, even 10 is fine. Even if it's 10-2 at the end of the half, it's fine. But if they can make it any more, that would be huge. Shadow spotted. Better not have missed a shot, but Hyper and Dementa right there to bail him out of what potentially could have been a tough situation. And second time of asking, he'll deliver.
Wow. I mean, you got to wonder what's going on, but we're just not seeing anything whatsoever out of Slovakia. 17 kills on Debo at the moment. It's just outrageous. flashed in, easily taken down. Not a single casualty on the CT side as they just power through. They are speed running this game right now. There's nobody to stop them on the other side. I don't even know what to say.
I think, just judging by what I've been seeing so far, I think so far this game is 16 minutes long. And we're 2 rounds away from seeing it over the line. I mean, it's not only that, it's 11-0 and it's, one side it's a massacre, but it's the rounds themselves are so quick as well. And it's not, it's Kosovo on the CT side, but they're fighting early, they're winning them. And I just do not blame them. Fighting towards mid this time. Maybe an overface is Kaylee going to get caught. Dementa full blind. And yeah, no chance in that one. This should and could be the first round for Slovakia. 3v5 is a tough one to come back from.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right. Little kill there. Going to be waiting around for some aggression. Hyperi's still here, but he's going to get traded just the same. So 1 versus 3. First real sign of life out of Slovakia. It's been a minute. But it is Debo that they're up against, so I guess, he's been the most intimidating player so far on the server. We'll see if he can somehow steal this away.
If anyone was going to do it, it would be Debo right now. 17-3. Locking in 20 before the halfway point would be sort of ridiculous. That shadow will betray him here. Oh, it should. Oh, it will. That's a crisp reaction as well as Mikey gets clipped. 1v2. Isolated fights. This is doable. They're going back over towards A, though, and this is a harder site to retake for Debo, especially considering he's having a util. So he's basically going to have to let them plant here, and then he's going to have to try and do something. And it looks like he's opting for the donut rotate, which might catch the AWP off guard. Hang on a moment. Now creeping their way forward. This could potentially work out. He might even try and push the smoke.
Yeah, why not? You're in this deep. Oh, the top of his head showing. That's going to give him some information about one of the players. Has a Molotov. We'll try and see if he can force him out. He nearly gets the spray down. If he had got that one, then this round might have been back on. But I think that's probably going to be almost impossible to do here. So 1 single round at the end of it for Slovakia is what they get, and it took a lot out of them. What a bizarre first half to get this game underway with.
Yeah, absolutely. 11-1. Yes, there's a small little notch on the board there at the end for Slovakia, but that was such a tough showing from them. They never got going. The performance was lackluster. The individuals didn't really look all too special as well, especially some of the bigger names. And the one I said, Matty's, got picked up by Fnatic. He's played with this Sampi core. He obviously was part of this team before he went towards Fnatic. He's so good, Matty's. When he plays properly, when he plays, even at tier 1 lands, we've seen him individually showcase just how good he is. It was a monstrous pickup, but he's not been able to get into his game at all. Kosovo, gonna go quick. The Alive going 1-for-1. Arguably not good enough, because now they get a bomb down here.
Yeah, this is the problem, though. You've got so few rounds on the first half that winning this pistol round is the only thing that can keep you alive right now. There's really no other way, and it's going to get a chance there. All right, a little bit of a retake coming into it now. They do not have a kit, so slowing down is not the way to go. Dementa gets dropped. Hyperi's next. It's all on Debo. Always trying to backtrack, see if he can buy a little bit more time. It's a 10-second defuse. He does get the first kill, but Mikey will be there to get rid of him. So the bomb will be defused, and Slovakia will at least get a little bit more runway here to try and see if they can recover maybe even a little bit of honor here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good retake. It's one that they'll be happy that they've got, because it might just kickstart. Yeah, it will kickstart this campaign to a degree. This is going to be a ridiculous comeback if it is going to be the case. I don't think this has that much legs behind it. And a bomb plant as well out for Kosovo could even just tempt them right back into a force buy. And that's going to be the case. Tech 9 rush with full util coming out. So what is the play? I mean, they didn't opt for the rifles, not even for the SMGs. They've gone for the full upgraded pistols, but bar the rifles and the couple of SMGs they've got, may I say, for Demento and Hyperi. They could have had a Galil, but they prioritized util. Let's see why now.
It's a pretty aggressive move coming out here. Matt is trying to put on a little bit of pressure. He is going to get a couple of good kills with it here, but they picked up the MP9, so they're going to continue to go right at it. Kosovo here not slowing it down. Dementa will win the fight. Mikey might have overstepped the mark there just a bit. They blow open the smoke, and it is a 2 versus 2. Impossible to tell who's going to win it now, but the Tech 9 will get rid of Fino, and now it's just Savannah left. And look at this smart play. Yeah, just make this hard on him. Go plant at the A-bomb side instead. He has to he can't really run necessarily with them because he's going to give up his information. And that's the one big theme that he's got going his way, is that they might not know exactly where he is.
Bloodard holding for a push in towards Donut. And I think the longer this ticks on and the longer he spots nobody, the more of an inkling you'll get of, okay, maybe I should go back and check into kind of red room behind me. Now he's starting to get those feelings, this internal clock within him. The timing is right. He should get him behind. The bomb's planted for him too. I don't think there's going to be any legs behind this. And yeah, he's played this perfectly. Now he's set up, waiting for an exit, which he doesn't get, but it's still going to be around nonetheless. 12-2. What a round to convert. That's a great force.
Yeah, and an incredibly frustrating experience for Savannah there because he's just looking everywhere, right? Like he's trying to find some of the last two players live. They're not anywhere to be found. It's just he looked kind of almost through the whole bomb site. Couldn't find a single T player left. So 12-2, ladies and gentlemen. Here, Kosovo with probably the surprise of the day so far, coming out with a strong start.
Wow. Yeah, this is a crazy showing out from Kosovo. I love to see it. I've got a B&E jersey up behind me. It's one of the ones up on the wall. So, big fan of them. Mikey! Oh my god! He does get the kill, but his teammate still falls on the edge of that smoke. Jump around the corner though. Matties will respond. This is carnage in the server. Neither side looking comfy. It's into a 2v2. What is happening?
Relentless aggression at the moment here. Health roughly equal on either side. Fino knows he's got a player there, but as he realized Dementor is coming in to help out, he does not. So he had the right idea. He knew there was a player in the corner. One deagle shot away from death. He wanted to lock him into that one, but good communication on the Kosovo side. Not bad. The Alive, 2 kills to his name at the end of this. Just kind of set up in the middle, and Kosovo saying, we'll spend a little bit of time waiting to see if we can catch you. It's going to be a long-range fight, somehow won by the MP9, but now we've got 11 health versus 9 health left here. Bomb not even being attempted right now. He's got 45 seconds. He's saying, I'm going to try and see if I can just catch you and get you with the gun instead. He's got the right idea, but got to be careful. Oh, there it is! Kosovo coming up with a victory, 13 rounds, and they absolutely speedrun this game.
What a showing, Anders. What a showing. I mean, delightful work from Debo. It's somebody that I had to bring up. Yeah, actually had a really slow game, actually, in their opening one. I think it was 0-11 at one point. We didn't get to catch that. That was actually before we came live on stream. But like I said, my number one contact, Riga, was kind of letting me know what was going on. And she was saying, 0-11 at one point for Debo in that one. Not going well. They obviously lost to Denmark. Things were looking tough. But what a turnaround. I mean, talk about mental resilience, having a slow start to the day and being like, okay, fine. One best of one. It is what it is. It's whatever. And now coming towards that game, and arguably looking like probably the best player we've seen all day. I mean, at one point he was 17-3. Just insane. That was how he ended the first half. So what a showing from Kosovo. If that's how they play for the rest of this tournament, I would be very surprised not to see them in Riyadh.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect coming into it, but I've got to say I'm pleasantly surprised. They showed such strength and character at the end. Well played, well done. That game is done with, means we can go on to the next one, but not before we go to a quick break, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with another game. We had a bit of a break because Kosovo were just too damn strong in that last one. It's pretty surprising. I don't know what happened, but now we're ready with another game coming up.
Yeah, man, what a surprise in a sense for Slovakia. Super strong start to the day, and it looked like they're going to be stronger all the way throughout this competition, and that was a damning loss, a really, really damning one, but a massive one to be taken for Kosovo. Now puts them 2-1, puts them second in their group behind Hungary, who are 3-0. I mean, that is really helping their chances of potentially making their way towards Riyadh, which would be so sick for Kosovo as well. We've got another game, and this one is a clash of the Titans. Both these two teams should make it to Riyadh, no two ways about it. The individuals, the name value, the countries who have a ripe appetite for Counter-Strike. I'd be very surprised we don't see both of them there. However, this is a clash for now to see who's going to finish top of Group B. Germany taking on France. Yeah, this is a real heater. This is a sick game. Two teams who are, they're not just mixers. They're fully fledged orgs. France being 3D Max, Germany being alternate attacks. This is sick. This is probably, I would say, the absolute pick of the bunch when we can get games here.
Yeah, well, I look forward to it. We don't want another 2 one-sided match. Otherwise, we'll be having a longer break later on. So let's just go. Let's get into it. We do have, a potential banging game coming up. You said you thought France was one of the strongest squads in the bunch, but we'll just revisit the German lineup before we get into it. We spotted them already, but they're a strong bunch. Obviously, last time it was Orsak really, I think, coming up with some sick rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And then he maybe took a little bit of time to get going, but I think hype towards the tail end as well looked really clean. Had that AWP singing off quite nicely. Got a nice little collat at the end just to close out the game as well. But this is a really good team, Germany. It's like I said, it's the alternate attacks roster. They're very, very solid. Orzek, Freeze, Perks, Arrow, and Hype. You should know all of these guys by now. But a really cool team. All in all, I have big expectations for them. When we get towards LAN, I think they're a team that actually can really level up on LAN, and I think can bring a lot to the server. Very solid rifling core in this team. A very solid AWPer, of course. He was there last year at in Iesf, and I think as an in-game leader, I think Freeze actually been doing a really good job with this team. He's been kind of constantly integrating new players here, there, and everywhere, and been doing a good job of it. Arrow is somebody for me who was a big big pickup for lack of a better term, of course, previously from Big Academy, and somebody who was also in Yash with us last year too. Germany did really well all the way to the final. Couldn't beat Sweden though. We know how good that Swedish side are. They're waiting. They're ready for to kind of meet us out there in Riyadh as well. But yeah, this is a really cool team, Germany. Let's take a look at their opponents though. And for me, I would say this is, if I had to make a bold statement, I would say this is the #1 team in this qualifier. This is 3D Max. This is Team France. Lucky, Jocko, Ecstasy, Maka, and Gravity. 4 to 5 of these guys in Lucky, Jocko, Ecstasy, and Maka have all played at some point in their life at a tier 1 level, or at least consistent tier 1 events. Gravity's the new boy who comes in recently. Haji benched himself. Now obviously playing with Monty. Gravity came in. Gravity's somebody that I've casted in the past. He played on a team called Gen 1, which is a French organization run by KRL, the French streamer. And it's a really good kind of breeding ground for really talent coming through this kind of French scene, which does have a decent amount of a grassroots scene. They have decent lands over there that I've seen in the past. But yeah, Gravity coming in. I got a chance to speak to him not too long ago as well, and he said that for him it was when he got the call up, he was honored in a way, right? These guys he's playing alongside him, that they're legends of this scene, and they're kind of his heroes. So he was very happy to play alongside him. Got to catch him at Pro League. The game that I caught as well, they won, and they played really well. So I'm a big fan of Team France, of 3D Max, and yeah, I know it's a bold statement, but I would say they are the best team in this qualifier and should go all the way through. They both find themselves 2-0 right now as well, Anders. So this is basically to see who's going to top Group B.
Well, let's find out where the battleground is going to be. We do have the video coming up for you guys as well. It's going to be one hell of a game right here. No surprise, Vertigo it's survived a little bit. We're gonna keep mentioning it, but we'll be on Anubis. So we've had Anubis and Ancient, really the battlegrounds for today. I haven't had much else, so I'm sure that will happen. We get a little bit later on, but I don't necessarily mind it. I like Anubis as a map, and I'm ready for this. I think this is gonna be a real clash of the Titans here. And I don't know, Germany, coming off that last win, honestly, they look really good.
Yeah, they do. They do. I think they're a side to keep an eye on. This could and should be a closer game on paper, especially than kind of what we got into our previous one. But yeah, I would say in that previous one, obviously Germany came in as the favorites. I think now they come in as the underdogs, and it's about whether they can put off the same sort of performance. For me, as an underdog, it's a different way to kind of approach a game. Do you come in with kind of that same level of confidence and sort of, in a sense, this sort of laissez-faire style, which was taking fights early, kind of playing it puggy? I don't know how much that'll work against 3D Max. Their structure, their system is very, very solid. They're a team you absolutely cannot sleep on. And for that instance, they're going to have to rein it in a bit. I think for me, I look at this matchup, and just because of how strong France are, I think you've basically got to kind of chalk it down to the battle of the IGL. So on the other side, you know, for the likes of for Mako, who's been all the calling in this side, he's individually an incredible talent, but recently has been doing some calling too. And I want to see kind of how we can kind of counter that on the other side for what is a pretty strong auto attacks team, and for Freeze, who's not a bad caller either.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to make mistakes, right? Best of one game, we keep repeating it, but you know, as an in-game leader, it's even tougher now with MR12 over MR15. We've all kind of forgotten about that, but obviously in MR15, you have, as an in-game leader, a lot more runway to figure out what's going on, and you can sort of like, you know, there's a lot more tactical space in the middle of the game where you can sort of mess around with. That isn't really the case anymore. Like you have to figure out what's going on pretty quickly. You have to adapt very fast, and you have to kind of move on and just try and go with it. So that is a lot of pressure, I think, more so than ever on the in-game leaders in that sense. So it'll be a tough game either way.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. I do want to see now how it comes in terms of for 3D Max or for France. That they've had a pretty, well, I say a pretty easy run of things, not being the easiest. Their opening game actually against Portugal, they won, but it was 13-11. They were pushed kind of the distance there. Their second game, not so much, against Netherlands, a pretty simple 13-5. For Germany's previous games, obviously we caught one of them, which is that 13-2 over Slovenia. That was pretty simple. I don't think they were really tested at all. A little bit more against Netherlands, 13-8, but same thing again, you know, a pretty simple game. This is the first true test, I think, for both of these two sides, and a side that actually has the potential to beat them. And, you know, for both of them, they want to make sure that they lock in that playoff spot. I think they're in a comfy spot regardless. They're both 2-0. Even if you pick up a loss here, for example, all you need is one more win tomorrow, and you've got 2 attempts tomorrow as well. You should be fine, all things considered. So yeah, I think even if you were to pick up a loss here, I wouldn't stress about it that much. But going 3-0, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm about 90% sure, if I'm right in saying that if you go 3-0, you are guaranteed at least make it to a playoffs, and maybe if not, even go towards that first place spot, depending on round difference. So you're guaranteed playoffs if you go 3-0, but it's depending whether you finish first or second, because of round difference, if you were to pick up 2 losses to round off the rest of it. But let's be honest, if you're going 3-0, you're probably going to see off the rest of the games relatively comfortably as well.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, I agree, like, they should make it, but it's always scary. Like, you never know what happens. You run into, like, a crazy team. So, yeah, if you can get it done today, you're going to be feeling so much better. So, definitely the victory here is going to be important. Anubis looming in the distance as we get into this one. Again, shout out to all you guys in the chat. I'll do my best to try and keep in what you guys are up to every once in a while. And just yeah, there's been a good amount of action going on in the chat today. It varies a little bit between like what teams are playing and whatever else is going on, but for Germany and France, I expect there to be a little bit of rooting going on for either side. I think the game is just about ready. So yeah, you're with France on this one. I'll just make that assumption. You've been bigging them up a lot.
Yeah, I am. I'm very heavy on France, and you know, I like auto attacks a lot, but as much as I want this to be competitive, it actually wouldn't even be the most surprising thing in the world if France come in towards this game and actually dominate it. This is a side that they know, a side that they definitely would have played off, at the very least in practice, if not in kind of more kind of regular officials. But for 3D Max, they're a top 30 side right now. They've been playing tier 1 events. They've been looking good. And they've got some pretty big events as well coming up too. So this is a good preparation. They've got Pro League Season 20 coming up in September. In July, they've got the Sky Esports Championships in Mumbai on LAN. And for them, that's 2 big lands that they want to prepare for, and they'd love to just book in a third, right, and have that one
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, kind of in your back pocket and all the rest. So yeah, it's really cool. Like I said, I got to catch them at Pro League. It wasn't the best performance. It wasn't the worst either. You know, they finished 9-12, which is relatively solid. You know, finishing in that kind of side that top echelon. It was them. You know, they finished in the same position as Na'Vi, for example. So you know, Na'Vi and Mongols even. So it's not the worst finish in the world. And all the teams above them, in a way, kind of deserved to be there too. They made it towards playoffs, which I think is the best thing, and they only lost out to G2. So fair enough. I'm not even going to really say that was all too bad. And they even took a map off G2 as well. Germany, look like they want to go quick here. XC is going to be tested. First fight doesn't go his way.
Yeah, he's down already. Jocko trying to get there. The flashbang was decent. I didn't look like Osek was able to see that much, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get the kill anyway. So now they're backing up towards the other side of the map where they run right into Makarin. Oh my God, he's making quick work of them. What an absolutely disgusting defense. They had the right call. He was alone for a good minute there, and it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. That's remarkable.
And in a matter of moments, Perks is kind of left scratching his head thinking, what do I even do now? You know, 1v3, this is tough. No bomb is well to work with. I mean, there's crossfire. The Julies alone should get a preferential fight here just because of left eye peak, and it will be the case. Maka is not letting one of those slip away. 4 kills to his name. Talk about leading by example here, Anders. That is a beauty of a start.
Job done. It's so fast. You see at the meter in this replay that his teammate Lucky is only just rotating in when he's going to get the last kill. So if he doesn't do what he does here, then it's going to be a very, very different round. At a minimum, it should have been a bomb plant there for Germany. They had the right idea, falling back to the B bomb side, but not going to make a difference here. Second round is coming up, and with no bomb plant, it's not the best start for the German side.
No, not at all. Will mean, a buy here that is nothing really to even look at, or I guess more aptly, a lack of buy. We have one Deagle to work with. Bit of investment for Ozek because he got a couple of kills, so he can facilitate it without it being seen as an overinvestment. Everybody else, due to the lack of kills, can't. So, what can you do? 1-0 start, should be made 2. The big thing, I guess, maybe on the other side is trying to feed the MP9 too much. You don't want to give too much kill bonus over towards the SMG. This should be a clean round there for France. If Germany get a bomb plant, that'll actually be a real nice silver lining to have. I very much doubt they'll get the round, though. This will be a tough one to kind of make work without even armor.
Yeah, it require at least a couple of mistakes here from the TT side, and they're not offering up many at the moment. Very, very quick round here, just absolutely locking it down. I think even trying to see if they get that M4 on over. They couldn't upgrade it for the MP9, I guess, but still, it's not that bad, is it? Bit of a salter in the middle, only the one casualty. Team France, pretty happy with the way things are going, but the real test is coming up. We've got AKs on the German side.
This is the big first round where it has to be a first round for Germany. I feel like if you come in towards this against a bonus buy and you fall flat, that's where things can peter out quite quickly. And you know what as well, kind of looking at this matchup, it's something that is kind of worth mentioning. I actually feel of all the teams to play against, of both of these two sides, this is actually a side that, in a way, you'd actually prefer to play against because they're known quantities. When you come against some of these mixers or some of these sides that maybe have names that you're not too familiar with, it can actually be tough to play against them because they're just so outlandish in terms of some of the strats. It's a good start for Ozek. You'll find Lucky. It's a nice opener.
Guys, definitely in a position to do something there, but gets overwhelmed. Hyped holding the smoke here in Germany. They should be able to lock this round down. I don't see much of a reason why France would try and go for it. They're not throwing that many rifles away because, again, they only have the one M4 here, but still, it's just such a stretch. I expect when the higher caliber teams we see, the more and more we're going to see these kind of saves where people are going to be a little bit quicker to say, all right, it's not worth it. Because you can make so much work out of it if you have 3 upgraded rifles into some of the next rounds, right? You can do a lot with it. For Mars, though, it's going to be found. It's Gravity taken down. So, a bit of a shame they only get to save 2 of them.
It's true. And it's a good round for Germany to take here. It's a very simple T-side round as well. They go for the early fight. They have one player lurking out via main to see if anybody rotates in, see if they can catch anybody in transition. And even though it doesn't happen, it's just that I guess, internal thing where it's going to keep attention drawn in that direction. Hence why the player who's on site, he's actually stuck in two minds. Do I try and play up towards pillar here and catch them rotating in from camera? Well, maybe not, because there's a main player that I know of. He's dropped the lurk smoke, so I know there's somebody in that direction. I can't commit to being open to main. And on the other side, it's the similar thing of they're barreling in from mid. I can't afford to kind of be open that side either. So good take coming through from Germany. France back into the buy. The one thing I'm looking at, the auto shotgun for Exercise. What can he do with this? It's a pretty strong gun. This is probably the map that I see this gun used on, basically the only map I see it used on, but especially I see it used quite a bit at the higher level. A lot of shotguns in towards Anubis because these, close range fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do it. It's not exactly protocol, but who cares? You get a couple of close bursts with it. You never know. Plus, it's more fun this way. He's hoping that they're going to walk through the smoke. They kind of blow it up. They're getting close now. And he did do a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough for the kill. The grenade surely going to get that one, though. Yeah. Set gets blown up. Lucky on the other side. He's got the M4 still. And Perks is very low. Yeah, he's going to go straight down. The headshot not even needed there. But it's a 2 versus 3 at the end of it. Germany going for the tail end of the bomb site here with the bomb plant. And they are going to be able to at least secure the bomb plant. Well, they can win the 2 versus 3, still to be decided. Jocko is walking in from CT spawn, and the other two are coming in from the middle here. If Type wins this first fight, it puts the rest of France in a really awkward spot, and he's going to be able to do that. Arrow will catch it up, and he's walking straight into a bit of a crossfire here. Arrow will take the kill. Nicely done from Germany. That's a huge 2 versus 3 to win.
That's a big post bomb to work in their favor, and they've tied this game up. And not only that, they've broken the econ over towards France. I mean, this is exactly how you want a T side to start. My assumption, now, I'm not 100% sure, maybe you can get confirmed about it, but my assumption is that Germany won the knife and chose to start T side. That's something that I know Alt Attack have done in the past. They're a side who do like their T side. It's on this map especially as well. It's the only map that we can consider T-sided. So I'd assume that that is the case. And so far, so good. 2 in a row. Gun rounds looking clean. And France struggling to kind of scratch the surface a little bit. He's going to give a lot of confidence to the side who, like we said, arguably do come in as underdogs in towards this matchup.
I mean, this is a nice recovery from Germany. Losing a couple of the early rounds, but kind of getting right back into the swing of things here. And not wasting too much time on it. It's a strange assortment of weapons that they got on the German side. Got a MAC-10 found in the middle there, but AKs, AWP, and an M4 on Arrow. They're not going to give up too much else here, I think. Surely just the bomb goes down. MAC-10 is given over. Nobody really cares about that. So, yeah, Germany will take the lead at a 3-2 scoreline. And France will just say, all right, that's it. You can have that. We'll try and see if we can make something work with whatever we got. But yeah, going around as a group, hope to find a straggling player. If you can steal an AK away, that would be huge.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if you can get anything more to work with, it would be nice. Even as well, kind of for that MAC-10, for example, this is something that you can afford to kind of fly into fights with and lose. You could have a buy towards the next round. It's really not the worst thing in the world to keep in your favor. Doesn't look like they're going to get any exits, though, as they're wrapping to try and find people in this direction. Germany have gone out the other way. So they go for a fight. They go for a long rotate. And unfortunately, they rotate the wrong way. 2-3. Germany take a lead. And now in doing so, this is where we can start to see France responding kind as well. They started well with the pistol. Question is, of course, is can they replicate it on towards the rifles, which are coming out. Bar made the MAC-10, which looks like Mac is just going to keep hold of.
That's kind of weird. Like, around where almost nobody dies, just one MAC-10 goes down, and they manage to kind of dodge each other for the rest of the round. Don't see that all the time. Usually there's some sort of end of the round fight going on, but the German squad is in the lead. 3-2. Freeze the one sent in first. We'll see if there's going to be a flash around the corner. There will be. Setting up nicely for the kill. They realize, yeah, it's a classic setup on the TT side. You know that someone's going to be there to try and cover it. Molotov into the corner. Bam, everywhere. It'll be the AWP, but I think no matter what, Maka was probably going to be there right there. So good double kill to begin with. In the middle of the map, it's Germany coming up with a huge tactical advantage. And I don't know, again, now, what do France do? If they had time, they might try and regroup and put all 3 people at the same bomb site, but they can't even really do that. Good trade, and this should be another round in their favor.
I think you're right. I mean, it would require a bit of heroics here from France. I don't think they're going to be given those luxuries. I like the way Germany are approaching this. You know, when you come in towards a game with a team of France's caliber, they're not showing them any respect. They're taking super quick fights. They're backing themselves individually. That's the sort of style of play we want to see. And I think France are actually a little bit shocked by it. That they're probably expecting and thinking there's going to be a little bit of a slower style of play, a bit more of what we see in kind of that EU tier 1.5 / tier 2. It's actually not what we're getting at the moment. And it's something that is very much catching them off guard. I think they're a little bit perplexed as to what is happening. Pause going to be called here. Attack one from France. No surprises, I think, is the main point I want to draw home here, because they actually do need to have a conversation. And of course, both sides have coaches, which is a cool thing. Also, Germany, they have Zen over on that side, and for France, they have Wasink, who is the coach for 3D Max. So, yeah, cool that we probably should see a little bit more of the kind of pauses come through. There's a bit more of a tactical depth, I think, behind the game, but we haven't actually seen so many tactics at the moment. These two sides, and especially Germany, are happy just to fly into fights.
Yeah, it's interesting how the coaches make a bit of a difference there in terms of the pacing of the game. I guess not too surprising. Maka still leading the board right now. Guess nobody's surprised about that. We know how good he could be. And if we didn't, we've already seen it in the server. It's 10-2 at the moment. But France are struggling early on. Again, they're on the CT side, so it's less surprising that we're seeing a little bit of this. Freeze making his way through the center of the map, trying to apply a little pressure. If they can avoid the AWP, then so much the better for them. But actually, Hyped is just ready. He reads it so well. No AWP kills allowed. A grenade onto Lucky here. Now they're going to go and try and steal the AWP back, I guess. That's going to be the main mission right now for France. But for Germany, this is just a question of waiting. Still got more than a minute left.
Oh, the 5.7s are a little scary at times, especially when you're playing in, around, and above a smoke. Oh, but the AWP of Hyped holding. Hyped has really been pretty solid in towards the start of this game. He was very good at the tail end of that one earlier that we saw, and I mean, more of the same here. 2 already in this round, but 7-3 is not a bad way to start off, as we are in round number 7. Averaging a kill a round as an AWPer, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's so important. Keeping it alive. Remember how aggressive he was in that first game that we saw Hype just up close, running into people, not really backing down from any fight. So if we can have more of that, it's going to be a fun game, no question. Trading the way forward into it. Lucky, the last man standing, and he is going to be found by Perks. But either way, he definitely would have been traded by Arrow, who was right at the site. So a 5-2 scoreline as Germany keep up the pace. And France kind of run out of money a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where France have to once again opt for a little bit of a more awkward buy. This is of Maka going back into the MP9. So they're not the fully fleshed out one. They're not getting the AWP outs either. Those kind of hurt where they can't really compete. And they're actually going to double AWP T side, Germany. This is kind of a wild call. Double AWPing on the T side is not something you see all too often. I'm interested in how they're going to play around this sort of round, because it actually leaves you quite limited, especially if one of the rifles falls. Playing 2 AWPs, 2 rifles is not an easy thing to execute with. So this is maybe a slightly risky call, and also the potential of the AWP being dropped into the wrong hands.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree. I guess we'll see how it plays out. If it works out, certainly surprising for them. Aggressive push coming up from the CT side. Grenades around the corner, and they are able to clean it up. That can really backfire. I appreciate France trying to go for it, because it's one of the ways in which you can try and control the game a little bit when you're on the CT side, is to go for some of those aggressions outside of B or outside of A even. But this is really heavily backfired on them. So just Maka. The bomb picked up now towards the A side of the map, but they can definitely go and plant that. They know exactly where he is. Burks will be winning the fight here. And man, the difference between Maka and everyone else on the French side is it's a little bit too much. Like, there's such a gap.
Yeah, I mean, he really is doing so well individually, but it's one of those things where it's quite concerning in a sense, because we need somebody to help him out. We need some support. And he normally isn't always the one you look towards in terms of the firepower department. Granted, he is, I would still say, one of, if not kind of the best players in this team, just generally speaking. I would always kind of look towards Maka as the main point of firepower. But I normally see Lucky put up some decent numbers. Jocko as well plays very good kind of supporting roles, which he gets in towards the action. And yeah, we're not seeing these guys find that sort of form. I can give kind of Exorcise and Gravity maybe a little bit of leeway. Exorcise doesn't play the best roles. Gravity plays the worst roles as well. He's kind of playing traditionally a lot of the anchor positions, which means you don't really get into the action too often. When you do, you kind of met with four Ts running at you, or you're playing rotate, which is always awkward. So I can give him a little leeway as the youngster. Yeah, France, it's not been a nice start to this. They're not playing probably the way that they probably would have expected, I think, is how I'll put it.
There's still a chance to catch up. Gotta stay. 6-2 is not super encouraging for the French side, but it's definitely not over yet. Again, the big caveat to the situation is the fact that they are on the CT side, so a lot can be recovered. This round, probably not the round to do it in, given the money situation that's going on there. Jocko Lucky towards the B side of the map. Gravity trying to see if he can sneak his way through. And we might be able to. Okay, this could be a little bit of an... If the rest of his team can hold inside of the bomb site for just like 5 seconds, he might be able to shoot them at the side of the head. But they've turned the corner. I think they've barely got away here. Hyped in some trouble. Backup's going to be called for. Now, yeah, they're going to be running out the road upon the bomb. I think the window closed there for Gravity. That's such a shame. That would have been fun to see if he could have found a bit of a flank as they were planting the bomb. But I think he missed his opportunity by just maybe a second. So Exercise going to get a kill there. Lucky will get another one. So 3 versus 3. Obviously, they do not have a defuse kit in play in this round. So it's still going to be very tricky to try and win it. The spray is pretty good for Perks. And a much more expensive round than anyone expected. But for Germany, it's still a round they win.
Yes, exactly. 7-2. You know, I was pretty favorable about France coming in towards this one, but this is a one-sided showing. This is exactly what we saw earlier from Germany. You know, they are 13-2 on this map. We were so impressed, but I think we maybe took it with a pinch of salt. Slovenia on a region with a huge appetite for Counter-Strike, and they don't have a huge kind of name value around that team. Maybe not as much as Germany. But I've got to put some respect on last year's finalists. Maybe I didn't give them enough respect because this France team on paper looks super scary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Germany's just a little hyped up from the game before, but they are playing some brutal Counter-Strike. I do like, again, the aggression that's coming out here from the CT side. This time it's on the A side and towards the river, so they're trying to get a lot of position out there. Kind of pushing Germany towards the side of the map. But they should be ready. Jocko just run down. And he's the only defender here. I'm surprised that they didn't rotate another player in there because they had the forward position towards the center of the map. So they should have known that something was up. Bomb going to get planted here. Marker goes down to the back line, and that's trouble. But maybe the rest of the squad can pick it up. They're a little bit low on health, but it is a 2 versus 3. Perks set up to get this one easily, taking down, spins around. They drop like flies. They don't have the health for it. Perks with a stunning round. 4 kills for him. And Germany just looking so good.
Yeah, they are. 8-2. I mean, already, I would say 8 is not a bad little position to kind of put yourself in. I think that's great foundations as a T side. Yes, you can maybe talk about this being a T-sided map, and maybe we can expect a similar sort of showing out from France, but already this is great. The French side are really unable to put anything up on the board at the moment. Well, I'm liking what I'm seeing. A pause going to be called here, attack one, and my assumption again has to be France here. They're desperately trying to bring this back in their favor, and they're trying. So these rounds, you know, they're changing the tempo. They're trying to be a little quicker in... Yeah, a few of these incidents, but it's just not working. They go slow, they get pulled apart, and they get isolated. They go quick, they just get mowed down. Quite literally nothing's going to plan.
What a surprise. This is supposed to be, we advertised it as such, the game that was going to be a little bit closer. The Battle of the Titans. But you know what? It does build for an interesting storyline if these two teams face off against each other at the end of the season again, because we're going to remember this one. Germany kind of crushing France right now, at least on Anubis. But, you know, it'd be a best-of-1 game. You don't have time to switch it around here. And it's a good team performance, right? Hyped and Perks and Arrow all 9 or 10 kills. So got 3 people that are really helping each other out here. Flash set up for it. Oh, but he saw it coming. Good pre-fire from Arrow. That's not bad at all. They're going to get some grenade damage on top, and Freeze almost catching one of them there. That would have been a disturbing kill from the front side if they had actually lost that one.
It's true. 4v4, but good pop going to come through. Maka going to find a kill. Upgrades to an AK-2. Smoke comes down. That's going to make Orzek's life easier for thought. He might try and replicate a spam, and it actually cost him his life. They follow the tracers. They'll find the kill. Now, Hyped and Perked got a lot to do with not a lot to work with. Hype, though, holding on the corner. He could have potentially just parked up there, posted up, and waited for a rotation to come forward. He doesn't. He'll make a move. He's isolated is the only thing, and now he's alone.
Just move forward again. He's fearless with this AWP at any range. You miss a shot if somebody turns the corner here, and you're probably going to be dead, but so far he's been really good with it. He's not going to get a chance to flick that one. All right, that's a good job. France able to finally pick up a round. They were a little bit respectful from Hype there. But again, Lucky's starting to get there. It's still Maka doing so much of this work. And as cool as that is to watch, it's also a huge weakness in the team at the moment. So 8-3 is the scoreline as we move into round number 12, the last of the half. And at least for France, they have money. They have AKs to play around with. It's a little bit of a better look for them.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You make it 4, we can have a conversation. We can start to discuss about the possibilities and the potential. The 1-for-1 trade, though, is always going to favor the T side, no matter where you are, what map you're on, all the rest. As they say, trades do benefit the T's. Swing on the corners. Jocko will get one alongside Gravity. That's a nice little push in towards Dark. Arrow answers back one of his own, but the numbers still in a favorable spot for France here. And now, most definitely so, as Arrow's all that's left.
Yeah, bomb there, but what does it really matter? No way out. So France, honestly, with a not too bad of a recovery. I mean, it's still a long ways to get to the end, but I think they've carved out just enough. They win the first 2 rounds, they win the last 2 rounds, and they get a 4 in total. So I don't know if you're celebrating this kind of a scoreline, but you can certainly do something with it.
Yeah, it's workable. I think that's the way I look at this. But yeah, man, that is a quite a surprising, a shocking showing in the sense that Germany playing maybe better than I expected, or considerably better than I expected, compared to what I expect out of France. And France are playing well below the level that I know that they can play. This is a side who have regularly and recently played Tier 1 lands, and to a decent level as well. Playoffs of Pro League is no joke. So for me, it's a question about what's going wrong. Orzek is taking this first contact here. Fight out via water. It's what he's struggling with, but on both sides, at least he's done a little bit of tag damage, and he'll finally rip off the head of Maka.
Yeah, at range, USBs are pretty lethal. Orzek's going to go down, though. Stuck around. And this pistol round is so important for the French side here. I do like the push from Germany. Look at it over on the A side. They're starting to get there. There might be a second too late. Oh, a little bit of speed behind it. Got to be careful you don't get hurt, but they might be able to help out. Freeze. Oh, yeah, look at the timing. Oh, it couldn't have been better. If they'd walked the whole way, I think they missed the timing by a couple of seconds. If they run too soon, they give away the audio cue, and it doesn't work the same. But this was perfect timing for Germany. Well played.
Yeah. 5 rounds as a lead. Probably going to be made 6 as well. I mean, no bomb plant means that France really can't even buy here. I mean, if they do, they're not bringing a hell of a lot to the table. We're talking kind of a Tech 9, half armor sort of investment, maybe a Mach 10 if you're really, really fortunate in terms of the funds, which is not something that they have all too much to work with. So yeah, lesser investment. Just 1 deagle, 1 flash. That actually was a smoke, but was refunded for a flash by Maka. And looks like they're going to try and pop in towards the A site here, see if they can get a bomb plant. Even that might be a big ask with this sort of investment. The lack of armor is the real thing that makes it so damning. This MP9 should rip them to shreds.
Yeah, you make the extra money as well. I mean, a little bit of a payday for Germany if they can keep going. So far, none of the MP9s are actually at the A-bomb site, so Might be missing out on the extra cash, but still, they're positioned really far away. I like this setup. Why would you risk being run down by some potential upgraded pistols here? Just keep it cool. Oh, nice headshot. Okay. The round suddenly became a lot more interesting. Deep grenade lands on a couple of players there. But the bomb is planted. That was never supposed to happen. Now the retake is the one that they have to try and go for here. If they lose another player, you know, all right, the M4 kind of doesn't do anything. That's a shame. They did get up there and picked it up, so I like that part. And they will not get a single other kill for the rest of the round. Germany with a good retake, making it 10-4, but still for France, it's kind of mission accomplished, right? You get a kill, you get a bomb plant. That's pretty good.
I think that's where we can look at this and say, that's fine. You've got a bomb plant. That is basically all that we really care about in kind of that sort of situation. They're not investing heavily. They got one pot flash and a deagle to try and make something work, and they do. They get a bomb plant. They get a couple of kills. That's basically all that we really care about. But the big thing is on the other side is Germany. They're so close to the finish line now. 10-4 up. You've got a 6-round buffer. You're 3 rounds away from closing it. It is a pretty big ask needed for France. The big thing that they've at least got to work with, better firepower, better buy, and of course, in towards a buy in this one is the main thing. Just having AKs on deck. Nate comes over. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't catch anybody as they're slower towards the stairs push. Now, second time of asking, they do come over, but Jocko wasn't quite there just yet, so he takes a couple of points of damage.
Shots ringing through the smoke, but not able to connect with anything on the other side here. This first rifle round, if we're going to be watching a French comeback, I think it has to start almost immediately. Oh, and it's a good look over the smoke. Osek can't really get away, though. Arrow, you could see he's worried. He knew there was a real threat there, but it doesn't matter. They get wiped on the defense. I would say for the rest of them, probably just stay away. There's nothing to win here. France not even necessarily even rushing the bomb site. They just kind of, you know, step by step move forward, got kills. They were under no real stress. It's very well coordinated.
Yeah. It's a good round. Really good round. They just come in, showcase the AKs, get a very easy few kills as well. I mean, Gravity getting that double really to settle the kind of the nerves in the first gun round of the T side. And now something to work with. At least there's something to build upon here is the main thing that I'm looking at. Germany, I guess for me, the pinch of salt I'm going to take in the success of that round is that for Germany, it was a bonus. They didn't really have the most fully fleshed out bar. They had a FAMAS, they had an MP9. They didn't overinvest or kind of even really reinvest in towards that round. This is the one where they might. And actually, Hyped does get an AK right at the end there. So he upgrades from his MP9 to the AK. It's now an AWP for him to trade it out with. He'll drop the AK over towards Freeze. He'll pick up the AWP as well, dropped over. This is a much better opportunity to showcase actually how Germany's CT side looks. That one, I'm not going to read too much into. This is the one that's going to be the big indicator for me. If France can have a chance in towards this second half, in towards potentially pulling off this comeback, they've got to take this round for me. If they don't, and Germany go back to winning ways, I think it's probably a sign of things to come.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. Oh, the spray from Jocko is disgusting, though. All second. Hyped instantly going down. That's they were trying to pull the plug on that push, but they just couldn't even escape through the smoke. 5 versus 3, and Arrow might be dead as well, not realizing there's a double setup up here, so gets traded even though he wanted to get the kill and try and escape. They read even Perks coming in here. It's a nice idea. Probably could have been a kill there for exercise, but not going to be happening. So still, France with the bomb plant and the round win.
Now we are, at the very least, opening the door to that conversation. 10-5, now turns 6, is a much more doable affair. It's not quite reaching distance just yet, but it probably should be, considering there won't be that much of a buy to work on, especially if Perks does fall. He's going to try and desperately stay alive here. He tucked it, I think, in a safe enough position, which is fine. Because if you're going to go hunting, if you're going to go looking for information, you're going to go out towards spawn, so they might actually just miss him. The time's gone anyway. 10-6. Decent recovery from France. And I think, you know, now that what we've seen of the start over from the first half and now into the second, just showcasing really how T-side of this map actually is.
I think that is what we're getting a glimpse of here. And you know what? Credit to France as well for keeping their head in the game, right? That's kind of another thing. And I guess it comes with experience, but even if you end up being really far down at the start of a game, just knowing that, okay, listen, we're going to get a chance, just don't lose the mental game. Don't start to give up now. Stay in it, and we'll be right back with the second half, which we are now. So 10-6. This is France showing us that sometimes not giving up again is the right move. Nice lineup here with the AWP. Oh, could have been a kill there. Would have been Perks peeking on the other side, but he does get to live. The question is, what did Germany do? Right? They just need 3 more rounds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't know. This gap is closing quickly.
It is. It is. I mean, we are getting to, at least momentarily, a bit of a concerning point. This is getting closer than probably should be or should have been, considering how we were at the halfway point, how we were coming in towards this second half. 4 rounds of difference, probably going to be made 3 in just a moment, unless a scout and an M4 and a few ESPs can change the tune. I don't have too much belief in this round. It would require France to massively overfight, to be isolated in their fights as well. I don't think it's going to happen.
Doesn't feel likely, does it? I agree. Molotov, flashbang, just putting some pressure on. See if it's going to force a bit of a rotation. Perks is walking towards the middle, but they're not really sold on it yet. I feel like Germany kind of have the right idea. If they had better pistols here, this would be so much more interesting. Like a 5.7 over a USP makes a huge difference. So they have the right position for the players, just not the right weapons to try and deal with what's coming. And as a result, you can see they kind of get slaughtered. I think some P250s, some 5.7s, it could have been a different round, but France will pick it up.
I agree. I think you have 5.7s there, and if they play off the rifle or play around it as kind of as a more supporting element, that can be scary. You know, the stack was technically called right. They just could not scratch the surface of the armor of the T side. 10-7, 3-round game, absolutely on the cards here. Don't count out France just yet. It's taking them maybe a little bit of a while to warm up and get into this game. It's taking 2 tack pauses as well. Thankfully, finally, they are there, though. Bite. That is sufficient over towards Germany. Arrow's going to go aggro here. He's going to push all the way down.
Again, I do like this from the CT sides. I think right when it came out, Anubis, this is one of the things that was really lacking. People were having a hard time on the CT side trying to find any kind of openings, but as time has gone on, more and more teams are really, really good at it. I think it makes the game and the map way more interesting to watch. They don't quite do anything with it, but, you know, still it's an attempt. He could have found like a straggling T player at the start that maybe just wasn't ready for his position. He's back to a more common type setup here. Jocko's cheering everything out in the middle. Bomb been picked up now. And we'll see where they go with it here, France. So far, the calling's been excellent on this T side. So
yeah,
you can see very meticulous. Like they're just taking their time, getting all the basic information. Although Germany wanted to get some information of their own. Waited on the other side by exercise. He was just patient there.
You know, I mentioned coming in, this game for me felt like a real battle of the IGLs. Who's going to be able to outcall each other? And initially, it looked like Germany were doing such a masterful job. France and this T side have really at least made a statement of their own. It's still a 4 versus 4. And again, the time is the thing that really worries me. But then 3 kills in quick succession go the way of France. And that is all she wrote in towards this one. Arrow, all you can even opt to do is just keep hold of what you've got. Save this M4. That's a small silver lining. It's going to be France finding an 8th. And actually, with the economy being in such a tough situation over towards Germany, they can't really buy next round. So France do get a bit of a 2-for-1 special in this instance. Get caught from behind. And yeah, so France on an 8th. And they're probably going to get a 9th as well. There's loss bonus, but it's not enough to pull off a sufficient buy here for Germany. Unless they want to go for a really unorthodox force. That is a big, big round again to be taken. France, more or less off the back of this one, are going to make this a 1-round game. And that's pressure on the shoulders of Germany. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much worse than this. I think they can feel it now. Even with the 2-round lead, I don't think mentally that's helping them out that much. I think the real stress here is just knowing that you're not getting much of a grip on the second half. The CT side is looking nothing like what Germany would have wanted. So they're in a little bit of trouble. And running out of rounds to play with. Also running out of money, obviously, just to make things even worse. But that's kind of the nature of playing the CT side. This time, a bit of a change of pace, I would say, for France, right? A lot quicker in the middle. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds, a little bit under, but still, they're right in here. And every other round, they've been slow playing it. So that's another sign that you're sort of dealing with a higher level team, is that they're able to change the pace in the middle of the game. Like, tactically, it's very hard for the CT side to deal with if they fall into a rhythm of expecting nothing to happen for the first 30, 40 seconds, and then suddenly there's a lot of action happening way earlier.
Maka holding for a peek at range, but it doesn't look like he's going to be giving it. He got one player in towards main, one player up close, and I think they'll realize the whole idea around this is not give a fight for free outside of camera. Pop flash, I'm assuming, for Jocko around this corner. No, two of them way up close. The pop flashes bank off the wall, and that's what a 5-7 can do at close range. It can be scary, a little precarious. Deagle having to reload, and somehow has actually got that second kill, 1v2. This could be the one that Germany take, and if it is, that'll be crazy.
Yeah, we weren't mentioning those 5-7s for nothing. They really are vicious pistols. 18 seconds here. Bomb being planted right down for Arrow's got the right idea in the spray. Oh, it's so good. Germany stealing away around. They really had almost no business picking up, but that is very well played. And in spite of France, again, trying to tactically stay really varied here, but see Arrow just coming in with the Deagle, absolutely decimating them. 5-7 on the other side, and it'll be a round for Germany.
Yeah, and it's a big kind of 4K to take in that sort of a buy, and it's kept Germany just at least far enough away where they're not too worried just yet. That's a 3-round buffer. It's still a little bit scarier than it was in that first half. No two ways about it. It's still not been really anything on the guns for Germany in the second half. That's the big thing. It's all well and good winning a low buy round like that, but if you don't chain it into a bit of form here on the full buy, it doesn't really matter. They've got to make this work. They did scoop up an AWP at the end there, which is a big thing for them. They financially wouldn't have been able to afford it. It's more a question of, can the AWP get active here? Freeze gets flashed, and we actually will fall. Jocko gets one, but Hyped at least answering back well.
Let's see how this goes. The Molotov. Jocko nearly burns alive to that one. A missed shot on either side. I don't believe it. How? They were waiting for each other, but that's a bit of a rare sight. Grenade outside. It's Jocko to go down next, but Maka will be able to pick it up right afterwards. 3 versus 3. He's got the bomb in the middle, so he has to kind of respect that. It's kind of hard to stick around and fight forever if you might be able to give her the bomb. Although now he's got some backup in there, so might not be all that bad. Under a minute now. Perks is probably feeling quite lone. Oh, he's got Arrow right on top of him. It's actually Orsak that's feeling a little bit lonesome potentially. It's going to smoke up one side so they can focus on that dark position where every single member of France is showing up, and he's not able to win any of those fights. And Perks, he wanted to be sneaky, but that was being held by Marco, who's again been the star player for France, no questions. 19 kills on him. They'll take another round here, Neo. There's no question. It's going to be 9-11.
Man, this is a game on our hands here, and France still have the potential, and the way they're playing, the possibility too of stealing this one away. It's a crazy thing that we're starting to develop here. If France pull this off, if they're able to take this, even in regulation, it'd be crazy, but even if it's overtime, still wild. This is a side who are finding form and finding how easy it can be to chain rounds together on this T side. Will be a save for Arrow. He keeps on of the AK, but individually a great round coming through. Maka for a double. He still continues to be such a dominant force in the server. 19-10.
Yeah.
They can't find a way to shut them down. They really are struggling.
Whatever the answer is, they have to find it really, really fast. I would say if this pattern sort of repeats itself right now, it's going to be France overtaking Germany before we get to the end of the game. Could be overtime as well, but they are playing quite a strong game at the moment.
In this round, we've got a weird buy for Germany, but one that I can sort of understand. They're not over-investing into it, so they still have money left in reserves, but they're committed to at least some level of investment. There's an AWP at the corner that does catch one. It's actually the rifle that finds that kill. A second alongside it. Germany might be about to lock in match point here. Exercise and Maka, the first to fall. And now France are going to try and convert this from a 3 versus 5. This is not easy.
Oh, it's not. Not even a little bit. Germany might just sneak it away. Now, if you look at the money, at least on the French side, they have money to buy in the next round, so they're not going to get completely lost on this one, but still, tough position to be in here. Germany, I mean, they won the round with the Eagle coming in for the backstab, and this one, not a fully equipped round, right? So somehow they're able to do a lot of work. Double orb, obviously, sickening to play up against now, but they're taking their sweet time here. Can they find a way back into it? Sure, they get arrow, but the cost is pretty great. They lose Lucky at the same time. And now they're trying to get closer. Orsek just ready and waiting. One kill is all he needs. Oh, they line up for him. He'll get the one. Hype will steal the other one. And Germany will be at 12 rounds. Just one away from stealing this one as France were making a great comeback.
Yeah, that's a good round to take as well. Very decent proactivity coming forward. You know, pushing towards wars like that is inherently so risky, and it works wonderfully. Nice work. The question for me is, again, still about consistency, but at least the one thing they have as a luxury is Germany, but at least they can't lose in regulation. Yes, they can still go towards overtime. They've got 3 rounds before that to try and just get a mistake out of France. 12-9. That super strong first half has been the real foundations behind them here.
Yeah, well and truly. Round number 27 here. It's going to be hyped with the start. They wanted to swing against it. I think they had a flashbang, but I'm not sure if it really worked out the way that they were hoping for. So, first kill goes the way of Germany. Marcus also taking a bit of damage. Oh, the timing here. Jocko was alone. His backup was right there, but Lucky just wasn't looking. I think they were halfway falling back, halfway trying to sort of relocate the troops, and they got caught in the middle of that rotation. That's really awkward. 3 versus 5 here, Neo, and this has started to look grim for France. I thought they were making a comeback. I was starting to really believe in them, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Double setup here as Marcus on the other side. Remember, he's already tagged up. If they peek him, or even if he gets one and they re-peek him, a double peek instead, yeah, that was the third option, I suppose, and they'll get the kill on him. So now 2 versus 4.
Feels, or at least is getting to that point of being next to impossible. How low Lucky is. Xyz has to get this one cleanly, and he doesn't. Allows him to line up, and a trade there is all that Germany need. The last man seen off, and arrow will close. They were made to work for it. We don't have to deny that at all, but a 13-9 is such a strong showing from Germany. They've come in against arguably the hardest team in this entire qualifier, in my opinion, and I mean, especially that first half, they made it look pretty damn easy. That's a big, big scalp to be taken, and I think more or less that should guarantee that Germany make the way towards the playoffs, which is pretty sick. I think going 3-0 guarantees you go towards playoffs. Now for them, it's about playing for that kind of preferential seeding, getting first of the group and the rest. And they've already beaten the hardest team in their group, so it realistically should slot into place.
Yeah, this is so well done. I've got to say, I'm very impressed. Not much to criticize. They definitely ran the risk in the second half. I think they're Germany of potentially, running out of steam, but they picked up some really important rounds and got it over the finish line. For France, again, I guess that maybe is the downside of playing Anubis on a best of 1, is that you start on the slower side, and it can be really hard to recover. So it's kind of what they experienced here.
Yeah, exactly that. For France, I guess it's not the end of the world. They've got a couple more games to be playing in this group. They will be coming up against Czech now. I think their next game is against Slovenia, which, in all fairness, should be a relatively easy one for them, but we'll have to see when it comes down to it. Who knows? Maybe an upset might be on the cards there as well. Either way, we are done with our best of 1. Here we're going to throw us onto a break. We'll be back soon with some more Counter-Strike action. I think relatively soon. Not as long as a break as our previous game. We'll see you in a moment. What is going on, people? Welcome back. We're heading in towards our penultimate game of the day, and this one, in a similar fashion to actually most of them today, is actually a bit of a heater. We have got Team Turkey taking on Team Ukraine. A really, really cool matchup. A lot of big names in here, a lot of guys who, you know, even if you are a bit more of a casual viewer of Counter-Strike, you'll know some names in the server if you're following just primarily the tier 1 level. And if you're someone, you know, like myself, who enjoys that tier 2, you should know basically everybody, which is pretty sick. This one's a cool game. I think if I'm right in saying this is the opening game as well for this group, and it is. So I haven't played any games before this. This is to kickstart Group A, which is, it's pretty stacked. But honestly, when I look at Group A, which is Ukraine, Turkey, Albania, Armenia, and Greece, I would say that these are the two favorites. Both of these guys should be making it towards playoffs. They should finish in that top 3. And honestly, I think winner of this basically should indicate who finishes top.
Oh, okay. So that's we're starting out with a banging game in this one. I'm really excited for this as well. You know, even though I don't follow the tier 2 scene nearly as much as you do, there's still a lot of names. Obviously, some of them I recognize on the Turkish side from being in, you know, formerly in tier 1 teams like Xcloud and Emo. But even on the Ukrainian side, right, like Saltovsky is definitely a name that rings out, as they like to say. So I think this is going to be a really interesting game for sure. And I'm just excited for it. Both countries, obviously, with a rather long history of Counter-Strike. Obviously, Eternal Fire, I think, finally managing to put Turkish Counter-Strike like really on the map in a solid way, which is very cool. Like, we've been waiting for a long time.
Exactly. They have been looking sick recently. Let's start with Ukraine and see what the lineup is for these guys. And like I said, if you follow tier 2, you should basically know all of them. A very solid team. Burya, Sotovsky, Kenzazor, Paul Bandana, and Amster. The full 5 over from Kono. I guess maybe if you were following when these guys were at a bit more of their peak, you would have known them on the EC Kiev. That's when they were really making deep runs in a lot of these kind of tier 2 tournaments. They've recently, only even the last kind of month or so, joined this Kono roster. But this 5, they've been together for quite a while now, and they're a very solid team. And I think this is the big thing that they've got going for them. It's the thing I always mention. They are a team. They'll have a strat book. They'll have their system. They'll have their strategy of how to come in towards this game. In comparison to Turkey, who are a little bit more of a mix. So I have high hopes for Ukraine. I think they can make a playoff run. I think they can be a team that potentially actually even will qualify towards the LAN itself. There's 5 spots available here in the East European qualifier in comparison to West, which has 7 spots. They have more teams though over there, so it evens out and it makes a little bit more sense. This is Team Turkey, and like I said, you should recognize nearly everybody on the page here. We've got Exiled, Jota, Emo, M-Star, and then of course Wicadia is stepping in instead of Lugson. So just a cool one. Wicadia's coming in for Lugson, which is sick. So we've got 2 Eternal Fire players, 2 Sangal players as well, which is pretty good. And then, of course, M-Star, he's been around for a while. He's a little bit older. He's an IGL. I guess recently played on Illyrians, which is actually a Kosovo side, but previously before that was part of Eternal Fire Academy, which is how these guys will know him. So he's, apparently pretty good. I've heard some good things from him, Star.
Okay. I mean, this game just got a lot more interesting with Wicadia stepping in. Obviously, someone that has had a lot of hype around him. Also has been delivering some disappointing results in tier 1 when it comes to like the really big games. He kind of tends to choke up a little bit, which is not that uncommon for people who are trying to just get into the game and kind of like, you know, early in their careers. But at this level, you have to assume that he's going to be really strong. Let's see what the battleground will be, if we're going to see another Ancient or Anubis, or we'll get a different selection this time around. We do see... the first Vertigo ever that we've seen. Wow.
Okay.
I haven't casted any Vertigo yet, so it's brand new.
How you feeling? Are you happy about this? You get the Vertigo?
I am, because as a commentator, like, I just don't want to get into a spot where I'm like suddenly in some big, you know, arena and I just I have no idea what's going on, because obviously you can play the map and that's fine, but watching professionals play, it's always going to be different. There's always like you can theory craft all day about like, how will this position play out? How will they do this? But ultimately seeing it in play is going to be the real test of it. So I'm excited for this. We've been talking about it for weeks now here at Iesf about whether or not we're ever going to see Vertigo, and we finally do.
This is sick. And also, not only are we getting Vertigo, but we're getting Vertigo in a super important game, a game where both of these sides have kind of quite a deep strat book about this. I'm assuming Eternal Fire might play a little bit more puggy, as they've got players from 3 different teams in a way, 2 from Eternal Fire, 2 from Sangao, and M-Star, who recently has become a free agent. So because of that, it might be a little bit more puggy on that side. And then we got the other side where for the Ukrainian side, all 5 players together should have a deep strat book, should know what's doing towards this map. So this is a perfect kind of battle of the mindset is how I'll put it. The 2 completely different styles of play. I'm expecting Ukraine to try and slow this down a little bit, play to their tempo, try and isolate these fights. Whereas, Turkey, I would not be surprised they come into this one, especially quite confident and thinking, okay, mechanically, I see myself as better, so I'm going to show exactly why. Especially players like Wakadia. I think you're spot on. Maybe in the big, important games, he struggled, but when he plays against teams and players that I think he maybe values himself as a better, more mechanical player, he's just a menace. He's so hard to deal with. He's so quick in towards fights as well.
Yeah, for sure, right? And having people with that level of confidence, it just can be very, very hard to contain. So I'm pretty excited for it. Hope you guys are in the chat as well, wherever you're watching. Obviously, big welcome. We still got this game and even another one after this. So we've got some Counter-Strike still. That's going to be coming your way here throughout the day. Yeah, we are going live, I think, into the game, so it should be right up. We've got Vertigo with Turkey. Look to be starting on the CT side. It's Ukraine starting on the T side here. So once again, best of 1 and a big welcome.
Yes, this is going to be such a cool game. I am really, really looking forward to this. This is 2 sides who most definitely should be making it towards playoffs, I think, as kind of a bare minimum, and I'm expecting big things coming through, and with Kadia coming in last minute as well. What can he bring to the server? What can he gift us in what is potentially going to be a sick game of Counter-Strike? A stacking via mid is the play here with a lurker out towards bottom ramp, going in towards this mid control, and it's M-Star who's not committed to the fight, just more jiggling for information.
Yeah, M-Star. He's got his eyes trained on it, but again, that new hole in the wall on Vertigo just makes it a little bit tricky. Saltovsky, nice shot! Oh my god, and he's going to take down Wakadia as well. A beautiful start for him at a 5 versus 3 as they try and sneak through the middle here. It's a little bit of a headshot coming through. M-Star will get 1, but they'll run down the remaining CT. It's X-Cloud, last man on the bomb site. He's going to get jiggled from either side of that E-box, and that makes it very tricky. Oh, he's straight in there. That actually stops the bomb plan. M-Star, can he close this for his team? He started out with a good kill, but no, not really. But yeah, we'll take him down, and it will be Ukraine to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, I like that. That's a nice play. It's a really good call. It's, a slow one in towards mid. You're waiting for contact. The second you get contact, you burst. You step up the tempo rapidly. So really nice. So Tovsky, this is a guy that I have to highlight every single time I cast him. He is an incredible AWPer. And, there's just something about AWPers and pistol rounds. It's a match made in heaven.
That's true.
That first bullet accuracy is crisp. And the weird thing that I always think about as well, AWPers traditionally, you're told, as an AWPer, don't aim for the head, aim for the body, because bigger target, whatever. But on pistols, headshot accuracy is just crazy from these AWPers. So I guess it's kind of they're able to kind of flip this mindset. Okay, on this round I need to be crisp with the headshots, but when I go to the AWP, aim for the upper chest area.
So I think it might also just be the mentality of saying, I'm not going to get too stressed even if I'm being shot at, because I know I've basically 1 or 2 chances to do something, which is kind of the same with the AWP, right? It's like if you freak out with the AWP, you're like, it's not going to work out. So maybe there's something about just keeping your cool in one of those moments there. But yeah, there is a funny overlap. Okay, nice attempt here from Turkey. I do like this. They try and go for a little bit of a collapse. They had obviously brought up into the round, and it doesn't really work out. Ukraine will get this one, and that's I think I put them in a weird economic situation. You're keeping score at home. I know, Neo, for how often these rounds play out, and it didn't really work out for them this time.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to add on to the tally. I'm doing it as we speak. We had one earlier, which was successful. With a smile on my face, I add one to the failed column of my little spreadsheet. But yeah, 2-0 start for Ukraine. That's good for them. It's really going to help. They know there's not going to be too much of a buy here. Wakadia, that the Eagle, pop shot.
I feel like there's something extremely petty about keeping close track of.
Oh yeah, it is.
I love it.
It's like it's a fight that only I have with the game, and it's just something that I can't wait in December because I'm pretty on it. I always have the spreadsheet open, in one of the other tabs. So just the second I see it, I'm like, right, perfect. I know I'm going to be getting, something on the tally, whether it's for better or for worse. I can't wait to kind of break. And Screw suggested something that I wasn't originally doing. Originally, I was just going to do successful and failed. That's it. But he suggested, why don't I split it into regions? So then you can see, for Asia, EU, North America, South America. We don't do as much Counter-Strike coming through from Africa. We did a couple, obviously, games, but that's before I started the spreadsheet. But I've got the column there just in case. I don't expect to be doing too many games from the African region coming through. But yeah, I've kind of split it up. So far, I guess from our qualifier that we had with Asia, we had a variety of different games. Also did one day of the women's as well. It's 8 failed, 3 successful. And I've always been told that apparently Asia have the best force buy conversion. So it's not selling me on that one. 8 failed to 3 successful.
No, it's not as impressive as you like. And the risk that comes with it as well. It's just like you pay such a heavy price for it. But speaking of the positives, though, Turkey, they have a little bit of more money to work with now. They got the AWP on Emo. So we'll see if he can find an early kill. There is a gap in the smoke there, but can't find the flick through. He did spot, I think, a shadow of someone jumping on the other side. Wakadia playing behind the huge metal beam back here. See if they are aware. Could have been a bit of a trick with Emo kind of actively running away, but yeah, now they definitely know, and he's kind of lucky to be alive, to be honest. That's a little bit close. Down to 11 health for him. Some time wasted right now. Ukraine just kind of waiting around, seeing if anyone's going to be coming up, but they haven't really engaged in too much of a push just yet.
I hope if fights get gifted to them. At least for the time being, it's not. With this new Vertigo as well, there's a few more angles to consider, a few more bits of Utah that you've got to drop. So I think on that C side, you have to be quite choice of where you use those smokes, especially over towards A. At least one more has to come through now over the top of short to kind of stop that mid/CT hold from kind of killing you at range. Slow one though, like you said. We're into the 30-second mark, and now Ukraine is starting to make a move. Right side Gen Smoke comes over. Molotov towards back plat will force Jota. Or back 90, as some call it in America. Kentasaw holding on the edge of that smoke. No fight being given. 15 seconds, and there's all 5 alive, and this now making a move. I don't think they have enough time here. If the bomb falls, they could be in trouble, but they win out their fight. Second time of asking. Emo delivers, bomb spills, and we just enough time, but not. Wicadia, he shoots, wallbang comes through, and he will deny the bomb going down, and that's why you don't go for an execute sub 10 seconds, fellas.
Yeah, that is, in fact, the reason why. That is wild to spot out. I can't believe what we just saw. That should have been... I mean, you're right. If there was no interruptions, they would have been able to get there. They could have got the bomb planted. But one interruption, and it is done for. That's significantly upsetting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, that's a good way to find your first. Oh my God, Emo swings in with that AWP, and he gets pretty close, in all fairness. Cool to see as well. Turkey have a couple of the different individuals who are actually happy to pick up the AWP. Obviously, Emo using it here. Wakade, as you saw in that previous round, he's more than happy to use it as well. Primarily Will Rifle, especially if there's an AK to work with. But it's one of those where for Turkey, they have a bit of flexibility.
Nice little boost in the middle here, but they're about 5 seconds too late to really catch anyone with it. Good setup for it, and Jota to pick up the kill. Emo's going to get Saltovsky as well on that side. So 5 versus 3, and so far so good. If you're on the Turkish side, you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Wakadia is as well. He'll move forward straight into the fight here. And now just 2 people left. They're kind of getting chewed apart in this round without even doing too much damage, which is a problem. That's 1 finally, but you probably need a little bit more.
Okay. Hamster finds an important kill. It does open the door again to a chance here. But they are so cautious of a flank, and those Spidey sensors are tingling correctly. Jota is making a move, and so is the player from Ram. Oh my God, Burry will get out of there. I think he probably heard Jota as well. Smoke comes down. 20 seconds. I don't even know if you want to give this a go. I think you probably just call for a save here as much as you can. His feet be spotted. No, Jota hasn't reacted. I'm sure he would have been able to see his feet, but I think he was so tunnel vision into his lower side of spawn, he didn't actually spot him.
I think you might be right. Could be a lucky break. And yeah, there's no point in going for it with what they have. It's not that they're saving a ton of weapons on the T side, but they were never going to get close to winning this one. So, all right. Turkish squad smiling a little bit as they get a step closer to evening up the game. We're not quite there yet, but it will be a 2-3 scoreline.
So, yeah, that's good. At a 3-2, it's not a bad spot. 1 round game. Bye is doable for Ukraine. I don't know actually how much they want to be tempted into a buy here, but the thing that what does worry me, I think actually no, I think they have to go for a buy here. Excuse me, because BELGIUM and Amsterdam are double eco, so actually you can't actually afford to full save it. I think you've got to buy around what they've got. Yeah. Reset the econ. I mean, BELGIUM's on 250. There's no point saving, in my opinion.
Also, when you look at the economy on the Turkish side, it's not like they have a lot to work with. So if you give them around here where you can't do too much damage, it also allows for them potentially to build up a lot more money on the CT side. Like that, they're not super rich on the Turkish side, so there is a way to do this. Wow, they are really having a long discussion about this one. Time's running out, and looks like they'll mainly just stick with the Deagle, tiny little upgrade. Maybe not what we were looking for. We'll see. It could still work out, obviously, with the Galil and the AK, it's possible. But yeah, if the CT side walks away with a lot of people alive in this round, it could be a bit of a problem down the stretch of this game.
It feels like a really risky call for me, or basically a non-traditional call. A lot of teams, they see basically 2 players in double eco territory, and you say, let's just buy around them and actually try and facilitate it. You know, Galil's come out, maybe a Mac 10, something of the sort. They don't. So loses round out of bomb plant. BELGIUM and Amster can't buy, but then the rest of the team can. So Tovsky is keeping enough money so he can get an AWP out next round. But if it's an AWP, then supported by potentially, 2 Mac 10s if you're even lucky, maybe BELGIUM is like a Tech 9, then it's not exactly the best support. And speaking of AWPs, Emort, going to be tested in a second.
Oh, that's Molotov is burning him quite a bit. Unfortunately, he's put out the right for just a moment here. Ooh, Bandana gets a kill, and 2 versus... Oh, maybe a kill there. Yeah, Saltovsky's coming for it. Suddenly, it's a 2 versus 2. It's still doable here. Saltovsky's got plenty of health left. Bomb obviously much delayed. Oh, and what a touchdown grenade. That's unfortunate. 1 versus 2 now. 30 seconds. He's got the right idea. He reads it, but he couldn't find the headshot. So Turkish team will stay alive. Now, they do lose 3 players. So for Ukraine, it's not amazing, but it's kind of doable. Like, you're not going to be too sad about this.
Yeah, BELGIUM sub 3K, though. Only a Mac 10 for him. And this is what I'm talking about. I guess the positive is, if you are going to lose a round, at least you can have something to work in towards the next. And Amster squeezes out a Galil with a kill. So that does help about a little bit. And he got the util as well. It's not the worst buy in the world. Ukraine coming back in towards this one. I'm not too sure if Turkey will expect it either. They primarily did hear pistols in towards that previous round, though. So they should have some level of inkling that there is an investment. Aggro here for me more. This is ballsy, and he gets just a tag. Has the rifle for support. Only gets 1. If he just maybe spent half a second setting himself up for that kill, I think he probably gets 1 at least.
Yeah, but the tag and then the trade, I mean, there's still a lot of damage, so it's possible that it's going to work out. Jota actually coming in with some really banging headshots. That was well played. Paul Bandana and Saltovsky, 2 versus 3 here. A little bit of a smoke to set up, and they flashed their way over. That was so well read. Jota's absolutely on it this round. Haven't seen too much out of him in the past, to be honest myself, but he's impressing me right now. 4 kills in the round and 9 in total. He looked very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to sing Jota's praises. This guy, he's young. He's only 21 years, I'm pretty sure. Off the top of my head, 21 years of age. Plays the Sangao, and man, he's so good. He only recently joined the team as well. Before that, he was actually part of Eternal Fire Academy. So he's somebody who's been kind of coming through this Turkish scene, plays regularly. In a mixed team now, in all fairness, Sangal used to be kind of pure Turkish as well. It's now just him and Exile on that team that are Turkish, and the rest of the team is youngster, is this up-and-coming Swedish guy, very, very good. Sami played in the Polish scene, who's also really decent, and then LNZ, who most people should know, had that stint with NIP for a little bit. Jota, he's such a good player. when he gets going. Nice shot for the smoke, and another with the M4 as well, that then immediately gets responded on with the Deagle. Thankfully, it looks like it's only going to be a consolation kill. Soltovsky, Deagle, 13 points of HP. I don't see this one getting off the ground.
No, not really, not at the moment. It's interesting because so much has changed on Vertigo, and yet it's kind of playing out much the same as we're used to here. So, not seeing anything super different or surprising when it comes to abusing that new hole in the wall, and also there's obviously the outside railing now at the A bomb site. So it's just, I'm not necessarily complaining. I'm just saying, with that big of a map change, you would have expected to see something very, very different. But the problem is, I guess, if you lose at the ramp, it doesn't matter what's happening, beyond that point, right? Like, the match would look completely different. So.
It's absolutely true. That round, I guess we can give maybe a little bit of leeway over towards Ukraine and not read, I guess, too highly into it. It was a lesser investment. This is the one I want to look at. So Tovsky into a T-side AWP. Now, I spoke to quite a few bro players about this, and they say the worst map to AWP on is Vertigo, but especially on the T side, they find it so difficult. Amster, unorthodox angle, holes, and finds.
Oh. Tight shot coming out from Emor, but he lands it. And it turns it back into a 4 versus 4. So, not necessarily too bad here. Sort of very open game. Nobody's really running away with it. I guess for Ukraine, it would be a big victory if they could start to get just, one more round on the board here. Slow down the economy. Again, there's quite a bit of money on the Turkish side. Wakadi is $300, but if you look at everybody else, they are super rich on that side. So, I think for Ukraine, in that sense, either win this round or at a minimum do quite a bit of damage. You can really slow down the progression here because it's starting to get a bit uncomfortable, to be honest. AKs are picked up on the T side, so they've got the AWP on Saltovsky, so maybe they can use him as a bit of a wedge to get into the bomb side. We've been seeing his praises, and I'm with you. I don't disagree. He does look like a really, really fun AWPer, so throw him into the mix, in my opinion. 30 seconds now, 39 to be honest, and Jota is starting to move forward. Just ready for it. Oh, they've got so many players here for the defense. I think Ukraine are in some trouble.
All right. Hang on. Jota. Good angle for him to hold, but actually Wakada and X-Flower to do the primary damage. And in a matter of moments, they go for an execute towards B. There's no legs behind it, and Soltovsky left to try and save this AWP. It's a 1v4, which is never going to get off the ground. The 10-second timer will take over, and this is basically all they're going to have to work with as well. It's one AWP and not the best by it. They have loss bonus, which is a positive, but even then, we're talking about Galil's armor at the sort of the best sort of investment they've really got on their card. It's not exactly a flourishing opportunity for Ukraine. To Turkey, this is good. 6 in a row as well. I mean, talk about consistency on the board for a side that's super scary. The individuals are great. These are all guys that at some point in time have played together too, whether it's on the Turn of Fire Academy or some of the other sides. And the Turkish team, while it's recently started to get really, really good and developed, it's always been quite tight-knit, quite close. All the players know each other. They know each other quite well. They've played in either mixers or POGs or FPL and the rest. And it's one of those things where, because of that, these mixed teams that kind of Turkey have put forward, three different, I guess, teams in a way across this entire roster, they still look like kind of one unit. The synergy is really there.
And I also think one of the problems that Ukraine is running into at the moment is that they are just a little bit slow in some of these rounds. When they go back to the B bomb site, for example, it becomes a little bit too telegraphed, and you could tell that the Turkish squad, they're able to move their players on over. They have way more of a defense than maybe you would have expected. So just a couple of things that are kind of working against them here. Pistols, mainly. The AWP obviously safe from the previous round. But there is, I think, a decent chance right here for the Turkish team to cement a massive lead if this keeps going. This is, I don't know. In the beginning, it looked way more like it was going to be an even game. Emor has been landing good shots with the AWP as well.
The Deagle making a move up here by Burya. Emstar probably going to be the first to meet him. It's a slow round here from Ukraine. They're creeping their way up towards A. And for Turkey, they're not actually committed to the fight here. It's all off the back of their UTUP. The second they see any contact, Molly, smoke comes down, and they're just going to try and pepper away at the HP over towards Ukraine, and something that is working. Both Soltovsky and Kenzel will take big chunks to the HEs.
Soltovsky's going to go down. The spray is very good for Amster. Or sorry, not for Amster, for M-Star. That's
More or less.
too close for my brain. Not bad, not bad. 7-3. My God, this is not even a bomb plant here. It's starting to get too one-sided.
Yeah, it's kind of very quickly getting out of the realms of possibility. I mean, we're quite quickly getting to a point where we have to be a little bit concerned about Ukraine as well. This is just how scary this Turkish side look. All back in play for Emor. One can't be brought into play, though. Maya Soltovsky doesn't have the funds for it. Just a Galil to his name. But it's Paul Bandana that's going to crack open this round, at the very least. Sizable gap on that left-hand side. The flash is pretty meaty as well. He spots one crossing. Emor tries to flick, but he can't connect.
Yeah, but he's been very, very confident in that position every time. There's like a little gap in the smoke. He wants to exploit it. Oh, Bacardi is sneaking on forward. They had the right idea, but Saltovsky, he looked like he questioned himself for the last second there, and that backfires on him. So nice little sneak through, put some pressure on. It's a 4 versus 3 though, but there is so much damage on the Ukrainian side. It's kind of hard to tell exactly who's going to come out on top of this one.
Okay. Paul Bandana holding for an overextension, which he might be gifted in a moment. The numbers favor Ukraine, but the HP doesn't. Burya, Paul Bandana, and Kenzas are all within that kind of one bullet death range. Do have to be scary. Speaking of a bullet, it will especially matter if it's an AWP, as Emor gets 2 lightning fast from him. Zamster gets caught. Paul Bandana will get one in rotation. Still a 2 versus 2, but the HP is the one thing that worries me.
Yeah, I think for good reason. 30 seconds as well. That's probably the other point of contention here. Kansas or sneaking in through the middle here. Oh, he spots out a play. He would love to get that kill. But there's a new part of the map to find. It might actually make a difference here. Emor's hiding out there. Are they going to be checking it? It's close. If he had had that shot, who knows what could happen. But Kansas over the flank instead. He did check it. And now it's M-Star 1 versus 2. With the bomb already planted here. Not going to be an easy round for him to try and win. He'll get the first one rather easily, but there's a lot of map to cover. Poor Bandana just hiding all the way down the A ramp. I mean, why wouldn't you try and go far away here? No kit in play. Snuck all the way around. And not even tapped the bomb yet. I feel like he needed to find him already. This might be a little bit of a lost cause at this point in time, but gonna try and see if he can get a bit closer. He's picked up a kit in the meantime, so he's got just enough time for a full defuse, but that's not gonna come in. So good clutch here coming out. Ukraine with a much needed round. All right, he doesn't even get the save that AK. That sucks, but still, we're going into round number 12.
Yeah, exactly. I think, 7-4 now gives them options. If they get a 7-5 half, absolutely feasible, more than doable. 8-4, it's not the worst in the world, but we're leaning still quite heavily in favor of Turkey. I think as well, the big thing is just the consistency that we saw out of Turkey. For Ukraine, if that was a flash in the pan or anything of the sort, is it going to help? We'll have to see. There is a buy both ways. There's an AWP out, though, only on one side. Spam of the smoke is so damn close. Next time I'm asking the Julie swing in, and there you falls.
Could all be on this one, Ukraine, if you can win it. Oh, but the timing is not with Santovsky there. He's going to end up going down. That's a shame. 5 versus 3. Kenton's already taken a fair bit of damage. We'll see if they can find a way to miracle this round back. They are in a fair bit of trouble right here. Minute and 14 seconds on the clock, but Turkish squad's still fairly aggressive, right? They've kind of already won the first part of this engagement. They keep going back for more all the time. Bam, through. Oh, and they find one. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Nice flash coming through, but it's not going to make a difference. Ricardia will clean up the rest of the round, and it's a great job here. 8-4 at the end of it in favor of Turkey.
That's a pretty clean way to see it off at the kind of tail end as well. That'll really, really help the confidence. So, yeah, no complaints from a Turkish side who, maybe started a little slow, but once they got going, once the rifles came into play, once the consistency came out, they were so difficult to stop, like a freight train, the way Turkey can hit you. That's just how strong this side is. Some of the individuals in this region are ridiculous. I mean, so far so good. If you get a pistol here, we could already start to be discussing potentially even the beginning of the end. I mean, that's how...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's how scary they are, especially now they're on the T side as well. That's the thing that arguably even worries me more.
Yeah, I think they're going to be relentless. Look at all the utility they have in this round now. 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, a couple of flashbangs. They can set up whatever they want to this bomb site. It's not going to be easy to hold them back either, so are they ready for it? The grenades are raining in. The Molotov at the site here. Jota to start out with. A good shot to start with. Can they get the bomb planted? Amster's going to be going for a bit of a kill there, but he can't escape. So 3 versus 3.
I'm down. Post plant. There's a wall of smokes as well. Mercadius is playing up close just above that right-hand side Gen 1. He does spot some information. A couple of hopeful taps that don't find their mark. And now took close left. It's not the easiest angle to hold. He's got Emo, who basically holds for a jump round on towards Vent. First contact, though, is good. Burya will deliver. X-Cloud for 2. He might even be able to get the 3rd as well. And as they swing, Kenzazor can't deliver. X-Cloud for 3K to close out the round. Turkey take the pistol and really put a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Ukraine.
Yeah, no question about it. This is looking pretty convincing. We've seen a lot of pistol rounds so far here at Iesf where people just kind of buy, you know, Glock armor or just like want to keep it cool like that. But this is a lot of utility to bring into a round. And again, it kind of shows that you have a deeper book coming out, like a deeper strat book to play with. So really cool stuff. 9-4 is the scoreline. We've got 3 MAC-10s, 1 AK, and 1 Galil. So they are super ready to farm up in this round and make some extra cash behind the SMGs. Looks like they're going to be finishing at the B bomb site.
Pop Flash going to come over. Arcadia might actually just slip through. He will. They pop in towards ramp. He hears all of this. This is all confirmed information for him. And the first fight will go his way completely unscathed.
Right. A little bit of one in return. Satovsky, though, even with the USP, looking very comfortable. That's a sneaky little pick to get. X-Cloud going to have the surprise of a lifetime, getting shot at the back of the head. And it's a 3 versus 3 here. Bomb just ticking away. Can you save the AK into the next round? Then, ooh, maybe not. Jota's shown up here. MAC-10, try and see if they can find it. Where is that AK? Right, it did fall down. I was going to say it's up on a box. That would be really awkward. But it'll be another round for Turkey. And they're hunting down that AK as fast as they can. Don't run too close to the bomb.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to say.
He's not that healthy. He's going to be fine.
Oh my god, he's going to stay alive. Oh, and he actually gets a kill on top as well. Just to have a little bit of a sort of cherry on top, I guess you could say. It's not something that they're too happy with right now, though. I mean, there's so much pressure on this gun round for Ukraine. You don't win it. I think it's probably the map and I guess the match in itself done, right? Simple as that. They have to win this one here to kickstart a bit of that tempo. They've got a snowball on the CT side. If they can't, they're going to be in a tough spot. I think it's safe to say, don't win this. Economy's in a tough spot. I'm talking about probably Turkey getting all the way up towards 12. Stop rushing up. Does he clear sandbags? He does, but as he drops the molly, that's when Tortovsky swings, and that will gift him the opener.
So much frustration involved in molotoving the sandbags there, which is why some teams, at least in some rounds, will just try to double or triple nade it instead, because you never know what's going to happen, really. Like, you can end up even kind of cheating yourself, because there could be somebody else, you know, smoking out your molotov, and then you have to spend a lot of time looking for someone who isn't even there. So it's a bit of a strange scenario. They do spot out Saltovsky. They knew that he was there the whole time. So well done on X-Cloud. He just absolutely found a great angle to take that fight with. So we're back into a 4 versus 4 technically, although Bacardia is low on health. It's Paul Bandana a little bit further on back. Wild spray coming out, but there's nobody there on the other side. Still plenty of time on the clock. Something that I always tend to forget is that on this map, even like 20 seconds is quite a lot of time. You can very, very quickly go from being outside of a bomb site to being straight on there planting. So wouldn't be worried yet, even at 40 seconds. They can still make it.
True. Bandana on the angle. It's a really, really solid one. You're a little bit elevated, so the crosshair isn't trained towards the headshot. He wins out his fight. 2v4. Tough one to lose, but not an impossible one to lose either. Arcadia, 18 seconds though. Where are we going from here? What's the play? catching others in rotation. That'll help. One spotting towards headshot. Surely you make a commitment now towards the site. Yeah, bomb going to go down. They know that's where he's playing. Plant in the smoke, and it's on the corner of the site itself. It's a little bit more of an open angle, and in doing so, the standard spam isn't good enough. Jota might have just won this for his team. What a round. A 2v4. Turkey have just ripped away probably any hope from Ukraine.
Yeah, you know what? Fair play to Kansas. He was right though. If he runs in and spams him through the smoke, the round is won instantly, right? But that is a painful loss in a 2 versus 4, like you said. Also, you could see again, Jota's really impressing me. I've written that mind up, or the name of it in mind already. Like, I'm ready for it. Wakadia, again, I expect him to be dangerous even in the round. At least he was very low on health, but he was still able to land some great shots. But yeah, Jota's playing with great experience here. It's really sick. Emo does go down. Maybe one of the last stands here for Ukraine. If they can pick it up, then maybe we still have a game on our hands. But if they lose this one, surely Turkey can find a way to get to 13. A little bit of a lineup. It will be a team kill. I don't really care. They were either both going to die, or you get the team kill and you try and stay alive. So that's all good.
Exactly.
3 versus 3.
Exactly. 3 versus 3. I mean, fair, decent amount of damage here, though, dealt towards Turkey. And doing so, it does even make, the FAMAS spot, even the MP9 itself, quite scary. X-Filed especially, only 32 points of HP. Any sort of a dink that comes through should get 2 out of the 3. Hamster, it's a good angle. Do they clear him? He's kind of falling off it now. Should go down, and he does. Deals a bit of damage, but it's not enough. On that rotate, as they come through, the Molotov will stop them peeking out from heaven, but you're going to get one with that FAMAS. Jota falls. X-Filed trying to isolate a fight, but he's so low on HP. It's so difficult. 1v2 for Wakadia.
Yeah, this is where he's dangerous. He's got the confidence to take the fight. He does spot out one more player. Saltovsky trying to get close, but again, he's so accurate and so fast and confident. 4 kills. Wakadia, the last second swap in for the Turkish team, and he's absolutely proving that he's worth it. 12 rounds inside of Turkey. Yeah, that's really good.
That's so well played. Yeah, I think you're right here. If he doesn't get the team kill, they're both going to fall. So
yes,
in the end, especially now with hindsight, we can say that was absolutely the right decision. I mean, we can explain that to perfection. 12-4. And I think now we can say this one is on the way out. There's a little bit of a buy for Ukraine. It's not going to be sufficient, I think, in my opinion. You've got FAMAS coming through, a couple of them, an MP9, a couple of M4s. Amstel will get the first. But honestly, you're going to be finding a lot of opening kills, and it's still not converting to rounds.
Spray coming through. Saltovsky nearly dead before the round even gets started. Grenades being exchanged back and forth. They'll lose Jota at the start, but still some damage being dished out here. What have they got to fight with? Saltovsky was on an MP9 from the start of the round, so going to be even harder now that he's a little bit tagged up to find any kind of impact in this one. But he is on the far outside of the A-bomb site, so we'll see if he's going to be able to be put into play. Some more wall bangs are coming out. Finding Paul Bandana. It's Kansas. That position seems to be a popular one, and he'll get the kill.
Yeah. Smoke coming over now. And Molotov towards headshot. This will give them coverage. It should give them coverage, but just that smoke's pluming. So Tovsky trains his aim. There is a little gap in that smoke, I think, of Paul Bandana. They'll break it open regardless. That's a big risk for me. And X-File actually kills himself with it, in all fairness.
That's not what I was expecting, but fair enough. Emo, not with the AWP. He's been very sick with that weapon, but yeah, there's no way that he should be able to get anything through here. Be a massive mistake for Ukraine if they try and fight him one at a time, and they won't. They will trade it as he's reloading, so that's acceptable. Ukraine was staving off the loss right at the end, 12-5. They need to keep this going forever and ever, right? They needed to win basically 8 rounds in a row. This was the first one. Still need another 7 to get this into overtime.
Yeah, exactly that. With the MP9 as well to find one, but yeah, XR just going down to his own nade. You hate to see it. It shouldn't put too much of a span in the works for Turkey on track to see this map off. They have to take a little bit of a lesser firepower round here though. You only got 1 rifle. They put it in the right hands, I would say. Wakadia is going to be the one wielding that AK-47. This time, though, they've got to clear sandbags. Wakadia's holding for it. They're waiting for that peek. They know He's played there so many times before. It's more or less a guarantee that Soltovsky's going to be tucked here. It's just about, A, they have the resources to clear him, or no, because they don't have a Molotov, and they can't afford to swing him because then at least sight open. So, in a way, the only decision they can make is actually going back over towards B stairs.
Yeah, frustrating, no doubt, especially if you know that there's going to be a player there, but you just can't really, like you said, you don't have the utility to do anything about it. Good timing on the smoke, although, to be fair, Turkey might just use this as like a staging point, saying, let's sit outside the smoke and flash our way through. Yeah, then I'm going to slow this one down. Amster in the back. Good work. Still has 11 bullets left here with the M4, but don't even need 11 if you're going to hit headshot like that. That's a quick round. Amster, he didn't even reload. He got 4 kills.
Nice and easy. I like it. Yeah. No questions needed about this one. 12-6. I'm not even going to tempt the conversation just yet about a comeback. No. We've seen some outlandish ones, though. That Belgian one is still really sitting in my mind. They were 12-5 down. They took it to overtime and won in overtime. A ridiculous recovery there against Norway. But yeah, for me, it's 12-6. It does feel a little too outlandish. They will get a 7th here, which is nice. It's only a low buyout for Turkey. I mean, they barely kind of have enough to work with, barely even getting upgrades of armor, or, they got 1 pop flash that maybe try and facilitate a bomb plant. Anything more than that doesn't feel like it's going to be the case.
No, it's very doubtful. A little bit of pressure there. I think he got dinked at range, but Kent is all standing his ground, and he's got some backup now behind him. So, yeah. Nothing much more to come from this one, you have to assume. Jota's going to try and do a little bit of damage. He lands the dink. That would have been fun if he could have found that one, but it's not going to happen. It will be Ukraine picking up yet one more round, 12-7, as we move into round number 20. So there's still a ways to go here for the Ukrainian squad if they want the full comeback. But it's, every round counts. It's getting more and more doable by the second.
Yes, exactly. Bit by bit, moment by moment, we're seeing the conversation arise. Like I said, there's still quite a while needed to get back into it, but it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. Quicker one towards ramp early here. It took a while for that deep ramp smoke to come. Turkey, I think probably even a little bit tentative. You always kind of expect that ramp smoke early. And even still, I don't think that bounced properly. Doesn't matter though. The spam is good for 1. There's a second in the similar sort of position as Kendazor still opting to try and fight behind it. And he will actually get it. How has he got away with a second there? Oh, make that a third. This is one of those rounds. Kendazor might just want to try and close this himself. With Kadia head spotted and ripped off. Kendazor on for the ace. And he still himself hasn't reloaded. Tapping away. Lost there. We'll see it off. So the ace is stolen. But, that's a beautiful round from him.
Yeah, can't really blame him for sticking around and trying to see if he can land that one. Who wouldn't have tried to get the ace there? That's well done. That's pretty cool. But at the end of the day, all they need is one mistake here on the Turkish side. One little slip up from Ukraine, and they still walk away with it. Kansas, although that was a stunning round. Puts him on top of the board for his team. Jota still a fair bit ahead of everyone else with 19 kills, but
yeah.
And we're down to 4 rounds. Again, it's probably still too soon, I would say. When we get to like 10, 12, it's probably when the Turkish side starts to feel the real pressure of sort of saying, oh man, like maybe we can't actually close this out. But I think it's taken a second or two. The money, though, is a concern, right?
It is.
It sucks for the Turkish side that they're not able to put up more of a fight in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I think for now, this is one of those where maybe Turkey are starting to feel a bit of the pressure that just, kind of like you're talking about, that they're not having that stability in the econ. The bomb plants always do help with it, and it's just not something they're getting. 12-8. If Ukraine can make this 12-10, then we can discuss. Not quite soldiers yet, because all it is one hiccup, one round to go right. I mean, even here, right, Mac 10's coming through. They can be a little precarious. I don't mind this investment from Turkey either, because they know they have long-term econ and loss bonus that can suffice with a buy-in towards the next. 10 spots the first, and we'll get it. This is why these sort of quicker rounds can be precarious. Oh my god, he's found another. The AWP only gets 1. That's not good enough. Paul Mandano's on the corner as he's trying to tuck his head in between the two. He's getting shot from both sides, and that's why you can never count out those sort of rounds. Turkey take the match in a very, very quick fashion at the end there with a super fast round up towards A, and it works.
Wow. All right. What a way to finish it. Maybe one of the more unlikely rounds to win, but who cares? They got it done. Turkey with a nice victory, and also the first time that we get to see Vertigo. So, you know, everyone is a little bit happy. We got a chance to watch it at a competitive level. And for Ukraine, I don't know, like maybe a little bit too slow of a start. I felt like towards the end, you know, Kensisaw really came alive. They had a couple of moments there, but it was just too late to recover it, unfortunately.
It was too little too late, I think, is always the sentiments that we're going to hold with that. But from Ukraine, there is positive to take away from that. Maybe it took them a while to get into the game itself, but once they did, and once we started to see them kind of piece the puzzle together, they were able to make that a competitive affair. I mean, even to the point where we were considering the notion of a comeback. If it had been a little bit of a stronger first half, maybe a little bit of a quicker start in towards the second, we absolutely probably would have even seen overtime on the cards there. Turkey, while they were very good, they had their pitfalls as well. They were relentlessly puggy, which is good, but at the same time, can't really hurt them. We have some highlights to bring you as well off the back of what was a very, very good game with plenty of highlights within the game itself, in all fairness. It was a really, really good game of Counter-Strike. And for Turkey, I think for them, I think that just showcases just how good they are. Their individuals are so crisp that even they play well, they are so difficult to shut down. And it started so quickly as well. Relentless is the way I'd put it.
Yeah, I mean, no question. This was a very, very strong start. And so Ricardia with the confidence that he had, with Jota kind of playing, I think, some really, really confident Counter-Strike and some experienced Counter-Strike as well. It was just a lot to deal with. The fact that Ricardia was kind of, thrown in last second, we didn't even know when we were sort of looking at it. We thought it was going to be somebody else playing, but it didn't turn out that way. So, yeah. Also, Emo with the AWP, I mean, he kind of got maybe outshined at the end of it by a couple of other players, but he had some very, very cool shots. So it was a real joy to watch.
Yeah, exactly that. There was some real highlights. I think Sotovsky had a couple of moments also as Ukraine where he looked decent. Ken's as well, because that 4K was beautiful, but I think across the board had his moments too. But there was a few that really impressed us. I mean, obviously, Wakadia is always the name we're going to look at, always the name we're going to sing some high praise of. Emor as well has played that top level kind of for a while as well. But Jota, somebody who I've been a big fan of in Sangao since he's joined the side, even before that as well in tier 2. He plays a lot of FPL as well. He's always mechanically looked very, very special to me. And I'm glad to see him, showcasing it here in this team, getting the good roles, getting these positions where, yeah, he can showcase just how actually individually good he is.
Yeah, it was an enjoyable watch for sure. Probably made a couple of new fans out there. Well, this was quite the game coming out. The Turkish squad proving to be a little bit stronger today. They might be one of the better teams in the group. We'll find out once we get to see more from this Eastern European side of things. But we'll go to a break before we get into the next game. So stay tuned. Welcome back once again. We've got one final game coming up for you on the channel. At least for today, we've got plenty more in the future, obviously. But one final best of one to see how this is going to be playing out. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be Israel playing up against Poland. So do you have a strong sense of who's going to be stronger in this one? Can we get some early insight into that?
Do you know what? I actually really do like the look of this Israel roster. I think there is a lot of talent on this team, in all fairness. I think Poland have brought a pretty cool team. This entire Poland team are guys who have actually played, not even too long ago, at a tier 1 level. They've been at Pro League. They've played a couple of LANs. They play under the name Rebels. But, before that, I mean, these guys have basically been, as a team, together for a while, but played under so many different organizations. When they were at Pro League, I think they were called Orcs. Before that, they were called Ignis Serpents. Then it was Paloma. Then it was Permitter. Then it was M1. These guys have been together for a long, long time. Now they're Rebels is the name. So yeah, Rebels, before that Paloma, before that Orcs, before that Ignis Serpents, then Paloma again, then Permitter. But it's basically always been the same 5. They just kind of roster hopped. Sometimes it'd be like 3 different orgs within a year kind of thing. But they're a pretty cool team. I've caught all of them before. On the other side, Israel, not as many play together, but I think a really cool roster. The individuals are very solid. One of which, actually not even too long ago, had a little bit of a stint within UKCS. That is Zaxile. He's a cool name. He's recently just joined NOM alongside Meztal. You've got Shushan, who plays with a UK stack, in all fairness, called EXO. So all of these guys, I mean, at least a few of these guys have, in some way, shape, or form, been part of or with UK Counter-Strike. So I like the Israel team. They're a very solid bunch. And I think the big thing for me is just the region. Like, Israel has been pumping out incredible talent over the last few years. So, we've got Zershan, Nerds, Flames, Heavy God, etc., right? So some of the most mechanically best players that we've got kind of in the scene. Let's take a look through the teams, though. We'll start off with Israel. We've got Blue Phoenix, Mestal, Shushan, Zaxal, and Amsalem. These 2 guys, I mean, these 5 guys, may I say, are talented. You've got Mestal and Zaxal play under the organization called NOM. Shushan plays for EXO, which is or was like a UK team. Up until recently when they disbanded. And then Blue Phoenix, he's actually the coach of he's a player at Young Ninjas. And he's been making some headway. He had a little stint in the main team as well. And honestly, I don't even think did all that bad. That obviously played at Pro League for a bit. And it was only kind of while they were figuring out what their NIP lineup was. But I don't actually think he did even too bad.
Okay, so yeah, an eclectic mix of players there. They've got some experience with them too. That's good to know. Obviously, on the Polish side, we've got Innocent, Casey, Kisarek, Olymp, and Flay. So yeah, good little lineup there too. Obviously, the Polish contract scene for the longest time has been making waves. The one I think everyone will know here is definitely Innocent with above and beyond in terms of experience. He's been around for a really long time, so expect him to be someone the team can rely upon to. If they get into a dark spot, if they need to come back, I think Innocent's going to be the one with the good words to try and make that happen.
Yeah, I agree. Another guy maybe to keep an eye on if he plays well, Flays the AWPer over towards this team Poland who are rebels. And this is the thing, I always say it, when there's a team who are a team, you expect maybe a little bit more out of them because they'll have just the dynamics and the strats. However, we just saw in the previous game that if a mix is strong enough, if the individuals are strong enough, they can win a game just off the back of just brute force, pure firepower and all the rest. Let's take a look at the Vita and see where this game is going to head. Of course, we're still in best of 1 territory, and we see a nice quick ban of Vertigo by Israel, something I can really get behind. But we'll be finishing things over towards Ancient. I like this. It's a puggy map. It seems to be very favorable in the best of 1s.
Yeah, people enjoy it. I think I probably would prefer Ancient the best of 1 over Anubis if that's what it came down to. Just because of that CT side on Anubis you can get locked out of it sometimes. So this one more even battleground. I don't really mind it. It's bizarre though. Today, apart from Vertigo, we've only seen Anubis and Ancient, right? There's been no Dust 2, no Mirage, no Inferno, no nothing. It's been all down to these other 2 maps. So. Yeah, kind of just I guess, I mean, I don't have a big problem with it, but it's just an interesting that was the flavor of the day, I guess.
Yeah, I do really think that Inferno's starting to really come out of favor, is probably the way I'll put it, in towards the map pool. I think people are starting to realize that, finally people are starting to realize that the map is just, hot garbage and it's not worth playing. In my opinion, I've always been an Inferno hater. I find it very stale, very boring, and curse you, James, for making that the thing. The percentage style of Counter-Strike, I understand why they do it, because it makes sense. It wins you games, but my God, can it be a snooze fest? Thankfully, that is the perma ban, or the ban, the map that basically we never see play for Rebels. They played it once, basically, a long time ago, and it didn't look all too good. It's basically always been their perma, so I'm glad to see that. But yeah, you are right. Mirage is one that was played a little bit more over towards the Asian region, for example. Dust 2 was played within Africa as well, but we don't see it as much in EU. I think for Dust 2, maybe I can understand it in the sense of still being a little bit of a newer map back into the pool, that people haven't figured out everything that you can do when it comes to volumetric smokes, no skybox, all of these things. How does it actually change the game up on Dust 2 from what, back when in Go, especially before it got removed from the map pool, it was quite stale, right? There was the same thing happening each and every round. Now it feels like it's a little bit different in terms of how teams approach it. Rather than always going for an Xbox smoke, we now see teams actually go for either a hinge smoke or, I don't even know what you call it, top of doors smoke is what they've been doing now, because it filters down. And it's a little bit easier to throw as well. So there's a few changes coming through. Maybe teams don't want to risk it. Maybe they're thinking, okay, these guys have a good idea about it, Dust 2. Let's not take that gamble. And I think from my understanding as well, there's actually a map that Rebels or Poland don't mind playing. So for the other side, for Israel, they're thinking, maybe we don't want to risk it.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. I mean, you got a sense that your opponent's going to be at least proficient on it. Maybe you just try and see if you can ban it out. Get it out the mix if you can. I quite like watching Dust 2 now, even though it's possible that in 3 or 4 months from now it'll feel a little bit more like more of the same. But right now, I think there's still some fun stuff happening. Inferno, we'll see if they can find a way to change that around a little bit. But for now, we are into it. It's on Ancient here, the final series of the day. It's a best-of-1 game, and we have Israel starting on the CT side. Poland, they're going to be on the T side to begin with. So let's get this show underway. We've got 2 smokes and 2 Molotovs. That is interesting all on its own there for the Polish side.
What do we got? Final game of the day. Let's finish on a high note. Let's finish on a strong one and get some good Counter-Strike to close things out here. We've had some really good Counter-Strike all throughout today. A couple of one-sided games, a couple of very even ones. The Belgium game in particular, of course, even that tail end of that last one as well. Quick, up close, the CT side of Israel laying down the law here.
That is so much utility. You see the 2 smokes up there being thrown from the T side, but the problem was they didn't apply enough pressure, right? I think the Molotov, I don't know where one of them landed. The other one they haven't thrown yet, so the idea with the Molotovs, I'm assuming, is to try and apply some pressure so that the CTs can't just kind of be standing around and enjoying themselves. But I think they had a little bit too much of a good time there, getting the early kills. They're going to win the round, so it will be a 1-0 in favor of Israel to begin with. Shushan coming up with a couple of kills, and Mestal as well. So double kill for each of those. All
right, that's what we want to see. I do like this Israel side a lot. I think they individually can bring a lot to the server. And Israel's one of those scenes, I guess, in a similar vein to sort of Turkey, in a sense, where they have a lot of great talent, but they all know each other very well. So playing these mixes doesn't feel as much of a mix, in the sense of they probably pug together, or I know they pug together a lot, and they're always competitive. So this is what I want to see. They want to start for them. No buy out for Poland, though. I can understand that. No bomb plant. Why would you? Zaxar playing anti up close. Smoke comes down. Still no flash behind it. He's only going to be able to get 1, though. But at least at range, Amsterdam going to be able to trade.
Yeah, it was a jumping Glock shot as well that became the end of him. Bomb being planted. They're going to get wiped out right afterwards. But you know what? That's totally fine, right? You sacrifice everything to try and get the bomb there, and it works out. You get the 1 kill on Saxi. That's not too bad. I mean, if you're on the CT side, you'll take that. But I do like that from Poland. Get onto the site, get the bomb planted, and now they have plenty of money in the 3rd round to fight with.
Yes, exactly. This is what we want to see. So 2-0 start for Poland, though. That round we don't read too highly into. The next one is where we look at this with a full set of guns coming through. And we always have to mention this, when you're against a bonus buy as well for Poland, this is the sort of round that you've got to make stick. You've got to make it stick comfortably. You've got to find it, kind of get all the kills, bomb plot, all the rest. Because if you don't, you can really be in a bit of a troublesome spot. Getting peppered with nades, in all fairness, over towards Shelf. They were tempted to go through that smoke, and after the brute force that they kind of get met with outside the doors, they realize, actually, let's just fall back through the smoke.
Yeah. Who can blame them? MP9, very, very close. Smoke down from that angle. It says a lot, right? You hear the smoke bouncing in that way. You probably know that the CTs, they have all the control out here, so all you have to do is kind of wait around. I don't know. It's a little bit scary because you don't really know how many grenades they have left. So if you wait too long, I mean, at some point you're going to wish you would have gone into middle to try and, apply a little bit of pressure. That pressure is being slightly applied by Olymp, who's kind of throwing some stuff over. He's, I think, smoking top mid, just to try and do anything. They flash their way through, trying to get around the corner, but it's such a slaughter. There's 3 people waiting for them here, and it's not working out in favor of the Polish side at all here. Innocent will go down. Amsalem going to be coming up with a couple of really good shots. Double kill for him in the round so far, and Olymp, last one left. And Israel looking to see if they can take a 3rd round here.
They might as well. Olymp's got to really dig them out of this. 1v4 turn 3. He's so low. I don't really think it's going to be on the cards. As long as Israel don't overfight, should be fine. Bit of damage dealt, and Amsterdam, a really solid round out from him individually. 3 kills to his name, but it's those opening 2 that kind of settle the nerves in the bonus fight. And Poland, again, not finding it. This is a tough little spot where they haven't found it now. That was meant to be their first true attempt. They're losing to, MP9, sort of a bonus buy situation where there's not much of an investment back in for Israel. Doesn't spell good signs in the early portion of this game. 3-0 for Israel, which is good for them. For Poland, this round, you'd expect probably not much of a starter really at all. They don't really have the funds to work with. This is one of those ones where we say, if they can get a bomb plant, that'd be nice.
Sure, yeah. That'd help them out. They did it one time at the B-bomb site. This time, it's looking a lot more tricky in the middle. Innocent shot in the back, and wow. In terms of kills, you look at the Polish side, they have 5 kills combined. That's obviously a bit of a problem, and as a result of that, we can look without even guessing. We know that that Israel are going to have quite a bit of money to work with. So it's starting out in a bit of an ugly way in that sense. They do have AKs. They've got the AWP back on Flay. But yeah, not the start that I was expecting. I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise, but right now, Israel look like the stronger team.
They do. Looking good. Heading towards elbow, Molotov and smoke behind it. Really good kind of util sets coming through from Israel, giving them a lot of control over the map in the early portion. Swing out from Excavation, doesn't find a hell of a lot. We'll see, though. Innocent's waiting for a fight to come back into favor. This time he's holding for an over-aggression. The flash is good, but actually it might be a little deep and might not affect Innocent. I don't think it did. Oh, lines them up, drops them, and Olim's going to add to the tally as well. This is better. This is much more like it from Poland.
Yeah, that is going to make a bit of a difference. It's about time. Blue Phoenix moving up. Honestly, he had the crosshair in perfect position for it, but Innocent was a little bit quicker on the trigger. So, good round. 3 kills out of Innocent. One of the players that we highlighted at the start of it here. Definitely going to be around for the Polish squad, no question. The only real thing left to be found out here is whether or not Saxy could save the M4 or if they're going to be able to find him. All right, a little bit of damage there. Probably not worth it to hunt him down too much either. If they had more money on the T side, they maybe would, but they just don't. So throwing away a couple of more rifles, I don't think it's going to worth it. So it might be a little bit of a quiet end to the round here, as it will be a 4-1 scoreline finally.
Yeah, I think you're right. Probably a little bit of... If he saves, that's good. If he falls, that might hurt a little bit, but they'll buy back in. It's not going to make the biggest difference in the world. There's plenty of funds back on the side of Israel to work with heading in towards the next. So, yeah, no real issues. Bomb goes off. Poland found the first. Nicely done for them. That's what we want to see. This Polish side, at least starting the T-side. Ancient a map, which at least recently has started to make a little bit of an introduction as being a little bit more T-sided. They... Obviously, I say not too long ago, but I think at this point it's probably verging on 8-9 months ago now, but they did change those T-side spawns to be a little further forward. In doing so, it means you can much easier fight out in towards ramp, fight out in towards mid, and you know, you're not kind of having to play retake on those positions from the get-go, which was initially the point in Ancient. You know, in those previous spawns, the CT sides were given mid control basically for free, and for the most part they still are, but in this instance, Poland are already opting to fight. They're more than happy to give it up.
They got to repeat what they did last time. Needed the round like that one. But again, the forward pressure coming out here from the Israeli side is really working out well. 3 players pushed up outside of the B-bomb site, keeping it back. Oh, that's such an important kill. Shushan able to pick that one up. KZ will take one in return finally, but if they would have got the open CT spawn there, they pretty much paved the way for an instant bomb plant, or not instant because the bomb's far away, but they could have ran the bomb there and got the bomb planted. But now instead, kind of up in the open here. In fact, the bomb is potentially isolated. If Mestal comes in with a turn on the corner here, you never know what could happen. And I think Kizarek is aware of it. That's, yeah, heads up play. He's such an important mission here to just get the bomb to the bomb site before they can even play the round.
Yes, no, you're all right. Casey holding. Again, not a huge amount on offer. 35 seconds. The numbers not favor them. They've got to try and pull this out of nothing. So come down. Shushan takes a pop shot behind it. Second time of asking delivers. Now that's a beaut. Just as that smoke plumes. It works. 2v4. They might get a bomb plant out of this, but the round itself, I don't know. Oh, they won't get a bomb plant. Shushan, what is that decision? How is that pulled off? How has he made that work? Shotgun, AWPing, no scope. And Israel find a 5th. That is absolutely ludicrous.
All right, then. Yeah, he's having a little bit too much fun in the game now. This 3-man push outside is really, really efficient. Outside of the V-bomb site, so hard to deal with. That one was something, but yeah, just as they're trying to plant the bomb. Sacrifices AWP, but who cares? They could pick it up again and keep going. 5-1 on the CT side. And at least they got a bomb plant. So with the round loss bonus, the Polish squad still able to fight back here.
Yeah, exactly. Can still come right back into the investments. The big thing is making sure they work. So far, so good. And a 5-1 scoreline, you do get a little concerned as well. I mean, what kind of rounds are we looking for now for Poland? I mean, if they get 5 on the C side, it'd be good. But the way Israel are playing, you could pretty comfortably see them getting, if they get this one, get another off the back of it, that's 7. 5 is the best that Poland could do. One more gun run off the back of it, we're talking 8-4 being the best. So, you know, in best of ones, it can very quickly spiral out of control. And that is the thing that kind of slightly worries me about this situation so far. Heading towards the smoke. Looking towards mid. Innocent spots nothing in towards Cubby either. This is good. They've got map control via mid. Mid's a strong position to hold, and now they've got to work with it.
Yeah, waiting for that smoke to fade so they can put a little bit more pressure on, but yeah, you're right. This is part of the map that they've had to struggle with in the past couple of rounds to even get control of this part. So getting here without losing anyone, count that as a victory. Amsalam right on the other side with the AK in hand. You don't get that one dink, but you don't get the kill connection. So he just instantly takes down Casey. But credit to Flay for at least getting the refrag. 4 versus 4. And fight in the middle here. More trades are coming in. And Blue Phoenix, he makes a lot of noise falling back. There is someone on the other side, but it's a Mac 10. So kind of hard, I think, for Olymp as well to just run in there and try and do something. The bomb is being brought back. I think this fight could mean everything. If Blue Phoenix wins it, and he will, and he can go back and defend the A-bomb side. Otherwise, he would have been locked out, and the other 2 players would have been basically on the other side of the map. So yeah, that's a huge victory for him.
I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Israel so far. They're playing off each other super nicely. This time, though, he's isolated. He had no real support. The support does come a little late, but Shushan gets the kill nonetheless. And there's a rifle heard towards sight, so Kisrek should know they're both there. That does not make a damn difference. Shushan, lovely shot from him. 6-1. No bomb plant. Another round going awry. Another round in which Israel are really showing just how strong they are. This is already getting to a really big position. I mean, like I said, right, if you don't find that round, Poland, especially if you don't even get a bomb plant, This one feels like a little bit of a gimme. It looks like they're tempted to force, though. Or maybe just a Hero AK. Okay, Hero AK, that makes a little bit more sense. Casey has enough money in reserves that it's not the worst thing in the world. He can still actually buy in towards an AK and armor in the next round, even if they were to lose this one. But yeah, I mean, 6-1, this one, you'd expect goes away with Israel as well, with primarily pistols coming through. That's 7. I mean, this could very quickly slip away from Poland before it even really begins.
Yeah, it's starting to feel that way. I do like this change of pace, and it's catching Israel a little bit off guard as well. The smokes are going down towards the A bomb site, so they actually get the bomb planted rather quickly here. Whether they can hold it is quite a different question. I guess this is, again, going to be another test for the Israeli squad to figure out, are they going to be able to they have the protocols to retake this with? If you know what you're doing and you're a solid team, you definitely have some ideas about how to do this, because, again, you had nobody at the A bomb site, so you knew this could happen. And a good start flash setup here. It's going to be a couple of good kills going their way. Kisarek goes down, and now it's just Olymp, and he's walking in from behind, going to get found, no problem. So the retake, they made that look easy.
Okay, that is beautiful. That pop flash is one towards Temple, some stuff. Actually, it gives them 2 kills in that situation. It popped the guy on the corner of the entrance itself, and he kind of tried to half fight it while sort of half blind, and it didn't go in his favor. Zaxal doubled it. So, nice work. Simple stuff, and yeah, a really, really good showing from Israel. 7-1. Man alive. I said Israel probably my favorites coming into it. I didn't expect it to be this much, though. I expected it to be a competitive game with this Poland roster who I've, casted at Pro League, for example. But this has not been the showing out of the Rebels gaming side that at least I'm sort of used to in a way. Shushan again, another kill to his name and an opener as he catches Flay, and who is the AWP on the other side, who really struggled to get active.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning. Once you get the bomb planted, even if you don't have all the weapons in the bomb site, you still should be able to make that more of a competitive round. Got a couple of great individuals that have really shown up. Shushan here, 11 kills, you're right. He's playing very well. Salem as well with 10. So just across the board here, things are looking encouraging for the CT side. A little bit of mid-control as well. They are trying to see if they can reclaim it. Poland really want to try and fight for this one. They have outside a B, which, again, they've been struggling with. So if they have some executes for the B bomb side, this is maybe a round to do it in. But they want to take this fight. Mistal going to be taking down KC. Bleeding more players into this round. Okay, they know there's someone in that corner, but how much do you want to sacrifice to try and do this? Gotta be careful you don't lose too much. Nice bit of a fight there, and he almost had the blind spray through. That would have been sick if he could have found that one. Saxy goes down, so 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Okay.
Yeah, it is a doable affair, but Amslem on the idea. Swaps to the left-hand side just to really flex on him a little bit. 1 kill with the right, 1 kill with the left. Ambidextrous with the fragging in that one as Olymp is left now in a 1v3, which doesn't feel like it's going to happen. 10 seconds, no bomb, no chance. Israel, another round. And it's not only the round, Anders, it's the fact that they're finding them with ease, dominantly, and denying a bomb plant. It couldn't actually get any better.
Yeah, I mean, even when there are chances here for the Polish side, somehow it's still just not quite enough. They carved a little bit of an opportunity in that round, but they can't close it out. 8-1 instead, and we are way too clearly nearing the end of the half here. I think this has to be like an 8-4, so we're asking for the Polish side now to get about 3 in a row. That's not impossible, but it's starting to feel like it might be a bit of a stretch.
I agree. If you can get 4, that'd be lovely. It's workable. I don't think it's possible, especially with how they played so far, but it would at least give them something. 3, even then, I think it feels maybe just a little bit too much to say. Oh, Shushan for the first. Looking for more. The M4 will get 2. Zaxal was running low on ammo. I can't believe he gets away with the second there. Tech9 desperately spamming. Speaking of, it's a spam of Mestals instead that sees off the round. Now, the best Poland can do is 3. And again, even that feels like it might be a tall order. If they don't win this round, Anders, out and get a bomb plant, we could actually be looking at 11-1.
Yeah, it's way out of control. This is a really, really big issue. We know that again. I expect that the Polish team is going to be stronger than this. I don't know if this is again the map or if Israel are having a bit of an overperformance themselves, but I definitely thought this was going to be a little bit more of a powerful team. So far, they have had a hard time getting it off the ground. So round number 11 is in, and we'll see if they can get some control. All right, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of a fake being pulled here, suggesting it's another A attack from them. They boost up. They throw in some good Molotovs even. They're trying to see if they can get some pressure on, but Blue Phoenix finds the headshot, and they still are not out to attack the B bomb site. So whether this fake works or not, they have to get past this point, and they're again bleeding players. So I don't know. I feel like that might have been a bit of a mistake. Nice flick coming out from Shushan. He's been very, very powerful, but to be honest, throwing the fake when you can't even execute on the fake itself is super risky.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Last man of innocent experience to his name, no two ways about it. Can it bail him out of this one? I don't think so, is my honest opinion. 50 seconds though to work with. He's going back over towards Shelf, and he'll be met. Just falls away from the orb. I was going to say, if he had committed to a Shelf peak, I'm sure he gets his head ripped off by Shushan. He's been lightning fast in these fights all the way through. Him and Amsalem have really impressed me. Amsalem's been so proactive with the rifle. Shushan's looking great on the orb. There's no weaknesses, and speak of the devil and he shall arise. Amsalem sees it off. 10-1. Oh my god, these rounds are brutal. And again, you know, consistently we're seeing Poland barely even get, 2 kills is basically the best they're getting on average in these sort of rounds. They're barely even hurting Israel. And this is the thing, if you win rounds but you're getting, if you lose rounds but you're getting kind of maybe 4 kills, you're going to break that economy at some point. But they're not. They're just not getting enough kills to actually affect Israel ever. Into the final round of the half, 10-1. This is damning. What a start for Israel in towards this tournament and this was this qualifier. The way they're playing, this is World Esports Championships tier.
It is. This is looking scary stuff. He's so mobile with the AWP as well. No fear at all. Gets a kill straight in to try and blow it open.
Oh no!
To get another one, and Casey goes down. The bomb is now lost in T-spawn, so things weren't already rough. They definitely are now. You could see. I think that's even a mercy kill. Yeah, I was going to say, like, he could have knifed him. He said, all right, you know what? I'm going to be cool about it. I don't want to embarrass you. That is the final round, 11-1 in favor of Israel. It's a very, very one-sided, super convincing victory for them. They just need 2 more rounds. You don't need us to tell you this is not looking good for Poland at all.
Exactly. Big flank, big kind of decisions to be made here as well, though. It's so aggro, and it works wonderfully. What a round, what a half, what a showing of Counter-Strike by Israel. And we could have a very quick end to the day here. I think it's safe to say we only started like 15 minutes ago. It's kind of ridiculous, but what a performance out from Israel. Win the pistol, it's game set, in my opinion. There's just surely no way you come back from 12-1 down.
How has it gone by that quickly? I'm kind of a little bit shocked, but we'll see if they come with the pistol. Yeah, at least that's something to talk about. Israel, though, with a bit of a rush towards the bomb site. And Poland now, I was going to say it's a good start, but instantly the return is there. The Glocks ring true. The bomb's going to be planted here. And there's 2 people right in front. So if you swing wide, Casey, he's not even going to check it here. Oh, it's a bit of a disaster, and they're going to get wiped out. Israel will win the pistol in the second half, and that's a 12-1 scoreline here, and looking very, very hot at the moment.
This is crazy. Of all the games we've done today, this is probably the one that I didn't expect at all to be one-sided. I think maybe, even when I looked at kind of France and Germany, I thought that France side had all the potential to make it a dominant performance. They've done those sort of games in the past. This is the one where I was like, this one's got to have competition behind it. They're both kind of maybe at a similar level. All these guys play within kind of the upper echelons of tier 2, but I wouldn't specifically say the guys on NOM, for example, are that much better than Rebels as a team, that is. So just baffling how easy they're making this look. This is kind of boys versus men out there. It's kind of silvers versus global elites is kind of how it feels in the server. There is no competition.
Huge difference at the moment. I don't even know. There's not much to say. Innocent's going to get a little bit of a kill here, but truth is, I mean, at this point, the Polish team would go on to win, like, 7, 8 rounds in a row, and we'd still say, yeah, but all it takes is one mistake, like one little screw up here, and it's done for. They got 3 MP9s, 1 Scout, 1 Deagle, 5.7 instead for Innocent, and I guess we can see if they can find a little bit, but T-side has slowed it down to a crawl, and you could see they're expecting that there's more of a trick somewhere, a little bit of a boost, maybe some aggression coming out, so they're kind of checking every corner. Nice little tag with the Scout. Going to put Shushan a little bit low on health. The shadow is showing there, so the MP9 has a slight advantage for the first kill. They've made their way into the site, but it's hard to plant the bomb right now. They don't have the map control.
Flight. Nice shot from him with the Scout. Might get another. Might not even be needed. Salem, he's trying to escape the smoke. It's not to be. First time in maybe this entire series map, whatever we're going to call it, that we've actually seen a real coherent round out from Poland. All it took was the pressure. They needed the backs up against the wall of match point in, arguably a little bit of an embarrassing fashion for Poland to really step up in towards that 6th gear. That's good. Now we're going to build upon it. It's not actually going to be a great buy as well out for Israel. That bomb plant maybe would have sufficed, but they have to opt to a force because of double eco. They can't really bring the best of investments to the table. So we got a triple tech 9, 1 Mac 10, 1 Galil. They might want to go quick here, and it works. Oh, if they lose on this one, that would really hurt the mental.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, well, nice spam coming through the smoke. Going to be a kill. This time, more of a chance for a bomb plant. They are also potentially control. I say that, but through the smoke, Blue Phoenix gets taken down. So I might have to take that one back. Bomb at least being attempted, but they're just not finding the space for it. Like, they're getting onto the site, but nothing more than that. So another round for the Polish side. And also denying the bomb plants again, making life a little bit harder on the T side here in terms of the money. So they'll have to sit another one out, basically, before they can really start to fight with it. Okay. So this, I don't want to say it's like, but saving a little bit of face here at the end is Poland for sure.
It's true. It is true. They should get a 4th here without too much worry, and then we'll see, I guess, what's to come off the back of it. But this one we'll take. I like this. Maybe we can see a little bit more coming down the line. I'd like to at least see Poland pick up a bit of consistency on the CT side, showcase what they're all about. This is a side who I've caused a bunch of times, and they do and can play good Counter-Strike. Messed on his knife out. It's just holding in the open. Won't make a difference. Casey, easy kill, an Innocent, an easy double in towards elbow. This one's done. The last man of Zach's out. I'm not expecting all too much with the Glock. Hope and a prayer, not to be. Casey, big swing, big find, flawless coming through for Poland. So they get a 4th. Right back into the buy now for Israel. The AK is about to come on deck, and we get to see what they can do.
Yeah, one step at a time here. Such a long, long road back, but doesn't mean necessarily it's impossible. Just means we need to see more before we can realistically start to celebrate or get too excited about anything. Quite tricky because that's kind of what you're left doing casting a game like this one, honestly. You're just kind of, you're sort of waiting for the Polish squad to show you that they're fully up and running. I guess individually in terms of the kills, right? They started to get there. Innocent and Casey and Olymp are kind of playing well. They're kind of there. But you just need to see more. Oh, a little bit of a spam coming through. Not bad. Some damage on the Shushan. You'll take it. But mid control should be with Israel for the moment.
Smoke doors. So at least give Poland a bit of coverage there. How deep do you want to push ramp is the question I'm having. Casey, there's an inherent risk about it. About a long-range duel like that, he's going to fall off. I think it's a smart play. Bit of contact. Just don't get caught is the big one for me. Messy spray behind. Amsalem going to get one. Gets very close to the second on offense as Casey's trying to play up close, but he gets one through the smoke. On the reload, could be caught, though. Oh, he runs out of ammo. The Glock pulled out. And that actually even cost his teammate, arguably. Thankfully, it won't cost him the sight.
All right. Spam to try and stop the bomb from being planted here, but a 2 versus 3. Both of them looking to take from the ramp here. Oh, just in the corner. The timing is not with Blue Phoenix, so now it's up to Shushan to try and see if he can do something. He's the one with the health here. They throw out a bit of a flashbang to try and see if they can edge him out. And he's going to get that one. The spray's pretty good, and he'll be sacked to take the last one. It will be Israel to claim the victory at the end in a very, very convincing fashion.
That was dominant. What a showing coming through from Israel. They looked so damn clean in that one. Brilliant, brilliant work. We have absolutely no question marks about how strong that side is. I said coming into it, I like them a lot because the individuals are good. I had my reservations maybe about how well they can play off each other. How much time have they put into kind of maybe preparing for this tournament, what the strats are looking like, how deep it goes. They didn't even need strats. The fight was so favorable. They were so crisp. What a performance out. In particular, Amsterdam looked so good on the rifle. Shushan on the AWP was crisp as all hell as well. And it's a quick way to close out the day as well in our final game. So we'll take a look through some of the highlights off the back of what was a very rapid Ancient there, just showcasing how good Israel are. I still feel like that's not the Polish side. I honestly think that's a bad game, not a judgment of what they're like. I'd be very, very surprised not to see them resurge back in towards this tournament and actually potentially even make their way towards playoffs. I've caught Rebels on a variety of occasions. That's not how they usually play.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's something similar here, and it could also just be sort of mismatch of energy. Like Israel obviously came in super hot off the bat, and it just might have been a little bit of a shell shock for the Polish side as they, oh my god, they're playing so well from the beginning, which is very cool to see. But yeah, in a potential rematch, it'd be interesting to see if the Polish team could do a little bit more. But yeah, Shushan definitely was very fun to watch with the AWP. Lots of really, really bold plays coming out, and just across the board, an interesting performance from the Israeli side. No question about it. So now we all get to learn a little bit today. I quite like that. I don't know. There were just a lot of really fun games. Some of them maybe should have been more competitive. The Germany-France one was still a bit interesting, but they'll get another chance for sure to fight back there.
Yeah, exactly. It was a cool little set of Counter-Strike games that we got to see. Some very one-sided ones, obviously like that one. Some less so, I guess, as well. With the close game at the start of the day, I'll talk about the comeback of dreams that we saw, and of course, even a few of the others which had a little bit of life behind them from both sides. Germany-France in its moments is too, where there was maybe a chance of France getting back into that, but I think it was, the question of too little, too late. And I guess same with Ukraine-Turkey. If Ukraine had maybe come online a little earlier, we could have actually seen a conversation there of maybe making something. But in the end, I really enjoyed today. We had some cool games. We got to see some cool players, and I think they've really kind of set the tone for what is going to be the next few days of action. Right, you've got best of ones for today and tomorrow, and then we go towards playoffs as best of threes. That gets pretty cool as well. So yeah. Good day of Counter-Strike, man.
I cannot complain. I agree. We've got more of the same coming up, obviously, like you said. So it should be really fun to cover these two groups and see where we end up with. But that's all we have for today, which means you guys are going to have to go watch something else. We'll see you guys back here at the channel tomorrow. So stay tuned, and thank you for hanging out with us.